What's going on, guys? It's Prod here, and in today's video we're going to be going over the most overlooked and underrated group in Dragon Ball, and that is the Earthling. You see, we all know that Dragon Ball is not the best when it comes to giving the side characters some screen time, and the Earthlings actually have it the worst out of everybody else. And that's a shame because some people's favorite characters are actually Earthlings, like Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, heck, even Chaozu and Yajirobe. But the reason they get overlooked a lot is because they're just far too weak to be relevant. I mean, what would a strong Earthling even look like? Is it even possible to achieve that level of strength when you're comparing against Super Saiyans and Super Namekians at this point? Would it even matter? And if so, what would it change? Well, I got a very good scenario that can give us answers to all of this. But before we do, how about you give the video a thumbs up? Let's try to hit a like goal of 50. Also, comment your thoughts and suggestions down below. If there's anything else you want me to cover in the future, I'm all ears. And now, with that out of the way, let's proceed with the scenario of just how strong an Earthling can possibly be. The story starts right after the Tournament of Power has concluded, with Frieza finally being brought fully back to life, and the rest of the gang arriving at Capsule Corp before they all start to disband and go on back to their normal lives. There is one person waiting for them at Capsule Corp that wasn't a part of the original group that left for the Tournament of Power, and that person is Yamcha. You see, Yamcha actually wanted to go to the Tournament of Power. He wanted to show everybody what his training has brought forth and actually showcase his newfound strength. Even though he knows he's nothing in comparison to Goku and Vegeta, he thought that he would at least be a great addition to the team. However, no one invited him. And he took this kind of hard, thinking that they didn't invite him because they thought that he couldn't bring anything to the team, thinking that he was probably too weak and he didn't have any particular skills that would have helped out during this Tournament of Power. But regardless of all that, he still wanted to see his friends and also to celebrate them winning and coming back. So when he catches up to Krillin and Tien, he gets them to tell them the story of what exactly happened. He hears that Goku and Vegeta have both transcended yet again into a whole nother field of power. How even Android 17, even though no one knew anything about him, has seemingly also kept up with that form of power. And he also found out that Beerus actually has a newfound respect for the rest of the Earthlings, considering how well they all did, and especially Master Roshi. With his very diverse techniques, he was actually able to eliminate a lot more people than anyone would have suspected from the old man. Yamcha hearing this is of course happy for his friends that they did so well, but again downtrodden because he wasn't able to participate. He doesn't think about this too hard at the moment. After all, it is a celebration and the universe is no longer in danger, so all in all, he's going to be happy for him. Once Yamcha arrives back at his home, even though he's still a little sad that he wasn't able to participate, there is hope in his eyes. And this is because Master Roshi has shown that the Earthlings indeed can get stronger and can actually, with the help of techniques, compete against the strongest out there. Although there are still limits, Yamcha knows that it is at least feasible for him to reach some level where he can actually help out his friends when he knows inevitably there will be another scenario where the Earth might be in danger again. So Yamcha starts thinking about all of the different stories that he has heard over his past lifetime, all of the different roads that the various Z-warriors have took in order to get stronger, and which ones that Yamcha actually missed out on. And with this in mind, he hatches a plan to get stronger, a plan that will not only make him significantly stronger, but can always make him viable to at least some degree in the future. The first order of business is him going back to Capsule Corp, except this time he only wants to go and talk to Bulma. He asks Bulma for the Dragon Radar. He wants to contact the dragon to get a couple of wishes in. Hasn't been used in a while and is not really a problem, saying how no one else really has a need for it in this day and age. So, with no real reason to say no, Bulma gives Yamcha the Dragon Radar. Yamcha then spends the required time to collect all the Dragon Balls, and then he summons Shenron to get his 3 wishes. The first wish is to restore at least 10 years of his youth, so his body can be closer to his prime, seeing how Earthlings still age naturally, and so that way he can also have more time to train. After Shenron has granted the first wish, Yamcha still has 2 more. So, with the second wish, Yamcha will ask Shenron not entirely for the Saiyan's genetics, but just to age at the same rate as the Saiyan. He knows that when it comes to aging, the Saiyans are on the slow side. Knowing how old Goku is and Vegeta, they don't look like they're over 25. The dragon grants the second wish, and Yamcha is very happy with his new revitalized body. Now, the third wish, Yamcha wishes to be teleported to the planet where the Yarddraks are at. Yamcha does this for a number of reasons. He first wants to learn instant transmission so that way he can carry on with the rest of his plans. He knows that in order to get strength, he has to learn more techniques. But even though Master Roshi is a master of techniques, not all of them are always going to be great in in every scenario, but he has noticed that Goku uses the instant transmission in every fight, and just for convenience purposes to get him to any other planet that he needs to get to. Yamcha could just ask for the knowledge of instant transmission, but he also wants to be able to learn it. Again, the whole point of this training is to prove that he can get better with his own efforts. And from the way that Goku explained it, the EARTHLINGs actually have a lot more techniques to teach, but the instant transmission was the only thing that Goku got. Yamcha actually wants to see if he can learn something even better, along with the instant transmission. And this is why he wants to go to planet EARTHLING. And thus, Shenron grants his third wish, and Yamcha is teleported to planet EARTHLING. And he immediately sees a bunch of aliens still dressed in a similar outfit that Goku had when he came back to Earth after the Namek saga. One of the EARTHLINGs approaches Yamcha and inquires on why he suddenly appeared on their planet, and to see if he's actually a non-hostile. Yamcha quickly explains that he's here to receive the same training Goku did all those years ago. The EARTHLINGs still remember Goku quite clearly and fondly, basically saying any friend of Goku is a friend of theirs. Yamcha is happy to hear this, and he's excited to learn from them. The first thing he tells them is that he wants to learn the instant transmission technique, and if there's any other techniques that they can teach him. And this is where the EARTHLINGs inform Yamcha that it's actually a misconception to think that instant transmission is different from all their other techniques. The names are different, yes, but it's all derived from one technique and one technique only, and that is spirit control. They go on to explain to Yamcha that with spirit control, you can learn how to heal, how to turn into a giant, how to separate your body into individual clones without losing any of the power, and a few other things, including instant transmission. So, over the course of the next 6 months, this is where Yamcha would spend most of his time. And this is where time fast forwards a little bit. A couple of months later, after training diligently on the EARTHLING's planet, Yamcha has actually improved by leaps and bounds. His ki has actually been amplified with the learning process of spirit control, and with that, his ability to sense other people's ki, even from great distances across the universe, has also increased. And because of his enhanced ability to sense ki, he was able to pick up the insane powerful surge of energy that was coming from planet Earth. He starts to wonder what's going on, and why is there such a huge energy happening at Earth? And it doesn't feel like Goku or Vegeta's. He actually can sense Goku and Vegeta, and it seems like they're struggling. Unknown to Yamcha, this strange immense ki that seems to be rising and rising as time goes on is actually from Broly. Yamcha knows nothing about this guy. In fact, even Goku and Vegeta didn't know anything about this guy until that day. Yamcha wants to help out, but at the same time, he knows he's just not strong enough. Even though he has learned a great deal, he knows it's still not enough to even compete with Vegeta and Goku, let alone this new entity, which is Broly. So, all he can do is sense out and hope that Goku and Vegeta can beat this new threat. As Yamcha is staring out into space with an intense look on his face, time slowly goes by, and eventually, the threat has moved locations, almost instantly. Can no longer really sense the stranger anymore, but he knows that the stranger didn't necessarily die. And he also knows that Goku and Vegeta are both still alive. Yamcha relaxes, now knowing that Earth is no longer in danger, and Goku and Vegeta seemingly has defeated the threat. But this only renews his efforts to get better, and with that, he focuses even more on his training, and months go by yet again. At this point in time, the Moro arc has begun, but Yamcha is actually not focused on sensing everybody's energy. He doesn't sense anything strange until Goku and Vegeta starts powering up yet again. And this time, they don't seem to be on Earth, and they're also fighting an opponent that actually doesn't seem too strong. So he doesn't think that is anything to worry about. That is, until he feels that Goku and Vegeta's powers are rapidly decreasing, and they're actually losing. And with their power decreasing, he also senses that this new stranger, this new enemy, is actually getting stronger by every passing second. It's almost as if while they're getting weaker, he's getting stronger. Yamcha is very perplexed by this for a little bit, and he realizes that this is some type of exorbitant technique. Before he can actually do anything, because he has the exact thing against us, he senses Majin Buu. And Yamcha is wondering, why is Majin Buu around? Why is Majin Buu even fighting at all? It's almost unheard of. And now that he's sensing Majin Buu's energy, he realizes that Majin Buu has actually grown staggeringly strong. He's wondering what is going on. Is everyone else training just like him, including Majin Buu? There more competition? Yamcha realizes this is actually not the time to be thinking about any of this, and he focuses back in on what's going on. But before he knows it, the fight is over. And even though Goku and Vegeta are both weakened, they're not dead, and neither is Majin Buu, and especially neither is this new enemy. Yamcha thinks about what he should do. He was just about to initiate his next part of the plan, but now he might have to get involved before he can train even more. And he's actually worried if this level of strength that he's at, even though it is way greater than he was before he arrived on planet EARTHLING, he's wondering if this is even enough. While Yamcha is pondering whether he should teleport to Vegeta and Goku right now, he notices that Vegeta and Goku have actually split up, and Vegeta is coming strangely towards planet EARTHLING. Curious as to what is happening, he decides to use his instant transmission to get to Vegeta. this is a good chance to actually see what Vegeta's intentions are and to actually give Vegeta a small surprise. And the next thing you know, Vegeta turns around, sensing a new energy suddenly appear, but then he actually realized that it's Yamcha, of all people. Vegeta is very surprised with this and he asks Yamcha how the heck did he get here. Yamcha replies with, "Oh, a skill that I picked up from the Yardrax." Before Vegeta can reply to that, Yamcha continues to ask what is going on. He tells Vegeta of everything that he has sensed and how insane it all sounds. Vegeta begrudgingly gives Yamcha the updates, and Yamcha, hearing the entire news, knows exactly what Vegeta needs, for Yamcha actually already knows the perfect technique that will help, and is actually glad to hear that they actually have more time to prepare. He saves Vegeta a week's worth of travel by teleporting Vegeta straight to the Yardrax planet. Yamcha then tells Vegeta that Yamcha is pretty sure that he can beat Moro on his own. This is when Vegeta actually doesn't believe Yamcha at all, and Vegeta demands to spar right here on this planet. Yamcha is actually up for it to show the fruits of his labor. Thus begins their actual fight. During the fight, even though Vegeta was weakened, he got most of his energy reserves right back, and he's actually surprised by Yamcha's power, so much so that Vegeta actually has to transform to at least Super Saiyan 2 to actually hold his ground. And after a couple more rounds of this, he decides to take it up one notch and goes to Super Saiyan God. This is where Yamcha starts having trouble. He actually can't really compete with this form of power, at least not yet. And Yamcha knew that this kind of would be the result, but Yamcha doesn't give in yet. Yamcha actually utilizes another technique that he learned a long time ago, but wasn't really able to use fully, and that is Kaioken. Just like Goku, Yamcha learned almost everything from King Kai, and Yamcha got considerably stronger, so strong that he was able to fight Raccoon, and he also learned the Kaioken. Problem is, he wasn't able to really use it to his utmost abilities, and the tax on his body was just too much for him to handle all at once. Goku being Goku, Goku can just handle the pain better than Yamcha. But back to the current timeline right now when he's fighting Vegeta, Yamcha actually has a solution for this problem, and it's all thanks to his training on Yardrax. As Yamcha powers up in the Kaioken, he actually goes in the Kaioken times 5. And even though this is a huge strain on his body, with his newfound power of spirit control, not only can he maintain this and actually control the energy that is rampaging his body to make it less severe, but at the same time, he's also healing himself, allowing himself to push past the pain and actually to keep on fighting. This power-up is very good, but it still actually isn't enough to contend with Super Saiyan God, though Vegeta does note the massive increase in power. After seeing Yamcha go to presumably his max, Vegeta decides to end this, actually giving Yamcha props on making it this far in so little time. Yamcha says he's actually not done yet. By the time Vegeta is done learning all he can from here, Yamcha teases that he actually might surpass Vegeta if he can do a couple other things. Vegeta actually doesn't believe this, especially if spirit control can be this massive of a boost for you. Then Vegeta has no reason to think that the gap will ever close. Yamcha decides to leave and he actually teleports back to Earth. Yamcha shows up just in time to see Moro's henchmen also arrive on the lookout. And Yamcha sees that this is actually a good opportunity to prove himself and to show Piccolo and everybody else on the lookout just how strong Yamcha has become. And this is truly where the story gets a little different. So Yamcha handles the mysterious 3 henchmen quite easily and quickly without causing too much damage to the lookout, which even leaves Piccolo and Krillin shocked. Before Yamcha can actually finish off the group, one of their members, who goes by the name 7-3, teleports the rest of the group away. But no one's really worried about them. Yamcha is proud of his achievements, and the rest of the group actually is surprised by what they just seen Yamcha do. Yamcha says this is only the beginning. He still has 2 more parts of his plan that he hopes to get done before Moro shows up. And Yamcha really only showed up just to give them a warning on what was about to happen. Piccolo steps forward and asks, if this is only the beginning of your so-called training, what else do you have in mind? And this is where Yamcha says that he's actually going to spend a couple of years in the hyperbolic time chamber. And he knows that Krillin and Tien probably can't go in because, well, they'll age considerably with the amount of time that he plans on being in there. Piccolo asks how long does Yamcha actually want to be in there, and Yamcha says he wants to train for 10 years, which leaves everybody shocked and everyone wondering how he'd be able to survive that long. Yamcha says not to worry because he's now physically younger than what his actual age suggests, and he also aged at a very slow rate now, thanks to the Dragonball. And he knows that no one else can do this training besides maybe Piccolo. Piccolo thinks about this for a second, but Piccolo actually isn't going to go in the hyperbolic time chamber. He has to train Gohan, and everybody else needs to train too. But he wishes Yamcha all the luck and hopes that Yamcha doesn't go insane with all that time in there by himself. And so Yamcha enters the hyperbolic time chamber, and he spends the next 10 days regular Earth time in there, which equates to 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. During this entire time, Yamcha is putting himself to the max, always training and always going further and further, knowing that even after he gets out of the hyperbolic time chambers, he'll still have plenty of time to achieve his last and final step in order to actually be beneficial to the universe. And not only that, but to his friends. So with that on his mind, Yamcha is completely focused throughout the entire 10 years. It's a little hard mentally for him, but with the training he received from the Yardrags in terms of meditation, it's actually not that bad. He spends most of this time truly improving all of his techniques and taking them to a higher level and incorporating them with all the different powers and techniques that he learned from the Yardrag. Not only does he push his basic techniques to the next level, but he also pushes the Kaioken to the next level, making him able to go even longer and longer in this state, so much so that at one point in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Yamcha tries to stay in Kaioken, at least in base, for as long as possible. And each time he does this, he tries to extend the time even more, also while healing himself with the spirit control technique that he learned. It's a painful process, but with time, Kaioken almost becomes a transformation for him, and he knows that he's going to need to actually up the ante on the Kaioken, because his next form of action once he's out of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber is going to make that Kaioken even more intense. So he needs to get used to the Kaioken in every aspect possible. That includes using it to its highest form, which by the end of 10 years is actually 100-time Kaioken, all the way down to the basic Kaioken, but having that active for days. Essentially, this is Yamcha's version of what Goku and Gohan did when they mastered Super Saiyan and was able to stay in Super Saiyan for days and weeks on end. Yamcha is doing the same thing with the Kaioken. After the 10 days outside, Piccolo has already informed everybody of the training routines that they have to go through. He's also informed everybody that once Yamcha is out, everyone needs to spend a considerable amount of time in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and also train. And he will even ask what Yamcha actually did, so that way the rest of the Earthlings and even Piccolo can replicate that to some degree, depending on how great Yamcha is. So when Yamcha actually arrives out of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, everyone is completely stunned. Even though Yamcha is holding back his power and lowering it to a considerable degree, the rest of the Z Warriors can tell that Yamcha is actually immensely powerful. So much so that they actually don't know if they can actually compete with this level of strength that Yamcha seems to be in. And not only that, it seems that there's a tinge of red aura always around Yamcha. And that's when Krillin asks if Yamcha is using the Kaioken, to which Yamcha replies that he is. Krillin is wondering why Yamcha would be activating a stress move like Kaioken when there's not even a fight happening right now. And Yamcha replies with the fact that he doesn't even feel it really. In fact, you can probably keep this on almost indefinitely, though he will take it off just for now, just to see how it feels to fully be powered down. And Yamcha does just that, but he actually doesn't feel really any different. Even though his power went down by a lot, he physically doesn't feel any strain being lifted away. It's almost as if there was no strain. It's almost as if he actually perfected the Kaioken, at least in its base state. Yamcha tells them exactly what he did and how far he got with his Kaioken, leaving everybody flabbergasted and shocked. After telling everybody what he needed to tell them, Yamcha asks if anyone knows how to teleport to the Elder Kais, or have someone call Supreme Kai so that way he can get picked up to go meet the Elder Kai. This is where they pretty much do a radio line where Dende reaches out to the Kais, and the Kais come back with affirmative that Supreme Kai will be there shortly. After Supreme Kai shows up using his Kai form of teleportation, he asks Yamcha what exactly does he need help with, and Yamcha asks if Elder Kai would be able to unlock Yamcha's own hidden potential, seeing how he's one of the few that actually haven't had their potential unlocked at all by anybody. Supreme Kai is shocked by this, but he actually informs Yamcha that it probably wouldn't do much, saying how Yamcha is not that strong, but any amount of extra strength will always be welcome. And in fact, now that he thinks about it, he probably should have done this for everybody, but they probably get to that later. So Supreme Kai takes Yamcha and goes to the Kai planet, where Elder Kai waits. Yamcha tells Elder Kai his request, and Elder Kai says that he's going to have to need a little bit more proof to see if it's even worth wasting his time on this. So, without further ado, Yamcha decides to power up all the way, and even though he hasn't used Kaioken yet, Elder Kai tells Yamcha to stop, for this power alone is already immense, and it's frankly more than he thought he would ever see, especially from an Earthling. So Elder Kai actually gets to it, but telling Yamcha that this actually might take a long time, seeing how the more potential you have to unlock, the longer it takes, and seeing how strong that Yamcha is, and the fact that he has never had his potential unlocked at all, lets Elder Kai knows that this probably is going to take a long time. A few days go by, and everybody has pretty much had their turn in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for about a year, and all the Z Warriors have actually trained Kaioken to an acceptable level, at least enough to use in combat consistently. Needless to say, it is nowhere near the level of Yamcha's Kaioken, but with a year's worth of training and dedication to just this, and the tips that Yamcha has given them, they can actually get up pretty far, with Krillin and Tien both being able to at least activate Kaioken tops 10. So, as they're all waiting around on the lookout, marveling at how strong they've gotten and how back in shape they are, Yamcha finally shows up. It's been a couple of days since he left with Elder Kai, and he says that he's just now finished with all of his prep, and he's decided to show them how strong he's gotten. Yamcha has gotten so strong at this point that he honestly thinks he can take on everybody at the same time. So now all they can do is re-wait. Time flies by, about 2 months, and that's when Moro finally shows up with the rest of his henchmen, and they start the assault on Earth. However, none of the Z Warriors are having any problems with these fights. In fact, they are so much stronger than what was anticipated that they all seem to be beating their combatants relatively easy. Even 7-3, before you can utilize any of his abilities, the Z Warriors puts him down in quick order. With Moro tired of watching everybody lose, Moro then gives a little bit of his power to Dragonball to helm the rest of the Z Warriors. Even though Dragonball has increased in power substantially, Gohan and Piccolo are easily able to fight him and hold their own. Yamcha has still not actually intervened in any of these fights because he actually doesn't need to. In fact, he considers them all a little too weak for him to do anything. And Dragonball is actually close to being defeated, but Moro keeps putting more and more power into Dragonball, to the point where even Dragonball actually can't move anymore, and he actually falls down on his own, collapsing from the overload of power that his body can't handle. The Z Warriors are all pretty much disgusted at what Moro just did, but it doesn't actually matter because if this is all that Moro can do, then they don't even need to wait for Goku and Vegeta to show up. With all of them together, they can probably beat them on their own. And that's when Yamcha intervenes and tells everyone that he'll fight Moro by himself. Everyone's a little confused by this. They know Moro's pretty strong, and they know Yamcha has gotten stronger too, but they also have no idea how strong Yamcha actually is. They can't actually imagine that Yamcha is as strong as Moro, if not stronger. But Yamcha knows how strong he is. Yamcha knows how strong Moro is. He can sense exactly the level that Moro's at, and even if Moro's only displaying a little bit of his power, that's still just far too low for Yamcha to be worried about, even if he doubled it over multiple times. We have to remember, this is Yamcha after learning spirit control, and then also spending 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, and also mastering Kaioken, and then having his potential unlocked after all of that. Yamcha is actually on a completely different level. So, Yamcha and Moro face off against each other, stare at each other, and they prepare to fight. Can Yamcha actually defeat this villain on his own, or will Goku and Vegeta come to save the day? We'll find out either way with the conclusion of this chapter of What If the Earthlings Were Strong. So Yamcha is now in front of Moro. Moro is looking at Yamcha, and actually he doesn't expect much from this Earthling. He knows that Goku and Vegeta are supposedly the strongest people in the universe, and definitely more strong than these Earthlings, especially from all the reports that he's gotten. But his calculations were off when it came to discerning the Earthling's strength by a good margin, which shows that either the reports were wrong or that the Earthlings, all of them, collectively got stronger in the short time frame that he gave them before he arrived on the planet. All in all, Moro is still interested to see what this Yamcha has in store for him, while he waits for Goku and Vegeta to show up and plans to drain their energy. At this point, Yamcha decides to tell Moro that he's going to take it easy for the first couple of rounds. He really wants to test his own limits, so he's not going to go all out, and he hopes to not be disappointed by Moro. Moro laughs this off, being amused at the cockiness of this Earthling. Moro tells Yamcha to give it his best shot. Moro doesn't mind playing with his food, so with the talking out of the way, Yamcha decides to power up, and Yamcha's actually going to unleash his full power straight from the jump. But he's not going to be using Kaioken or any technique. He wants to see how good he is with just raw strength before he starts implementing all the things that he has learned, and before he actually tries to take down Moro. So the fight starts with Yamcha seemingly disappearing from everyone's eyes. Yamcha is moving so fast that almost the rest of the Z Warriors can't really see what's happening. And by the time they hear it, the class has already begun, while Moro has successfully blocked a punch from Yamcha. Yamcha is impressed, and Moro is also taken aback. Yamcha noticed this and decides to take advantage of the opening that Moro has just presented, leading up to another attack that actually successfully lands. Moro grimaces and then proceeds to attack Yamcha, actually putting in some effort. They are hitting each other back and forth, and it's almost even, but Moro is indeed still stronger than Yamcha, and the longer the fight goes on, the more Moro decides to use the rest of his full strength, all the way up until the point where Moro is using more than 50% of his actual strength. That's when Moro decides to completely speed blitz Yamcha and punch Yamcha in the ribs. This attack actually breaks some of Yamcha's ribs, and Yamcha is sent flying. Moro takes a moment to assess the situation, and he can tell that that punch actually did a lot to Yamcha, and he tells Yamcha at first he was a little worried, but now that he knows the full worth of Yamcha, he's no longer worried, and he can't possibly understand where all that cockiness came from. If this was the best that Yamcha had, it was nowhere near enough. That is when Yamcha hops back up from the ground and smirks at Moro, and to Moro's surprise, Yamcha seems completely unharmed, but he swore that he broke some bones in Yamcha's body. Unbeknownst to Moro, by the time Yamcha hit the ground and before he actually fully got up, Yamcha already healed all the wounds that Moro did to him. leaving Yamcha completely fine and back to full fighting capacity. Moro asks Yamcha, does Yamcha actually know how to use magic? If so, then this fight can get a little bit more interesting. But Yamcha tells Moro that he doesn't actually know magic, he just knows a couple of techniques. And now that the warm-up is over with, it's time to actually utilize some of these techniques. And that's when Yamcha attacks Moro again, except seemingly he's even faster than he was before. Moro is surprised, but this actually doesn't give Yamcha an opening because he was actually prepared for whatever the heck Yamcha was about to do. But when Moro blocked Yamcha's attack, it was actually a lot harder to do. The attack had a lot more power to it, and he's not fully understanding what's happening. After a couple of more exchanges, he's starting to pick up what's going on due to the fact that Moro can sense energy to a very good degree. And Moro's realizing that Yamcha is augmenting his body with ki and powering all of his strikes on impact with very fine ki control. And even though Moro has figured out what's going on, he's still not too worried. That is until Yamcha says that the surprises doesn't end here. As Yamcha makes the move of the Nia Wolfang fist attack, the energy around Yamcha's hands become denser and sharper. This is where Yamcha thinks back to the training that he had in the Hyperbolic Time Chain, where he's utilizing spirit control that he learned from the Yardrax and implementing it into all of his movesets that he made himself on Earth. Yamcha now realized that his initial version of the Neo Wolfang Fist was imperfect. It was crude, at least when it came to gathering the energy in his hand. But now, with spirit control, he corrected all of the problems that he had in his own form, increasing the technique by leaps and bounds. Similar to that, but greater than the Destructo Disc. So when Yamcha's hands actually connect to the blocking arm of Moro, it actually cuts deep into Moro's arm, almost severing it, but Moro focuses at the last second and stops it from going too far by reinforcing his arm with his own ki. All the Z warriors and bystanders are shocked by what they're seeing. This is the first time they have seen Moro actually bleed and take on considerable damage, and that anyone has seen Yamcha perform at such high levels of combat mastery. This version of Yamcha they are not used to. This is almost a whole new person. And Piccolo, being one of the bystanders, notices that Yamcha hasn't even used Kaioken yet. And he remembers Yamcha boldly telling them that Yamcha pretty much mastered and perfected Kaioken and has taken it to new heights. And Piccolo, while he did believe Yamcha, he didn't actually have anything to really prove it, and he didn't have too high of an expectation for Yamcha. He just knew that Yamcha got considerably strong. But now looking at this fight, looking at everything that Yamcha's doing, Piccolo can only wonder what would it be like if Yamcha actually went all out with Kaioken. What would happen? How easily would this fight go? Back to the fight, Moro is now considerably mad. He didn't think that someone as weak as Yamcha could actually hurt him. He's actually surprised because Yamcha didn't necessarily close the gap in strength, but the technique that Yamcha used still managed to hurt Moro. So with this in consideration, Moro decides to stop playing around. So when Moro using 100% of his strength, Moro uses magic to teleport behind Yamcha and attacks in Yamcha's blind spot. Yamcha, not seeing this coming and really not expecting such a quick change in attitude, is caught off guard and can't stop Moro from piercing right through Yamcha's ribcage, narrowly missing Yamcha's heart by only a few inches. This is when Moro says to Yamcha that you are done, and while it was fun while it lasted, the real prize is here. And then Moro kicks Yamcha's body away, looking off an entirely different direction, where Goku, who's been secretly watching, is now currently standing. And Moro tells Goku that he doesn't want to play around anymore. He's had his fun with this Earthling here, and it's time to get serious. Goku jumps down, and Goku's having a lot of doubts in his mind right now. One, he didn't expect Yamcha to be that strong, but now seeing Moro's full power, Goku knows that Super Saiyan Blue is still not enough to compete against this version of Moro, who has only gotten stronger since their last altercation. And that's when Goku looks at Moro and tells him that he hasn't actually perfected Ultra Instinct, but he could still use it to a degree. So for now, that's gonna have to work. And now the fight with Moro and Goku has officially begun. And some of the Z warriors, namely Krillin and Gohan, go over to Yamcha's body, pick him up, and try to give him a Sensu Beam before it's too late. But before they actually reach him, Yamcha is already standing back up, a little bit tired from all the energy he used to heal himself, but otherwise completely fine. Krillin's taken aback by this. He asks Yamcha, didn't you just get stabbed straight through the heart? And Yamcha was like, no, he missed, but still hurt a lot. Goku's fighting. Well, that is a shame. I didn't actually get to use half my strength, or all the techniques I know. Krillin hears this and is completely shocked and actually thinks that Yamcha might have a couple of screws loose. He even tells Yamcha that what you did was great, but it still seemed like Moro was out of your league. There's nothing wrong with that. Let Goku and Vegeta handle it. Yamcha looks at Krillin and tells Krillin that Goku's probably going to lose this fight. Yamcha can tell that Goku is going all out and that Moro's no longer playing around. There are some times where Goku can move exceptionally well, but other times Goku loses focus. And it's not too long after this that during their fight, Goku actually is defeated and considerably wounded. But before Moro can finish off Goku, Yamcha appears in front of Goku, and Vegeta also appears in front of Moro. They both utilize instant transmission at the same time. Yamcha to go to Goku and Vegeta to be in front of Moro. Everyone notices this, and Moro is especially surprised because he could have sworn that he killed Yamcha, or at least mortally wounded him. Moro says this, but no one's responding to Moro as the other three fighters, Goku, Vegeta, and Yamcha, are all looking at each other with a confused and awkward atmosphere. Goku, because he realizes that Vegeta and Yamcha both know instant transmission, which is a huge surprise to him, and Yamcha and Vegeta because they both see each other and both know that they want to fight Moro. So there's an awkwardness there. And Vegeta thinks back to when Yamcha said that he might get stronger by the time the Moro fight happened, and Vegeta is starting to think that there's some credibility to Yamcha's words now. But Vegeta shakes it off and tells Yamcha to look after Kakarot as he finishes up Moro by using that technique. Yamcha knows what technique Vegeta is talking about because Yamcha is the one that told Vegeta about the technique. So Yamcha grabs Goku and takes him over to the sidelines where Whis and Beerus have now joined the watch. And thus begins the fight with Vegeta and Moro. Now, during this fight, Yamcha heals up Goku and tells Goku that he's been at Planet Yardrak for a while and he learned almost all of their techniques. While Goku being pleasantly surprised by this and just a little disappointed that while Yamcha mastered all the Yardrak's techniques, that Goku couldn't master Ultra Instinct during his own little training arc. Whis chimes in and tells Goku that you don't need to worry because Ultra Instinct is a way harder technique to learn than any Yardrak technique could possibly be. Back to the fight with Moro and Vegeta. Vegeta is shown to be a little bit stronger than Goku. So he's actually doing better against Moro, but Moro still knows this is not enough, and everybody that is watching Vegeta also knows that this is not enough. However, during the back and forth exchange of their fight, Moro seems to be doing less and less damage, and Vegeta seems to be able to dodge and counterattack more and more as time goes on in this exchange of blows. Moro is starting to notice this too, and is surprised for a bit until Vegeta punches Moro in the stomach, and some of the energy that Moro has stolen leaves from his mouth and flies up into the air. And that is when Vegeta tells Moro that he learned a special move from the Yardraks called Spirit Fissure, meaning that all that stolen energy that Moro has accumulated means nothing in this fight. Vegeta disperses the energy, but Moro has a backup plan and he decides to initiate it. Using some of the magic that Moro knows, he escapes from Vegeta's sights and goes to 7-3, who has a database of Moro in his system, and Moro eats 7-3 completely whole. This perfects Moro, essentially getting Moro back to his original strength and then some. By the time Vegeta is catched up to Moro, Moro has already transformed and is vastly stronger than Vegeta, and then proceeds to beat Vegeta. Goku sees this and he's like, this is a do or die moment. It's time to get Ultra Instinct and actually complete this form right here, right now. That's when Yamcha decides, no, it's his turn for round 2. Everybody, including Beerus and Whis, suggest not to do that because there's no way that Yamcha is strong enough to fight Moro now. He just easily defeated Vegeta. What can Yamcha do? And Yamcha tells everybody that he has been holding back considerably. And he doesn't wait for them anymore as he instant transmissions right in front of Moro and grabs Vegeta, does a quick heal on Vegeta and tosses him to the sideline. Moro looks at Yamcha and can't believe the audacity of this human to stand before Moro yet again in his new form with his new strength, and Yamcha has only weakened himself by continuously healing all of the grievous wounds that Moro has inflicted upon all 3 of his opposing fighters. Yamcha tells Moro, this time I'll fight you for real. Though Yamcha admits that he has lost a little bit of his energy, that won't matter for this round of fighting. That's when Yamcha immediately kicks it up off the back and immediately goes into Kaioken times 50. At this stage, Yamcha is now equal, if not stronger than Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blues form. Moro looks at this and he's like, that's impressive, but that's still not enough. And he has no more time to play around with a worthless mortal. And Yamcha's like, I just wanted to show you a little bit of what I got. Now we can get serious, as Yamcha kicks it up to Kaioken times 80. Now the power is exceedingly more than what Moro actually thought that Yamcha had in him. Yamcha is now growing an insane intensity of red, while the whole planet is shaken just from his raw power that's continuously surging on and on. Yamcha takes a moment to control it and then contain it, so that way the planet doesn't explode. This is quite stressful for Yamcha's body, but it's something that he can still accurately handled. Thus begins round 3 for Yamcha and Moro. As the fighting goes on, Yamcha decides to display more and more of his Neo Wolfang's attacks, and each one that is not perfectly blocked by Moro, Yamcha cuts away and makes Moro bleed with each successful strike that Yamcha delivers, calling this move the Wolfang Onslaught, and Yamcha continuously and rapidly attacks Moro from every other angle possible with the help of instant transmission and the insane speed boost that Yamcha has. Yamcha is almost seemingly everywhere at once. Moro is now continuously blocking all of these attacks from all of these different angles. At some point, Moro noticed after being bombarded from all of these attacks that they all of a sudden just stop. Moro stops for a second, now bleeding from multiple different points of his body from where he couldn't successfully block all of the fangs. In his frustration, he's looking around to try to find Yamcha. He noticed that Yamcha is staying off to the side, breathing pretty hard, and is just staring at Moro. Moro takes a second and then comes to a conclusion, and he taunts Yamcha, saying that you must be running out of steam. You can't handle much more of this, and I'll win just by outlasting you. Your attacks may be strong, but these little scratches aren't enough to beat me. And Yamcha replies that he is getting tired, but truthfully, he wants to take a second to gather energy to use his next technique that should give Moro a run for his money. And that's when Yamcha moves into the stance of a Wolfang Fist attack, and Moro prepares himself because he knows even though Yamcha's far away, Yamcha knows instant transmission, so he can immediately be in front of Moro at any moment he wants to be. But Yamcha doesn't close the distance. Yamcha decides to swing his fist, and energy escapes his clawed hands, and the energy leaving Yamcha's hands is a blue color with a red outline. Moro can feel the intensity and the strength behind all of these attacks, and he braces himself to either dodge or block it completely with an attack of his own. But all of a sudden, these attacks stop just right in front of Moro, and then they take shape into a form of a ferocious and menacing wolf. And now there are 8 of them, all surrounding Moro. And Yamcha tells Moro that this is another technique that he learned from the Yardraks, but he decided to tweak it a little to better fit his style. And then he commands the wolves to surround Moro, but Moro laughing at Yamcha for being completely ignorant of his ability and not studying up on his opponent, even though Yamcha had ample time to do so. He attempts to grab the first wolf near him and eats the wolf, but as he grabs that wolf, another wolf bites Moro's hand, and then another one bites Moro in the neck. And Yamcha tells Moro that he knows that Moro can absorb energy, but from all the stories that he's heard, Moro seems to only be able to absorb it if he uses his mouth to eat the energy. That's when Yamcha tells Moro that trying to eat food in front of a bunch of hungry wolves is never the best thing to do. So now Moro is getting mauled by all of these wolves that has the same energy and power as Yamcha in Kaioken times 80, and there's 8 of them, all attacking from every different side and every different angle, biting him in the legs, biting him in the arms, biting him in the neck. While Moro tries to fight one wolf, the other wolves, with their insane speed and bite strength, is all too much for Moro to stop, where Moro has to do an explosive wave just to get them off of him. The wave spreads out far and wide, but with the help of the wolves that are already around Moro, Yamcha uses that energy that's already slowly dissipating to slowly contain the wave and keep it in a centralized area. When the explosive wave is over, all that can be seen of Moro is a completely ravaged body with bite marks all over him and huge chunks of his body missing. Moro's in a very pitiful state, and there's nothing but hate in Moro's eyes as he's staring at Yamcha. And Yamcha, still looking at Moro, talks to Jocko and gets a clarification on if it's okay to end Moro. Jocko saying that is perfectly fine and perfectly legal. If Yamcha can do it, do it. So before Moro can act, and before Moro can go and try to find another energy resource, before he can even land on the ground, Yamcha goes to Kaioken times 100, a power that far eclipses anything that anyone has felt in a long time, getting the interest of Beerus himself and immediately bringing competitive smile to Beerus' face and putting the rest of the Z Warriors and even Moro himself into a moment of shock. And that shock is all it takes for Yamcha's instant transmission right behind Moro, and with a final Neo Wolfang Fist and slice and dice Moro to the point of no return. And now the fight is over. Yamcha doesn't depower yet because he wants confirmation from Whis to make sure that Moro isn't there. And Whis confirms that Moro is no more. And Yamcha now powers down all the way. And Yamcha is completely spent. Some of Yamcha's muscles are spasming just a little bit. And Yamcha is extremely fatigued. But he floats down and walks over to his companions while slowly healing his body from using Kaioken times 100. Everyone congratulates Yamcha and is surprised by all the things that Yamcha has done. Yamcha says that he's actually going to just try his best to continue on from here and get even stronger, and he encourages the Earthlings to also try to follow his footsteps. If they want to follow down his path, getting Dragon Balls would be a first good step in order to do this. But they kind of can't use the Earth Dragon Balls because, well, Yamcha already used it, and they still got like at least a couple of months before they can use the Dragon Balls again. But Vegeta intervenes, saying that he sent all the energy that Moro stole back to the Namekians, so if they really want to, they can go to planet Namek and use the Dragon Balls from there. Tien and Piccolo definitely are interested in this, and even Gohan is proud of Yamcha as an Earthling. Goku's slightly bummed that he didn't get to master Ultra Instinct, but he knows he has more time to do it, and he's actually surprised that Yamcha decided to master Kaioken, and Goku wonders if he can master Kaioken to 100. Goku knows that going to Kaioken times 20 is insanely painful. It takes almost everything that Goku has to keep that up. So he actually can't imagine how that would be if he were to try it in his state as Super Saiyan Blue. But it is something to work on. And finally, Beerus and Whis comes over to Yamcha, tells Yamcha that if he ever wants to train in the ways of the gods, elevate himself past the mortal realm, they're one call away. Boba always knows how to get in touch with them, and as long as Yamcha brings good food, they wouldn't mind training him. Yamcha has just now been presented with an amazing opportunity. He's very ecstatic for the possibilities that this might bring, and actually finally being considered equal with Goku and Vegeta. He looks over at Beerus and Whis, and they already seem like they're ready to go, and he's also ready to go. Right before he does, he looks over to the rest of the Z Warriors at Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, Gohan, and Piccolo, and as he's looking at them, they all have a glint in their eyes. It's more than just respect. They all seem to have a fire, some hope that they can also get strong. And that changes Yamcha's mind just a little bit as he looks back over to Beerus and says, I'm very honored for this opportunity, but I can't leave just yet. As you can see, everyone else also wants to get stronger. I want to do at least one more session of training with everyone else here, so that way when me, Goku, and Vegeta leave, we know that Earth is in good hands, and we can completely focus on training. Yamcha adds in the last part, so that way Beerus can be a little bit more acceptable to this. And Beerus thinks about it and is like, that sounds fair. I'll give you guys about a week. Then I'll come back for some sweets and to resume your training. Yamcha is pleased to hear this, and he excuses himself to go chat with the gang. He confronts all of them and asks if any of them will be willing to have a little training session. He does specify that he only has a week, so it'll definitely be better if we all just used the hyperbolic time chamber and took turns. Piccolo, being one of the first ones to speak out, says that actually sounds like a good idea. He would love to get stronger, know a little bit more about this spirit control, and also practice his Kaioken. And the hyperbolic time chamber is actually the best thing to do because Piccolo already has other plans that he has in mind. Gohan chimes in saying that he also agrees with Piccolo, with Tien saying that he just can't wait to spar again, and Krillin's just happy that he's actually being included. Chaozu really doesn't care either way. He's just like spending time with Tien, so Chaozu's fine with whatever Tien does. Everyone seemingly ready, Yamcha tells everyone to hold hands as he's going to mass instant transmission everybody to Kami's lookout. But right before he does this, Goku and Vegeta actually shows up and joins the conversation. Everyone's a little bit confused because they expected Goku and Vegeta to go back with Beerus. While everyone's a little bit confused, Goku points out that Yamcha is actually the closest one to Goku and Vegeta's level, and because Yamcha is very close to their level, if they also train with Yamcha, they might get better results than training with Beerus or Whis, at least in this stage of their development. Truthfully, Whis and Beerus are just too strong for them to fully get anything out of it, and Goku felt very close to mastering Ultra Instinct when he was fighting Moro. He figures that training with Yamcha would be very good for them, but he also wants to go last so that way Yamcha can be at his very best. Vegeta, being prideful, just exclaims that he's just here to make sure that Yamcha doesn't have any big ideas, thinking that he's surpassed him, and he's willing to prove it when he goes last. So with that, they all go to Kami's lookout, and they all specify that they want to spend just a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. That's all they really need, and they're going to go in groups. The first group to go is Piccolo, Gohan, and obviously Yamcha. These three can go at the same time because, well, Piccolo doesn't even need to eat, so food's not a problem. It thus begins the training with Gohan, Piccolo, and Yamcha. During their year in the hyperbolic time chamber, a lot of things happen. First off, Yamcha is training himself with Kaioken even more by trying to have Kaioken times 3 active at all times for the entire year. Even though this causes a little strain on his body, it's truthfully not that bad. And this also helps him try to maintain concentration while he's also teaching Gohan and Piccolo about spirit control. Now, when it comes to spirit control, Piccolo actually excels at this far more than Gohan does. Piccolo's pretty much a natural. He does a lot of mental training and key training all the time, so he picks up on the basics quite fast. But Gohan's no slouch either because Gohan is just very smart. Even though he's not as good as Piccolo or as talented as Piccolo when it comes to this particular training, he's not too far behind. Piccolo does get to the point where he can actually learn how to heal his own body with spirit control, and this also boosts his own natural regeneration ability to an even higher level. With this now learned less than 6 months in, Piccolo spends the rest of the time trying to hone Kaioken, seeing how he not only naturally can regenerate, but now with the power of healing, Piccolo realizes early on that he's actually the best person for Kaioken, so he starts training in that excessively more, growing in Kaioken and upping his limiters by leaps and bounds. By the time the training is over, Piccolo will be able to use Kaioken times 50 with little to no problem. Any higher than that, however, it becomes a real struggle. Again, he's able to do this mostly because of his natural healing abilities. Kaioken is very much easier for him to do than it is for anyone else. It just causes a lot more energy because he now has to actively regenerate and utilize the healing technique. Gohan is kind of split half and half. He equally learns Kaioken and spirit control at a very decent rate. However, Gohan's spirit control is nowhere near as good as Piccolo's, which in turn makes it so that way Gohan can get Kaioken to that very high level. So we'll say by the end of the year, Gohan can do Kaioken times 20. However, thanks to all this training that he's had with Yamcha and Piccolo, his training has truly skyrocketed his natural power. So even though Gohan can't get to Kaioken times 50, Gohan in Kaioken times 20 is still far more stronger than Piccolo at Kaioken times 50, just because Gohan's base is just that much higher. Also, Gohan has actually fully mastered instant transmission, which he figures that would be a very good move to learn, seeing how his dad uses it all the time. And another move that he picked up was Gigantification. He's thinking of some pretty cool combos that he can use with that. And lastly, of course, Yamcha has obviously grown in both Spirit Control and Kaioken. By teaching how Spirit Control works, Yamcha is able to correct some of the errors that he had during the 10 years that he was mastering Spirit Control. So, thanks to all of this, Yamcha is now even stronger and his ki is even more refined than ever. And as for Kaioken, well, Yamcha has broken the 100 barrier. Now he has moved up to 105. Still not too high, but truthfully, he wasn't trying to get that high in the first place. He was just making sure that he can stay in Kaioken times 3 for extended periods of time. Now, the next group that Yamcha trains is Tien and Chaozu. During this, Yamcha finds out that Tien is actually just a natural when it comes to spirit control. So much so that Tien actually quickly masters the basics in under a month. And not only that, Tien actually gets full mastery in under 4 months. Even Yamcha is surprised by this. He wasn't expecting Tien to be just a natural. He's not really sure what's happening or why Tien just has a very good affinity for spirit control, but it kind of makes sense. When it comes to all the techniques that the Earthlings have learned throughout the years, Tien was the person that was leading the charge. This gives Tien plenty of time to utilize Kaioken, and he does utilize it and get to the point where he can use Kaioken times 25. But once he gets to that point, he decides to refocus back on spirit control. So out of the 12 months that he spends in there, 9 of it is actually practicing spirit control. The other 3 is just upping Kaioken and pushing his limits. It's at some point during the tail end of their 1-year training that Tien actually notices something going on with his eye. Like he can see the energy of Yamcha, even more so than he can sense it. And there's some times where he feels like he can actually move the energy, almost control Yamcha to a sense. And one time he actually did it. While Yamcha was throwing a fist, Tien saw all this energy focused around Yamcha's fist and knew that Yamcha wasn't going to punch him with full strength. And just before Yamcha threw the punch, Tien decided to use all of his energy that he had to focus on Yamcha's fist and try to stop it. And for a brief moment, it does. And then Yamcha tries a little bit harder, pours more energy into his fist, almost using his full power, continues to move and hits Tien. This caused serious damage, and Chaozu's obviously worried, but Tien's actually quickly healed and everything's back to normal. Speaking of Chaozu, Chaozu is pretty decent at spirit control. However, he's not good at Kaioken, like at all. His body truthfully can't handle that amount of strength. And this makes sense because Chaozu really isn't that much of a physical fighter. So while he did very well when it comes to mastering spirit control, nowhere near the level of Piccolo and definitely not near the level of Tien, he fell very far behind when it came to Kaioken, only achieving Kaioken times 5, and even then, that was a lot for him to deal with. And that's how their year ends, with Tien becoming almost as good as Yamcha when it comes to spirit control, Chaozu being decent at it, and Yamcha already jumping another leap in power. And obviously the mystery behind what Tien felt during their last sparring session. Tien definitely is going to ponder this for later. Now, second to last is Krillin, who's going to be training a year with Yamcha. Now, thanks to all of the teaching that Yamcha has done thus far, he's actually gotten so good at teaching that even though Krillin is not the best at spirit control and he's not the best at utilizing Kaioken, Krillin almost gets the biggest benefit here, all because Yamcha knows exactly what he needs to do to make sure that Krillin can excel. Anywhere that Krillin messes up, Yamcha is able to find the problem and quickly finds a solution or an alternative so that way Krillin can continue on with his progress. Nothing crazy or nothing special happens, but by the end of the year, Krillin does grow by leaps and bounds. And because Krillin was the sole focus of being taught, he actually knows almost every spirit technique out there, at least to some degree. And he can also go to Kaioken times 20. Now again, the reason that Krillin can do this is because of Yamcha's better teachings and because Krillin already has parts of his potential unlocked. And that actually marks the end of the year for them. Now, I did say that nothing crazy happened during that year. However, instead of Yamcha being direct teacher, he decided to make a clone of himself teach Krillin, while Yamcha decided to train even more with Kaioken and his own spirit control. He saw this as a way to train both of them at the same time while still being completely and fully efficient. So for Yamcha, by the time this is done, with a whole nother year under his belt, focusing completely on Kaioken this time, with a little bit of spirit control using his spiritual clone as the trainer, Yamcha has now already achieved Kaioken time 120. This is a huge strain for him, but at the same time, he feels like his Kaioken has gotten a lot better. Actually, at some point, Krillin does make a remark that when Yamcha uses the Kaioken at a certain level, his feels a little bit different than when Krillin uses it at the same level. For instance, when Yamcha uses Kaioken times 10 and Krillin does it, their energies feel a lot different. It feels like Yamcha's Kaioken times 10 is more potent than Krillin's Kaioken times 10. Now we move on to the last one. Vegeta and Goku decide to go into the hyperbolic time chamber with Yamcha, and Yamcha has grown exceedingly strong. So much so that Yamcha feels like he can fight both of them at the same time and it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, he'll have to use Kaioken, but it's now a lot easier. And during their training, none of them decide to actually train certain techniques. Vegeta is actually past that. He doesn't want to use techniques anymore. He actually just wants to use full power. And Goku's actually trying to get Ultra Instinct going, but he's not fortunate. He's just having a real good time fighting with Yamcha. And he's having a good time fighting an opponent that's not necessarily going to kill him, but isn't holding their punches either. So it's definitely different than fighting Whis and Beerus. So basically for Vegeta and Goku, this is just an opportunity for them to have some variety when it comes to their sparring. And thanks to this, all three of them rise to new heights. For the entire year is just filled with intense fighting. And because these Saiyans are indeed Saiyans, at some point they do get strong enough to contend with Yamcha. And during the last month, Vegeta decides to say something that changes their entire training dynamic. Vegeta says to come at him with the intent to kill. Goku's only momentarily confused, but after a while he seconds this. He feels like Ultra Instinct has stagnated. He has progressed a lot during this year in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, at some point he just couldn't get any better. That's when he realized that he was missing the danger. That's when he realized that it wasn't a fight to the death. But then he thinks about that a little bit more and realizes that he doesn't really need a fight to the death. He just needs everyone to let loose, to truly give in to the moment. And so all three of them face off against each other. And without holding anything back, Yamcha goes into his newest form of Kaioken. Kaioken times 150. This is pushing Yamcha to the brink. But at the same time, this is what they wanted. And both Goku and Vegeta power up to their maximum and decide to square off. And during this very hectic clash of exchanging blows, fangs, Kamehamehas, Big Bang attacks, are all clashing against each other. At some point, Vegeta gets critically injured. A couple of spirit wolves are attacking Vegeta and he's on the back foot and he can truly sense the danger. And that is exactly what he wanted. He wanted exactly this moment right here where it's nothing but him and his opponent. And that is when it clicks for Vegeta. And in an explosion, all of the spirit wolves that were on him are destroyed and vanish as his hair goes into a nice solid purple, and this weird purple flame-like energy surrounds him. Goku and Yamcha stop for a second to see this, and they're very much surprised. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what this is, but it's definitely a new transformation for Vegeta. Goku can sense it. It's the power. It's a lot stronger than what Vegeta was a moment ago, but Goku can't think of this anymore as Vegeta just appears right in front of Goku and punches him super hard in the gut and sends Goku flying into the infinite abyss of the hyperbolic time chamber. Yamcha's there, just perplexed for a second, but he has no time to contemplate as Vegeta is now on him, fighting at full force, and Yamcha can barely keep up. This is insane. This is a whole nother level of power. He doesn't understand what's going on. While that's going on, Goku slowly makes his way back. He is hurt and blood is trailing behind him, but he can hear the clash and he doesn't want to be out of the game yet. He doesn't want Vegeta and Yamcha to both leave him behind. So Goku makes his way back towards the center of the fight. Yamcha pushing himself even further, going past his limits. His very own flesh is tearing off of his body right now, but he doesn't care at this moment, even though he is healing himself at the same time as his body is being destroyed. But he has no choice but to do this. He's completely on the back foot. He feels like a wolf being pushed to the edge of a cliff. But instead of backing down and submitting, he decides to fight. He decides to survive. As his spirit soars and he lets out a loud howl that reverberates against the entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber. And just as Vegeta and Yamcha are about to clash, purple versus this red and yellowish energy now are about to meet in the middle, Goku uses instant transmission to get right in front of the clash, right in front of the altercation. You look at both of them and they can't stop. They won't stop. They don't even see him. Not even recognize there's an obstacle in their way. And Goku doesn't care about this either, as he calms down and he looks at them with a smile. Then, right before he's about to get struck by two opposing forces out of nowhere, giant astral-like arms comes out of the ground and grabs both Vegeta and Yamcha, stopping them mid-attack and holding them there. As Goku has both his arms held out and his eyes are still closed, he raises them up and he slowly rises up along with them. And slowly, as they're coming back to their senses, they look over at Goku and they see an astral projection of himself towering over both of them. They don't know what this is. They don't know what's going on. But then it disappears and they all fall down to the ground, horribly injured, tired, drained. And Goku looks at them just like, well, that was fun. And that's how Goku, Vegeta, and Yamcha's time in the hyperbolic time chamber ended. All of them getting to new heights and new strength. But that's not where we're ending it for today. For while this group is leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, the rest of the Z-Warriors is waiting outside. And once the Z-Warriors see the trio leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, still injured but patched up decently well, all of them can recognize, just with a glance, that those three have broken new barriers. Piccolo tells the trio that they have all made decisions to either leave or train in different ways. Yamcha wonders what they're talking about. Piccolo being the first to explain that he plans on going to planet Namek. He hasn't been there in a while and he knows they're alive, and now thanks to instant transmission, he can actually sense their signatures and get to them. Piccolo wants to go there to train some of the warriors there, so that way incident like Moro never happens again, especially if Piccolo can't get there fast enough for whatever reason. So he wants to teach them about Kaioken and some spirit control, but mainly Kaioken. This is Piccolo's way of finally doing something right for his own race. Gohan comes up and tells Goku and Vegeta that he actually plans on training Goten and Trunks. He won't be teaching them Kaioken because he feels like they're a little too reckless for that, but does want to see what they can do with spirit control. Gohan has a couple of reasons for doing this, but one of them is just to have them do something while being watched. He knows that they have a hero complex, so he figures he'll might as well exploit that and get them trained up. So also keep him in shape and also refine his skill. Tien's next to go with saying that he's actually going to leave Earth altogether. Tien says that during his time with Yamcha, he felt like he was very close to understanding something. At the same time, he was even more confused than he's ever been. Truthfully, doesn't understand what happened, but after some thought, he realized that it's time to actually understand everything about himself. Now, with Piccolo leaving, Yamcha even leaving, I think it's about time for him to leave too. Find out more about his own origin. This actually comes as a surprise to everyone because Tien actually didn't express this, and Chaozu wonders, okay, when we're going, with Tien replying, well, sorry little buddy, it's actually just going to be me. I figured I should do this by myself. Chaozu's obviously upset by this, but he respects Tien's decision and just wish for the best. Krillin goes last and tells everybody he's going to be staying on Earth, but he's definitely going to continue training, but he's going to be doing it with Master Roshi. He goes on to explain that Master Roshi apparently knows a technique that's very similar to Ultra Instinct. At least that's what Beerus and we said during the Tournament of Power. And he figures that if Master Roshi knows a technique that is similar to Ultra Instinct and Goku actually knows Ultra Instinct, then Krillin, as another student of the Turtle School, will also be able to figure out something in between, or at least perfect what Master Roshi knows. For Krillin, this only makes sense that the two students of Master Roshi both have something very similar in common to use as a trump card. And now, with all of that established, they decide to go out to eat, have a party, before they all go their separate ways and following their own journey to bettering themselves. Let's look at it from the perspective of Tien Shinhan as he walks down the road that his questions might lead him. We'll start 2 days before the Z-Warriors all split up and go their separate ways. The day that Tien got out of the hyperbolic time chamber and Krillin got in. During this day, Tien reflects on everything that he has learned during his year in the hyperbolic time chamber. And he thinks back to the last moment where he displayed an unknown skill that has never been done before. A skill that is utilized to control the key in his opponent's body. So much so that he can make the opponent just stop or freeze at Tien's own whims. Tien has never done this before. In fact, he has never seen anyone else control ki to this degree. This also leads Tien to ponder on how he's able to actively see the ki in someone else's body, which is also something new for him and unheard of. During this whole day, Tien tries to replicate these effects with Chaozu, Gohan, and Piccolo, but with very little success. Sometimes he's able to see the ki of his opponents, Piccolo or Gohan, when they put him in a very tough spot, and he focuses very hard with his third eye. However, he has not been able to replicate controlling the ki in their bodies, or stopping them from utilizing their ki. This leaves Tien a little confused on what to do, and he even asks if any of them knows how to replicate what he's already felt, with Gohan and Piccolo both responding in their own ways that they really never heard of a technique like this, and they won't even know how to begin with a technique like this. It seems to be unique only to Tien. On the second day, once Krillin has gotten out and Goku and Vegeta both go into the hyperbolic time chamber, Tien questions Krillin if Krillin can do certain moves that he can't do before, like control someone else's ki. Krillin responds that that's impossible for him, but he does remark that the only surprising thing is that Yamcha's Kaioken seems to be, at this point, different from theirs. So Yamcha seems to have something special going on with him also. Tien is getting a little desperate and he wants to use the Dragon Balls to try to get some answers. However, the time limit for the Dragon Balls isn't yet up, since Yamcha used them for his own wishes earlier that year. And Tien doesn't want to wait around a couple of months because he's just now started his training again, and he doesn't want to all of a sudden halt it just for some questions. So his next plan is to go to planet Namek to get answers there, and he decides to wait for Goku and Vegeta to come on out. Once Tien resolves to do this, he decides to relax with the rest of the gang, taking his mind off of his current predicament for the moment. The next day happens, and everyone talks about their respective plans and decide to go their own separate ways in order to achieve their own goals. This leaves Tien saying goodbye to Chaozu as he goes over to Capsule Corp to get the Dragon Radar so he can go to planet Namek and locate the Dragon Balls relatively easy. When he gets there, Tien explains to Bulma the reasons he needs this Dragon Radar so he can understand himself a little bit better. He explains to her that he figures that the dragon will be able to tell him something about himself that he didn't already know. And how the only other thing that he can think of that makes him different is him having 3 eyes. He figures that something with his heritage has to be the key in order to unlocking this mysterious power, and hopefully being able to use it consistently. Bulma tells him there's a better way to get answers. She then goes on to explain that there's this big-headed man named Zuno who apparently knows everything in the multiverse from the beginning to now, and she explains that Jocko can take him. Tien is actually excited to hear this. Bulma does explain that he's gonna need to bring a cute girl with him in order to get more than one question answered. And before Tien can say anything, Bulma quickly says that she doesn't want to see him again, so he might as well not ask. This leads to Tien trying to figure out who to bring while Bulma gets in contact with Jocko. He thinks for a second he doesn't really know who to bring or who would be right to bring. He knows plenty of girls at his dojo, but he thinks it would be inappropriate to bring them into some type of space adventure on such short notice. For a second he thinks about Launch, but she can get a little volatile at times and randomly. And he doesn't really want to risk that because he wants his questions answered without there being any problems and without being kicked out of Zuno's home. This eventually leaves him with only one choice: Yuren. This seems like the correct choice, because if Tien was going to leave anyway, his plan was to ask her to take over the dojo for him, with Chaozu's help of course, but mostly leave it up to her for all the responsible activities, knowing that Chaozu can be a little easygoing sometimes. So Tien goes over and recruits her to come along to talk to this great Zuno. Jocko finally arrives and they all leave in a timely manner and arrive at Zuno's planet a little while later. Once all 3 of them have an audience, Zuno sees Yuren and decides that he actually likes her quite a bit. So he'll answer 6 questions for this visit. The first question is, what exactly is Tien? He knows that he's different on account of the 3 eyes, but this is the first time that he's actually decided to question his heritage. Zuno answers this by saying that Tien is one of the last descendant of a race known as the Triclops, who were destroyed a long time ago in this universe. Tien absentmindedly says, "So I'm the last," with Zuno responding, "No, there are more descendants in this universe, but the odds that they'll have more knowledge than you is non-existent." Tien asks why. Because all tomes have been erased and all knowledge for mortals have been magically removed. Aside from me, Zuno, of course. He then reminds Tien that has 3 answers, so there's only 3 questions remaining. Tien stops himself from asking anything else until he fully collects his thoughts and is confident in his next question. Tien asks, "So what's the full history behind the Triclops?" Zuno responds with, "They were a race gifted with many abilities. They were also great warriors. They had 4 arms to complete any task given to them, and 3 eyes that improved their vision vastly greater than most mortals. They had power said to rival even the gods, one of which led to their downfall due to the power of true seeing. One of the clan leaders foresaw the clan's demise by an all-powerful force, so they decided to get stronger by any means necessary for survival. And once they reached the pinnacle of their power and decided that it still wasn't good enough, they decided to eliminate other threats that still rivals them or could rival them in the future. One of such beings was the Kais. The Triclops as a whole decided to find and attack the core people. Very similar to Majin Buu, but in this case the Kais were vastly outnumbered. So Lord Beerus stepped in and erased them all, thus ending them as a race. Tien's baffled for a moment after hearing all this, and then says, "There's no true Triclops left that can teach me, huh?" Well, I suppose. And then Zuno stops him and says, "Wrong. I said they don't exist here in Universe 7, but there is a clan that exists peacefully in Universe 6. They do tend to stay by themselves, however, and decide to not interfere in mortal affairs, due to knowing how badly it went for the Triclops in this universe." That's amazing. How can I meet them? And Zuno replies with, "The Namekians are said to be on friendly terms with the Triclops." And with that, Tien dropped Yoren back off at the dojo and decides to go to one other person that can maybe help him with his situation. He doesn't know anyone personally that can travel between universes, but he does know that it has been done before. And being part of the Tournament of Power, he knows that the angels at the least can teleport people between universes, so some type of god should be able to teleport him to a universe. He's just not sure which ones can do it. And so his first stop will be the god of Earth, Dende. See if Dende has any insights on which step he should take next. Upon Tien's arrival at Kami's lookout, or Dende's lookout really, Dende is glad to see Tien but wasn't really expecting him back so soon. They did just finish their training only a few days ago, so he's wondering if anything's wrong. Tien explains the situation and hopes that Dende can help. Popo chimes in and says that he knows a little bit more about the gods than Dende, saying how Popo's been around for a very long time and knows all the official business of the gods. It says that Supreme Kai should be able to take you between planets if you ask him, and if he deigns that you are worthy to be able to go. And with that, Dende tries to get in contact with Supreme Kai. They do manage to get in contact, and they update Supreme Kai on the current situation. Supreme Kai responds that it is a fair question to ask, seeing how it does seem that Tien is one of the last of his kind. He has no problem to try to reunite Tien with the Triclops, as long as he makes a promise to not cause too much trouble in the other universe, like Goku seems to always do. Tien says, "That won't be a problem. But before we go, could I also trouble Elder Kai with unlocking my potential like he did for Yamcha? If Elder Kai doesn't want to, well, I completely understand." Elder Kai joins in on the call and says that he has to get a look at him first to see if it's actually worth his time. If he's anything like Yamcha though, he doesn't see why he wouldn't be able to do it. So Supreme Kai picks up Tien and takes him back to the Kai planet, where Elder Kai starts to perform his magic. And by the end of the ritual, Tien does feel a lot better. But as Tien is checking out his new strength, he does notice that there is something a little bit off. It's like on the tip of his tongue. He's close to understanding something or close to grasping something, but yet it's just without his reach. That's when he looks at Elder Kai and he notices that he can actually sense Elder Kai, at least vaguely, something that he wasn't able to do before the ritual. He's wondering if Elder Kai made him a god or something, seeing how he knows that god keys should be undetectable unless you're part god. And this is where Elder Kai explains to Tien that the ritual was mostly a success. However, he couldn't unlock all of Tien's potential. Some of his potential is locked off, and it might be something that only he can unlock for himself, or maybe with the guidance of the Triclops, maybe they will also help him understand what's going on. And he goes on to explain that Tien being able to sense God Ki, well, the Triclops were a group of people that were very close to the gods. However, not really them. Kind of like Piccolo. How Piccolo can sense God Ki, but he's not truly a god. At least, not anymore. And that's what this ritual did for him. The ritual unlocked part of Tien's inherent power, but not all of it. It's just something that Elder Kai has a sense that he has no right to unlock for himself. So Elder Kai hopes that Tien does find the Triclops and is on good terms with them, that they'll help him out in his last stage. Either way, Elder Kai did what he could, so that's all he can say about it. Upon hearing this, Tien shows his gratitude to Elder Kai for all the things that he's done already and with all the help that he's already given him. Tien says that he's truly thankful and he hopes that he can repay this favor. Elder Kai thinks about that and gets a certain pervy look on his face and says, "Well, if you could..." Supreme Kai stops him there and says, "Elder Kai, we have to go." And before Elder Kai can say anything, Supreme Kai holds on to Tien and says, "Kai Kai," and they are off to Universe 6. Supreme Kai and Tien have Kai to planet Namek in Universe 6. They arrive high in the air, so that way they can get a better look at their surroundings first, and also to not have the Namekians start a panic at their sudden arrival. What Supreme Kai and Tien see are a lot of Namekians going about their day-to-day lives. However, this comes as a surprise to both of them, mainly because back in the Tournament of Power, Tien clearly remembers that Sonel and Panera telling Piccolo and Gohan about how they formed a mass fusion in order to try to win the Tournament of Power. And as far as Tien knows, the fusions for Namekians is a pretty permanent thing. So seeing so many Namekians out and about makes him a little bit confused on what's going on. Eventually, after getting their bearings, the two decide to head down to one of the villages that they can see and talk to some of the Namekians there in order to get an audience with the Grand Elder, because the Grand Elder is most likely to know how to get in contact with the Triclops. And it doesn't take long for them to meet the Grand Elder, due to Supreme Kai being an actual god and the subject being the Triclops, which are sacred friends to the Namekian people. During the conversation with the Grand Elder, Tien discovers a couple of things, one of which is the reason for why there are so many Namekians. The reason being that after the Tournament of Power, the Yardrak that was on Universe 6 let his people know that the Namekians have made a great sacrifice in order to help the universe. With this being known to the Yardrak's people, the Yardrak sent over some of their most skilled users of spirit control in order to perform the spirit fissure. This is a technique basically designed to defuse people. It's pretty much the perfect counter to a fusion. The other thing that Supreme Kai and Tien discovered is that the only way to get to the Triclops planet is by Tien being escorted by the Namekians' most trusted and valued warriors, which just so happens to be Sonel and Panera. After getting confirmation from the Grand Elder, Supreme Kai decides to leave Tien with the Namekians, stating that he'll arrive back within a year to check up on how he's doing. And Tien is fine with this because Tien wants to spend time with the Triclops, but he also doesn't want to stay too long because he does have his own life in Universe 7 that he's not really ready to just give up. So after Supreme Kai leaves, Tien meets up with Sonel and Panera and gets ready for their journey to Zoid, the planet of the Triclops. Before they can leave, a lot of the Dragon Clan of the Namekians have to prepare their ship in order to make sure that it is as safe as possible, so that way it cannot be tracked while they go on this secret journey to planet Zoid. And also, so that way the Dragon Clan can use their mystic art to get in contact with the three-eyed people in order to give them a heads up that Tien is on his way. After all of this is said and done, Tien and the two warrior Namekians get into the heavily enchanted spaceship and finally make their way to planet Zoid. While in transit, they make small talk and spar a little. Tien noticing that even though they are no longer fused as they were during the Tournament of Power, they're still relatively strong, even after Tien has had his potential semi-unlocked. Tien also notices with his keen eye that the two Namekians look a little different. The shading of the green is a lot lighter than what they were during the Tournament of Power. And when Tien brings this up during one of their small talk conversations, the two Namekians kind of brush it off as just an unforeseen side effect of the defusion, and Tien just leaves it at that. The journey is mostly an uneventful one, as it takes a couple of days to go from one planet to another. However, there is one thing to note here that happens while they're traveling, and that is at some point during their travels, Tien sensed a very familiar energy that wasn't from their spaceship, but just somewhere out there near their ship, and it was moving at the same speed as them. However, the energy was only there for a moment. Even though Tien can feel that it was familiar, he can't quite pinpoint it, and the energy disappeared very quickly. Once he brings it up to his escorts, they both say that they didn't sense anything and that the ship didn't detect anything strange either, though they will stay on guard just in case. Around the fourth day, the ship suddenly stops as it says they have reached their destination. However, as Tien takes a look, all he sees is the vast emptiness of space. There is not a planet in sight, and Tien is wondering what is going on. But a moment later, there is a pulse of energy that passes over the entire ship and hitting everyone at once as it passes by. Shortly after that pulse, Tien hears a voice in his head, and looking at the other two's faces, Tien can tell that they can hear it too, as the voice says, "Welcome, honored warriors of Shinran, Panera and Sonel, and welcome, lost warrior, Tien Shinhan. Be at ease, as we will guide your ship to land." Then the voice fades from their mind. Tien is excited for what's to come next, but he is taken back by some of the words that the voice decided to use. Lost warrior seems to be a bit much, but he supposes it's not entirely inaccurate, so it's fair enough. But Tien says aloud, "Warriors of Shinron?" And Solnel looks at Tien and says, "Well, I guess we can't hide it any longer." He goes on to explain that they're not actual warriors of Shinron, but they have been recognized by Shinron for their efforts during the Tournament of Power, and have been blessed by the Great Dragon, which explains their slightly different coloration. And there's a couple of more surprises there, but they won't really get into that yet. As they land and exit the ship, Tien has a chance to take in his surroundings and marvel at the breathtaking sight. A lot of what he sees reminds him of planet Earth. However, everything has a slight mystic look or feel to it. But Tien can't ponder on this for long, because while he was awestruck, 3 people suddenly appear right in front of him. A second later, Tien realizes that what they just used was instant transmission, and all 3 of the strangers in front of him all share the same characteristic, that being having 3 eyes and 4 arms. There are 2 males and 1 female. The 2 males look similar to each other, but not overly so. One is very tall and buff, while the other one is a little on the shorter side, has a more slim physique. Imagine Yama and Spofovich, but without the crazy veins and the evil-like demeanor. And of course, they have the characteristics of the Triclops: 3 eyes and 4 arms. The female looks very imposing, as she is of slimmer build herself and has long blue hair. The female speaks up and says, "We will be the ones to train you and see if you're worthy to meet the leader of our people, Lost Warrior Tien." Over here are the twins. The big brawny one is Rek, and the short one is Tang. Rek would be your first instructor, with Tang being your second, and I, Salandra, being your final instructor, in order to see if you're worthy to actually have an audience with the Trigon Council. Before you can move on to the next instructor, you have to pass a trial over the lessons that instructor taught you. And then Salandra looks past Tien towards the 2 Namekian warriors and says, "You 2 will also begin training while he is here, mostly to pass the time for you all, because you can't leave until Tien is ready to leave, and also to test out Shinron's chosen." And then Salandra looks back towards Tien and says, "I know you must have questions for us, Tien. However, we simply do not care. Right now, you stand as an outsider. Until you prove otherwise, we won't waste our time answering your very simple questions. So, the choice is yours. You can either leave now or partake in the trials and be judged." And Tien says, without any hesitation, that he will gladly accept the trial, and he will meet the Trigon Council, and he will get his answers. For Tien knows that he is worthy. And so begins the undertaking of Tien's trial, as Rek is the first one to escort Tien to the trial grounds. Rek explains a couple of things as they get there. Firstly, that Tien will be training in a form of a hyperbolic time chamber. And the reason that they're going in a time chamber is because the Trigon Council wants Tien to be ready by the end of the week, meaning that they have about 7 days. So, in order to make sure that Tien is ready, they'll be going through the time chamber. The time chamber is set for 1 day out here in the real world equals 1 month in there. So Tien has about 7 months to finish all of the trials. Tien notices that the timeline is a little weird, or it does seem a little fast, either way you look at it. But Rek explains that this is also part of the trials. They'll also be testing to see how natural it is for him to learn the ways of the Triclops. So with all of that explained, they enter the time chamber, and month 1 begins. Rek explains that the first part of the training, for the remainder of the trials and his remaining time on planet Zoid, Tien must always have 4 arms out at all times. Under no circumstances is he ever to put away the extra 2 limbs. Tien abides by this and immediately manifests his other 2 arms. Rek begins by explaining that the first trial is hand-to-hand combat. They'll be testing to see how good Tien is in an actual fight and how well he can actually move. The trial will have a lot of other hitting things, but Tien should be good enough to understand what those are during this part of the trial. And so Rek gets into a fighting position and they begin. For next month, they fight each other and they don't really take any breaks. In fact, it's almost an non-stop fighting session as Tien is getting used to fighting with 4 arms. He hasn't really brought out his second pair of arms in a long time, and he admits that he is quite sluggish when it comes to using them, at least at first. But then later on, Tien does become very adept at using all 4 of his arms. This is due in part to him already being a master of martial arts and having years and years of combat experience under his belt. He's able to quickly utilize every facet of his body to a large degree. He also realizes that this isn't just strictly hand-to-hand combat in the sense that they're only using their arms. No, Rek ends up using every part of his body, utilizing it in every way possible, finding new angles to attack from, forcing Tien to figure out new ways to block or dodge and then counterattack with any part of Tien's body. Tien also realizes that you can use the 4 arms to kind of hide your movement, as it's very hard to keep track of what's going on at all times. At some point, Tien does realize that he has been underutilizing himself. He's never really fought at full potential, for the extra limbs offer not only extra offensive capabilities, but defensive capabilities, allowing him to block from positions that should be unblockable. Also, this is more of a fight of endurance, as it does take some energy for him to maintain having his two arms out, seeing how he's not a naturally full-born Triclops. He only has some Triclops in his DNA, so having four arms out isn't something that Tien can do at no cost at all. So not only does he have to learn how to conserve his energy, but being able to fight at long periods of times, he has to use the most minimum effort possible in order to not overexert himself. The one saving grace is that Tien is actually stronger than Rek during this entire fighting session. However, Rek is a master at hand-to-hand combat. It seems to be his preferred style of fighting and a specialization for him. In the beginning, the strength difference didn't really matter, as Rek was clearly just more skilled. But towards the end, Tien does slowly get to the point where Rek actually is becoming not really that much of a challenge. And Tien has learned almost all of the forms and special ways that Rek used in order to fully utilize his entire body. Towards the end of the first month, Rek stops Tien and says, "Alright, it's time to take the final test to see if you pass my part of the trial." And then Rek goes on to say, "You are not allowed to use the multi-form technique, but you must beat me as I use mine." And then Rek, utilizing the multi-form technique, makes 4 more clones of himself, having Tien to fight 5 Reks at the same time. Fight begins, and it is very hard as all the Reks are equally strong to the original, but Tien is holding on, even though he's mostly on the defensive. And if need be, he can use Kaioken. There was no rule stating that he couldn't. So if the situation calls for it, he'll wait for an opportunity to use Kaioken to get rid of each clone slowly but surely. While Tien is fighting all 5 of them, he always has to keep track of each one of their movements. Each one has 4 arms, and each one is always in a position doing a different thing. And in order to not get beaten, and also to find that opening that he's looking for, he subconsciously starts utilizing his eyes and his ki to make some form of mind's eye over the entire battlefield. He then starts using his third eye to start tracking ki even further, so that way he's never caught off guard and he always knows what's about to happen, and hopefully maybe stun one of the clones. Seeing how they're now separated, they should be easier to manipulate. It is at this point that Tien does notice something that looks quite odd, as Tien notices an extra Rek just barely within sight of his mind's eye as he's fighting the other 5. He notices that this Rek is charging up an attack, and very soon this Rek is coming straight perfectly in Tien's blind spot, aiming to hit him over the head and knocking him out. But right before this happens, Tien uses one of his 4 arms and he catches the punch, while also using Kaioken times 10 to completely halt all the momentum that this Rek has brought. And with that Rek says, "Very good, you have passed the trials. Not only have you utilized your hands and feet, but you have made great use of your eyes. Now you know why the third eye is important. It enhances our ability of perception, making us being able to track things way easier than most other races. With this, I say you pass." And that was the end of the first month. Moving into the second month, Tien is now met with Tang, the smaller twin. Tang says that this trial will be to see how good you are at utilizing your ki, and to see if you can utilize the ki technique that all Triclops know, which is ki materialization. Tien says he's heard of this, but he himself have never really used this technique. Tang explains that it is a form of ki manipulation and allows the user to use their ki to manifest and make an object out of it, depending on what the user deems necessary. For example, and then all of a sudden, Tang's body is surrounded by a glowing light of ki. And once the light dims, Tien sees what seems to be very heavy battle armor made out of ki. Tang is now wrapped in heavy battle armor, so much so that he's actually grown in height, being actually taller than Rek, now engulfed in his armor. And also, in each one of Tang's hands is some form of weapon or shield. In the lower 2 hands, Tang has a tower shield in each, and in the upper 2, there is a mace in his right, and in the upper left, there is some type of arm cannon. Tien is entirely shocked by this transformation. It's almost like Tang became a completely different person, and he can sense with his ki that Tang's ki is ultra refined. There is not a gap in the ki or in Tang's armor. But if Tien has to fight this, he figures that Tang will probably be pretty slow. However, that is actually a wrong assumption, as Tang says, "Well, we will begin." And it immediately appears right in front of Tien. Because of Tien's momentary shock, he's now able to defend himself as an uppercut with the mace hits Tien across the face. And then the two shields ram into Tien's body, pushing Tien pretty far away, with the arm cannon taking aim, charging up, but deciding not to fire. All this happens in quick succession before Tien realizes what happened. And by the time Tien steadies himself and gets back into a fighting position, he notices that he could have already been shot at by that arm cannon while he was flying away. And Tang says, alright, first thing you need to know is, because this is my ki, it doesn't abide by the normal rules of physics. I can move my ki very easily. So to me, it's not heavy at all. I can move just as fast in this armor, if not faster, than I can move out the armor. That is because I'm in constant control of my ki, moving it how I see fit. So if you ever meet another Triclops warrior or anyone else that uses ki materialization, just know that it doesn't have to abide by the normal rules or whatever that ki took the form of. You are the master of your ki does what you will it to do. Now, I'll teach you how to materialize your ki so that way we can actually begin the fighting process. For the next 2 months, Tien spends this time working on ki materialization, shaping his ki into all different forms, whether it be weapons, armor, or heck, even just blocks of rock. He does this until he gets the creation process down pat. Next is the durability process, which is how durable he can make the ki before someone can break it. This is actually a very hard process to get down pat, but after a while he does succeed in that too. Now it comes to the final stage where it's time to see if Tien can pass this trial. As Tang tells Tien that they're going to have one fight, and it's not going to be really about who wins or loses, but how well Tien utilizes his new form abilities, see how much he has actually learned during these past 2 months. So Tien decides to materialize quarterstaff, something that he feels very comfortable using. And also he materialized the clothes that he used to wear during the time he spent teaching at his dojo, making it as durable as possible so that way he has the same properties as Saiyan armor, except on a way higher scale. And then they begin the fight. Tien makes very good use of his quarterstaff. At first, Tang is thinking that Tien is not making full use of it, seeing how, well, he doesn't have to use his full arms the entire time. Thinking that maybe Tien has neglected his previous teachings with Rek, and Tang's about to scold him until Tien's quarterstaff slowly transforms mid-hit into a bow staff. A slight difference, but a difference nonetheless, as Tien goes from a thrusting type of motion into a swinging type of motion and starts swinging the bow staff over and over all around him. And then, even furthermore, mid-sequence, the staff splits into 3 different segments, with chain connecting each segment, so that way it now not only gives Tien a little bit more reach, but it also gives him very much different angles of attack. And then Tien switches it up over and over, playing constant shifting motions and fluidity in his attacks, all ranging so that way his opponent Tang never really knows what Tien is going to do next, or what angle Tien might attack from, as Tien's weapons is ever changing. The fight goes on as Tien's clothes are ripped apart and his body is battered and his quarterstaff is broken, and it seems like Tien is holding 2 broken staffs until they shimmer and he connects them again into a bow staff. Tang looks even worse for wear, as Tang's armor looks very broken and even his shields look cracked and crumbled, and his arm cannon doesn't even look like it's usable. Then Tang's entire equipment shimmers, but instead of reforging itself, it just dissipates. And with that, Tang says, "You have passed my portion of the trial. You may now go to the final part." And all that took 2 months. So Tien thinks nothing of it as he's on to the last trial, knowing that he has 4 months or 4 days in the outside world left to go. And he thinks he's making pretty good timing for whatever this last trial is going to be about. As Cylinder shows up into the time chamber, and she tells him that this is either going to go very fast or this is going to be your longest trial yet. This is all dependent on you, Tien. In order to pass my trials, you have to learn one technique and one technique alone. But you will not be able to learn or utilize this technique if your mind is not in tune with the rest of you. As you know, for Rek, the first trial was all about your body, your physicality. Second trial with Tang was about your spirit, ki control. This trial is going to be about your mind and having it sync up with the rest of you in order to unleash your full potential. We have known since you arrived here that you have not been at your best. There is some doubt clouding you. There is something blocking your abilities. Rek and Tang has told me the attempts that you have made in order to control their ki, which is good that you know that you have this ability, but it's also a clear indicator as any your mind is not in the right place to utilize this ability. I've seen the symptoms many times before to know what is wrong. But again, all I can do is guide you in the direction that you need to be. Fixing it is then up to you. First off, Tien, you need to think back to what changed. You have clear signs that you know how to use some of our techniques when it comes to utilizing your arms, when it comes to utilizing your third eye, and when it comes to utilizing your ki, make hard constructs or the multi-form technique. However, since you arrived here, you have clearly been not practicing any of these forms or techniques, either because you was unable or you was unwilling. You need to look deep within inside yourself, Tien, and you need to understand when you stopped utilizing the gifts of the Triclops and when you started to hinder yourself. Call me when you have your answer, when your mind is clear. And with that, Salandra walks off to the distance, sits down and meditates. Tien sits there and thinks about it, realizing that the last trial is him utilizing his third eye and utilizing the technique to take control of other people's ki. He's been able to sense and see ki for a while now, ever since his training in hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. However, he has not been able to take control of one's ki, not once, since he discovered that he had the ability to do it. Now he's been training here with other Triclops. He's realized how much he has been underutilizing himself, how much he's been neglecting the advantages that he had with his body, how much he hasn't really been using his eyes to his full potential in terms of perception and developing a mind's eye by combining his insane perception with his ki sensing abilities, and how much he has not been utilizing his forearms. But all of these clearly would have been a huge advantage for him in any fight he would have had. Tien starts to think back to when he used his moves often and to when he stopped using it. He remembered he used it in the early days of his martial arts career. He used his abilities quite frequently. His multi-form, his forearms, heck, he remembers using eye beams all those long years ago. But at some point, he stopped using it. At some key point, he no longer depended on those aspects of himself. He starts to wonder what changed and what that point was. This takes some time, as Tien also has to meditate on this. Remember the early days where he trained at the Crane School while utilizing these abilities. He recognizes that he wasn't a great person back then, but he honestly didn't think he was doing anything really wrong. He was just raised and brought up to be like that. Tien was never truly evil at any point, but he was brought up to be an assassin, and he did do some assassin deeds. But at some point, after his encounter with Goku, his life changed. He remembers that after fighting Goku, and after coming to terms with Goku and realizing that he shouldn't be attacking Goku in the way that he was, he realized that after meeting Goku that he changed his ways. It's not like Goku was the problem. Goku just showed him a better path. Still, Tien has no regrets about this. No regrets about meeting Goku and adventuring with Goku and going down the path that Goku was going down. So that part of his mind is crystal clear. But then as Tien meditates even more on this, it's been days, weeks, trying to decipher the key factor, trying to pretty much give himself self-therapy. What truly changed him and why he repressed himself. It's because Tien felt ashamed. It's because after meeting Goku, Tien realized that he was, for the first time in his life, he was in the wrong. And he set out on a journey to change himself and become a better person with Chiaotzu, to get away from the evil that the Crane School instilled in them. And it was at that point that, he didn't forget some of the techniques that the Crane School taught him. He kind of kept some as a punishment to himself. He kind of limited himself as a form of punishment. Not only did he no longer use his natural born abilities, but he also used the life-risking abilities of the Crane School, like the Tri-Beam. The Tri-Beam utilizes your own life force, which is a move that Tien has used against many foes throughout his life ever since meeting Goku. And it was at this moment that Tien might have been just punishing himself for endangering Krillin, who is now one of his best friends, and Goku and Master Roshi's lives, because Tien was misguided and has always stuck with him. Even though years has passed since then, he never forgot this turning point. Ever since he became friends with Goku, Tien has not been himself on purpose. Tien has, at the very least, subconsciously always using the Tri-Beam as a constant reminder of the bad lifestyle that he used to live, but also using it to help those in need, like when he fought against Cell. Even though it was hurting and killing him, he did it for his friends, in order to give them time, in order to help the world, in order to feel justified for his past action. Even dying a couple of times that he has, him dying didn't reset the scale. It didn't make him forget what he did all those years ago. In a way, Tien probably never felt like he needed to be redeemed, felt like he couldn't be redeemed. But now, things are different. Now Tien realizes that he can no longer let this defeat him, that he has to recognize that even though he was in the wrong at one point in time, he hasn't been since then. Tien takes this opportunity to fully immerse himself in meditative state and calm his own heart and center his mind. Tien has to come to terms to what he was and who he will be. And after a while of this, about another month, 2 more, 3 more, and on the last month, Tien opens his eyes. He sees the world in a new light. And he looks towards Salandra as she is already standing up and looking back at him, feeling the change in Tien's ki, feeling the change in his soul. He sees her ki as she is about to charge a beam at him, and he focuses. And before she can release it, he holds it, stopping it from being released even from her hand, bringing a smile to Tien's face and to Solandra's face. And then her third eye flashes, and the control that Tien had over her ki disappears completely, and the ki blast comes straight for him, and he has to block it himself. This is where Solandra says, "And now you are finally ready to learn the Triclops' true ki technique." The Yardras calls their technique spirit control, and we know a lot about it too. This technique, the Yardras does not know. Only the Triclops has the privilege to utilize this technique that I'm about to teach you. And the technique is called spirit domination. So Tien, warrior who was once lost, let the lesson begin. So the last couple of weeks of the last month, Tien trains vigorously in order to get a full handle on spirit domination. And though he doesn't have it to a skill of mastery yet, he can still use it adequately enough. And that's when Solandra comes out of the time chamber with Tien in tow, and they go meet the Trigon Council. An instant transmission later, and they are in a secluded room where Tien immediately feels that he is being watched from 3 different angles. And you can feel the intense pressure of the being's energies that is within this room. 3 separate beings, but at the same time they feel the same, as if they are 3 but also 1. As Tien looks up, and he realizes that these 3 beings are 1 huge, 2 shrouded by darkness that he can't really make out a figure. There is nothing distinguishable about them besides each of them having 3 eyes, indicating that they are still Triclops, just enormous Triclops. You knew that the Triclops people were tall, but these 3 shadowy, obscured Triclops are easily 20 feet tall, sitting down as they look at him, and in unison, they say, "So you have arrived." Before Tien can say anything, the room changes, going from a dark room with a single light source, barely making it so that way the Trigon Council can even be seen. It goes from that to the entire room changing color, more of a purplish type of void, but also the space around him also seems to be cracking all over, kind of like a glass on the verge of shattering. Tien also realizes that he can't move. He can still see, he's still here, but he can't move. And with this sight and hearing still enabled, he notices 2 things. 1, Trigon Council, when they said that, wasn't looking at him, but they're looking behind him. And 2, Tien hears footsteps walking behind him, slowly but confidently, walking into the room that they've just now entered. And the man behind him, with a very similar voice that he's heard before, says, "I finally made it. The name is Hit, and I've come to assassinate you 3. Hit, the legendary assassin, arrived, proclaiming he'll assassinate the council themselves. Tien will not just allow this to happen right before his eyes, especially if the Trigon Council doesn't actually deserve to die, which means that Tien will have no choice but to step in and get in Hit's way. So, without further ado, let's see how this fight will go between the resolve of the assassin and the spirit of the warrior. Tien is still frozen, though he can hear and see. He cannot move. This leads Tien to assume that he's under the effect of time stop, but for some reason, it's not fully affected him. At this moment, Hit walks past Tien, not even sparing him a second glance. And Hit goes on to talk to the Trigon Council. It took a while to get here, but my informant was right. At some point, there will be an opening. Now, if my informant is still correct, I presume that you won't fight back. The Trigon Council responds, "Due to the pact that we have made, you cannot stop what you are doing. It's up to our warriors to protect this place. It seems that you have planned around that, making it so that they won't even know that you're here. Tell us, who is your informant?" And Hit responds with, "Well, my informant did know that you will ask this question, and I'm permitted to tell you just this. Your suspicions are correct. Now die." It is at this moment that Tien has heard enough. He has decided to interfere. Not only does the Trigon Council seemingly can't defend themselves due to some agreement or pact that they've already made, but as far as Tien can tell, especially because he hasn't talked to them yet, he doesn't think they're deserving of their death. So he's going to forcefully break out of the time skip. He knows that this can be done. He has heard about the fights with Goku and seen the fights with Jiren. So Tien decides to power up all the way. And not only that, he decides to go to Kaioken times 20 just for the extra measure to make sure that he can break out. And it is at that moment where, before Hit can go to the first member of the Trigon Council, Tien instant transmissions in front of Hit and stops the incoming blow, surprising Hit and making Hit retreat back a couple of steps and deactivate his time stop altogether. Hit says, "This is a miscalculation on my part. I assumed you would be too weak to break out, considering your performance during the Tournament of Power not too long ago." And Tien responds, "As you can see, I've grown a bit. Now, suppose there's no way to call off the assassination." And Hit tells them there's not. And Tien responds with, well, I can't really allow you to kill the leaders of an entire race of people, my people, especially after they helped me become this strong, and before I talk to the leaders myself. So I guess that only leaves one option, which leads to the Trigon Council saying, it seems that we have a warrior to fight for us. If it is alright with you two, I shall send you to a more appropriate place to have your battle, so you can have all the space that you like. And this is also so that way your fight doesn't endanger our people. Do not be alarmed, assassin Hit. For you have our word that whoever is the victor shall be returned here, and our fate shall then be decided. Hit says, he said that this might happen. Fine then, we shall go to this place, and I'll finish this fight quickly. I do have a schedule to keep. And with that, they get teleported away, and they arrive in a place that Tien is very much familiar with, a room of spirit and time, where the space is infinite, and there is no one else to get in the way. The perfect battleground. Hit then looks at Tien and says, I can tell that you have grown. However, you're not the only one that has gone stronger since then. And I'll make this battle quick. Are you ready? Tien says, I'm always ready. And with that, the fight commences. But nothing happens for the first few moments. They're just staring at each other. Tien with his forearms out and a fighting stance, prepared for whatever's about to happen. And Hit looking calmly at Tien with his hands in his pockets. And stays like that for another moment. And then Hit disappears and reappears right in front of Tien with a punch already launched. However, surprising to Hit, Tien has caught the punch with one of his arms, seemingly knowing where the punch was going to land. Hit, however, doesn't relent. He keeps using his time skip ability to try to catch Tien off guard and hit him in one of the vitals, always disappearing and reappearing in a completely different location and a completely different angle. At this point, they are flying, and every time that Hit uses the time skip ability, Tien seemingly able to block every incoming blow. This exchange keeps happening for a few more moments, and during it, Hit remarks that Tien must have been watching closely of his fights during the Tournament of Power to be able to block this well. Not only that, even though this is the first time fighting, it seems like Tien is blocking better than when Goku first fought Hit. Leaving Hit to have two conclusions, as he says, the way you block reminds me of Son Goku when we first fought, except you seem to be more aware of where the assassin would strike next. This leads me to think that you had practice with this yourself, and you have taught your ways to Son Goku. It's helped him out during our first fight, and if you didn't teach Goku, maybe you tried to assassinate him yourself. He has learned from that experience. And Tien, amongst all the blocking and the relentless assault that Hit is giving Tien, Tien responds evenly that yeah, you're pretty spot on. I did try to assassinate Goku once upon a time, but that was a long time ago. I no longer practice those arts, but it's not that hard to guess where you're going to strike next, like right here. And then Tien, no longer on the defensive, decides to counterattack once Hit misses with another time skip punch. Tien uses both of his arms to grab a hold of Hit's arms, and while utilizing his extra two arms, he decides to go for a combo, and the first two blows land solidly, as it catches Hit off guard a little bit and does decent damage. That's when Hit decides to get serious, as he takes it up another gear, as Hit turns ethereal for the next oncoming blows and faces through Tien. Hit is now using another one of his abilities, a ability that allows him to go into his own little time space but keeps an image of his body still on the outside, though it can't be interacted with. And he, while utilizing this ability, can't interact with others either. Using this moment to break free of Tien's counterattack, Hit then deactivates this ability, allowing him to attack Tien successfully, striking for one of Tien's vitals, aiming for the heart, trying to instant kill Tien right here and now. And the punch does connect. However, thanks to Tien's spirit shroud that he manifested using key materialization, the shroud reduces a lot of the damage, making the punch not lethal. Hit, now noticing this, takes up a stance, proving that he's actually taking this fight seriously. Hit now decides to use key clones, and thanks to the very wide open space that they have, he can make thousands of them, and having each one of them use time skip, so that way it can confuse Tien and Hit can attempt to whittle down Tien's armor. However, Tien is not worried, as he materializes a bow staff in his hands, and he starts swinging it back and forth. And during one of the swings, the bow staff breaks into 3 different segments with chains connecting each segment. Tien continues to swing this defensively all around him, hitting any key clone that comes too close, noticing that some of these hits are phasing through the key clones, making it very much impossible for any of them to connect. As Tien is swinging his 3-segment staff, the length is getting longer and longer with every swing. Tien is extending the chains and also the staff more and more using his advanced key control. However, no matter how much that he extends the range and how fast he is swinging, it seems that Hit's clones are endless, and sometimes it just goes right past the clones. But Tien is not worried about this. In fact, Tien is actually cooking up a plan, and for the plan to go through, he has to take it one step further, as he yells out to the multiple hits, knowing that the real one is amongst them somewhere. He says, "You're not the only one that can make clones." And thus, Tien uses his multi-form ability to make 4 more of himself, making
5 Tiens, and each one is wielding 3 segment staffs. And now they all begin to swing their weapons at this sea of clones. And it's not too long where whirlwind of just energy is almost encompassing the entire field. Now that Tien's field of range has now been increased due to the extra pairs of hands, there is no feasible way for Hit to maneuver himself even with time skill. In between all of the swings and all of the movement, Hit off in the distance, observing all of this, thinks to himself that Tien has to get tired at some point. However, Hit knows that he can't make this a game of attrition. Making all these clones, having them phase in and out of reality, and also time skipping every once in a while to avoid a strike, is also draining on Hit, and clearly Hit is starting to realize that he is at a disadvantage. For he knows next to nothing about this Earthling from Universe 7. He knows for a fact that Tien at least knows a couple of his key moves. So, utilizing the advantage of being a great distance away and being behind complete cover of all these clones, Hit begins to gather energy in his right fist, and then he waits for an opportunity to strike. Once he sees an opening, he punches out, and a wave of energy, nigh invisible, goes through all the clones and through all the swings until it connects with one of the Tiens, bypassing the spirit shroud and going straight through Tien and making that clone disappear. Hit is momentarily disappointed that it was the wrong one, but he's already moved from that position, making it so that way Tien can't track where that trajectory of the punch came from, and Hit begins to do the process all over again. That is, until he sees an uncommon staff descending upon his head. Tien instant transmissions right in front of Hit and whacks him with the staff, and then initiating a combo with his 3 segment staffs and his 4 fists, so that way he can inflict as much damage as possible while Hit is momentarily caught off guard. Hit has no idea what just happened, how Tien even found him in the sea of clones and from so far away. But Hit doesn't know about Tien's abilities, especially the main ability that has been helping him during this entire fight, the ability to see one's ki at a very precise level. During this entire fight, Tien has been using his eyes to be able to tell when Hit is about to activate his time skip ability, similar to when Dispo can hear when Hit is about to activate the time skip ability. Except way better, because not only does this allow him to tell when the ability is about to be activated, it allows Tien to see when Hit comes out of the ability. So this entire fight, Tien's been able to block and dodge, mostly because he always had a way to tell right before he was about to be attacked and from where. The only downside was that he couldn't tell the difference between the key clones and Hit because they all shared the exact same energy signature. However, that was until one of them started gathering energy in their fist. Tien saw that. It was too late to intervene, but for the next attack, he saw as clear as day when Hit time skipped to a different location and started gathering energy again. Back in the present, Tien is excited that his plan worked and is feeling good about himself as he says, "I know a lot about you, but you seem not to know a lot about me. And that might be the reason I'm going to win this fight." Hit looks at Tien for a second, the clones disappearing, and Hit says, "You're right, I know nothing about you. You was insignificant before, so much so that Frost was able to get rid of you in one move. Well then, it seems I have no choice but to improve." As Hit does his time skip again, except it's even faster and shorter, giving Tien less time to react. But with Tien activating Kaioken, he's able to keep up. This exchange goes back and forth for a while, as Hit keeps on improving, shortening his time skips more and more, and Tien keeps on ramping up slowly his Kaioken, being able to keep up, though this is slightly more draining on Tien, seeing how he has to use Kaioken and heal himself at the same time in order to not take more damage than what Hit is taking. Both of them are now constantly connecting blows, damaging each other more and more as the fight goes on. At some point, Tien starts seeing an energy gather around the core of Hit. Seems to be another time-based energy. However, Tien has no idea what this is, and using spirit domination, he tries to take a hold and try to dispel or disperse what's happening in the core, but to no avail. It seems to be too tightly controlled for Tien to be able to do anything about it. Tien doesn't know what this move is, but he has a guess, thinking back to what happened to Jiren in the Tournament of Power. So Tien starts conserving all of his energy, that way he can counterattack whatever Hit's about to do. Tien knowing that they both have a trump card, and Hit surmising that Tien has to have something more, the fight continues to see who's going to be able to unleash their trump card first. Hit has improved a lot during this drawn out battle, but they can feel that the time is near, as Hit's moves hasn't gotten any better in a while, and his time skip hasn't improved much further either. And Tien is sitting at Kaioken times 10, which is boosting all his techniques. They seem to be dead even. And that's when Tien decides to go Kaioken times 11 to tip the scales more in his favor and to try to subtly get more damage in before Hit can do anything. As Tien comes in on attack, moving faster than ever, and that's when Hit decides to activate his trump card, already calculating how fast Tien would be using that exact moment to get in Tien's range and hitting Tien square in the chest, activating Time Prison, trapping Tien essentially in a moment of time where Tien can't move, but Hit can. At least that's what's supposed to happen. As the fist connects and the ability is activated, Tien's third eye flares up with energy as Tien activates his trump card, Spirit Domination, and ramps his Kaioken up to times 15 as Hit's own move backfires, and now Hit is frozen in time, unable to move, as it seems like Tien has complete control over this energy now, and Hit is completely confused. He didn't think this was even remotely possible, and to make the situation even worse, Tien wastes no time as he activates Neo Tri-Beam, and for extra measure does a double Dodon Ray with his other two arms, and sends the energy straight at Hit. Dodon Rays pierces both of his legs, while the Neo Tri-Beam does severe damage to the remainder of Hit's body, blasting Hit away and sending him spiraling into the ground. Hit almost looks unrecognizable as he has two giant holes in his legs and the rest of his body is completely ruined, but he is still breathing. Tien, exhausted, is about to descend down, huffing and puffing, when the backlash of using Kaioken plus Spirit Domination hits him, and his third eye momentarily snaps shut. He feels a wave of pain as he also crashes to the ground, unable to stop himself. Though the wave of pain is excruciating, it's nowhere near as bad as what happened to Hit. So Tien gets up and is about to go over to Hit and see if he can call for the Trigon Council to teleport them away. That's when he realized something. Looking over at Hit, even though his eye has been shut off, he can still kind of see the key in other people's body. However, it's a blur, but in the center of Hit's being is the core of energy that he saw earlier. Tien is a little confused because he figured that that was the trump card that Hit just tried to unleash, but yet it's still there. And in fact, it's pulsating throughout Hit's entire body. More and more wounds on his body is disappearing. Tien can't even believe what he is seeing. This is insane. It doesn't even make sense. He tries to activate his third eye for the last time to get a clear detail of what's happening and maybe halt the process, but yet his eye is not listening to him. Tien is now pointing his fingers at Hit, powering up for a Dodon Ray when the last pulse of energy spreads across his body and Hit disappears, no longer in the same spot that he was at. Tien's looking around frantically, wondering what just happened. Where is he? Did he time skip? What is going on? Tien is now on guard and using the healing technique. He tries to heal up his third eye at least a little bit, so that way he can help him out for whatever's about to happen. And that's when Tien hears a voice on the left. So, force me to use this. Tien goes to look that way, seeing nothing there, immediately knowing that means that Hit is on the right side, tries to block all his vitals. And Tien was correct, Hit is on the right side, as Hit grabs one of the guarding arms, not even going for a vital, pulls one of the right arms out, and with a keyblade, similar to that of a long sharp dagger, slices one of Tien's four arms off. Tien screams in pain, not expecting this maneuver, not expecting any slicing attack at all, as Hit looks at the hand and chucks it away, looks back at Tien and says, I was hoping to use this move against Jiren or Son Goku, seeing how I had to use it against you. You've earned my respect, Tien Shinhan, and for that I will fight you with everything I now have. And I'll also tell you this, that move was designed for Son Goku or Jiren. It is called Time Reset, where I can choose a moment to essentially go back to and start all over again. However, it only affects me. It's essentially back to the place of activation. This essentially allows me to start from zero. There is a downside. All the progress that I've had between the activation and the release is gone, but that is fine. For it looks like I have barely broken a sweat, and you seem to be on your last legs. Well then, I suppose I should finish this now. That way my comrade doesn't slaughter that many Triclops. Tien says, wait a minute, there's someone else here besides you? We now pan over to outside the time chamber on the actual Triclops planet, to planet Zoid, to one of the villages, where once it used to be a peaceful, beautiful place, now seems wrought with destruction, as there are craters everywhere, broken down homes, and bodies on the floor. Only 3 figures are still standing. 2 of them, Namekians, Solnel and Panera, both look extremely wounded, with countless needles sticking out of their bodies and as a bluish purple poison-like substance spreading across both of their bodies. As Solnel says, I can't believe we're actually losing to this guy. And Panera says, only because he fights dirty, but we should have known that from the start. He has no idea what honor is. And the being they're referring to is Frost, except Frost has been through a couple of changes. He now has armor across his body. He's now taller and his aura spreads out far and wide, overshadowing both the auras of the Namekian, as Frost says.
I didn't expect you two to be here, but this is a perfect opportunity to try my new powers and my new form. How does the pain feel? Does it sting?
Things are looking grim for those who are looking to protect the leaders and the civilians of the Triclops people. Can they turn around? Can they find victory in their darkest times? We'll find out in this episode where the Warriors makes their last stand. Solnel and Panera are both extremely injured, and Frost is reigning over them, about to deliver one final move to end them, and going back to attack the rest of the Triclops until Hit has come back. But how did it come to this? How did they end up so injured against only one opponent, even after their training and hardships and their own growths of power? Well, let's rewind just a little bit to see how it all began. Early during the day, Solnel and Panera are at the training ground, just finishing up their last bit of training. This is the 7th day since they've been on the planet. They have not entered any time jumpers, so they have just been training with the Triclops in real time, knowing that they will see whether they will leave the planet or stay on for another year, depending on how well Tien's training has gone. Though Solnel and Panera didn't learn too much during their 7 days of training, they did pick up a move or two, and they have improved overall, even if it was just a little bit. Only so much can be done in only 7 days. The day is peaceful, and they are waiting to see whether or not Tien has passed his trial. But then all of a sudden an explosion happens at a neighboring village next to the training ground. The Namekians, knowing that this is odd, seeing how the Triclops people are usually peaceful and they are masterful enough to keep their powers under wraps, to not cause unnecessary damage to their surroundings, the Namekians go and investigate. When they arrive to the village, they see that houses are burning or just outright destroyed, and some of the Triclops are on the ground, bleeding, obviously signs of fighting and resistance. Looking around, the Namekians immediately spot the culprit, and they are momentarily stunned to see an individual that they actually recognize, wondering how he even arrived on the planet in the first place. Solnel speaks out first. How did someone like you even get here? And the person that they are referring to is none other than Frost in his true form, standing over a Triclops that he's just finished off. Frost looks over back to them and is like, well, I didn't expect to see you all here. Well, this trip has just now become a lot more worthwhile. That Namekian from Universe 7's not here. I could take my anger and revenge out on you. This might be good practice. Fight against his kind. That way there's no surprises when I go over to Universe 7 and crush all of them. Panera looks back out and says, that will not be happening. We're going to take you down. Solnel, you don't mind. I would like the first crack to put him in his place. Solnel agrees and says he's going to try and find some survivors in the meantime. And with that, Solnel leaves. And the fight between Frost and Panera starts as Panera charges forth with his hulking body, planning on just striking down at Frost and ending him in one clean blow. Frost, however, turns out to be even faster than Panera as he evades the blow and counterattacks. This leads Panera to find out that Frost is very strong, maybe even stronger than him, and they continue to fight on for a couple of more minutes, with Panera actually being on the defensive. He tries to get in a shot every once in a while, but truthfully, all he can really do is block. He didn't think that Frost would be this strong, especially with the power boost that Panera has gotten from their own Dragonballs. Thankfully, Solnel, after finding a couple of survivors and telling them to fly away and let them know that this area is clearly dangerous, Solnel comes back and helps out Panera as they are very much now above tag teaming, and he joins the fray, being just as fast as Frost, as Solnel is the faster of the two Namekians. This changes the dynamic a little bit, making the fight even more even, and actually Frost is now becoming on the back foot as the teamwork with their perfect synergy puts the Namekians on a whole nother level. This is when Frost activates his 100% form as he fights back and punching away Solnel with a mean uppercut, sending him away and then going straight for Panera. Because in this form, Frost is a little slower, gaining more power and durability than anything else. Panera is able to catch the incoming punch, and then Panera opens his mouth to unleash a charged up ki blast at point blank, damaging Frost quite a bit. However, Frost doesn't shy away. Frost puts a hand on Panera's chest and unleashes his own devastating blast, punching a hole straight through Panera's chest. Panera staggers a little bit before Frost can finish him off. Solnel, with one elongated arm, wraps it around Frost and yanks him back. Frost flies towards Solnel now and goes with the momentum and tries to charge and slam into Solnel. However, Solnel pulls with his other arm, has a ki blade already charged up to his maximum, planning on impaling Frost as he gets closer. Frost, seeing this at the last second, shrinks down to his regular size, lowering his mass so that way he can narrowly avoid being impaled while still being grappled by Solnel. Now Solnel still grazes Frost, leaving a severe wound, but not enough to be lethal. This angering Frost as this is not going as great as he initially planned, as he grabs on to Solnel's arm that is wrapped around him and then starts rapidly punching Solnel, not letting him get away. Solnel is looking very damaged and hurt. That is until Panera shows back up, looking very much drained, but his chest is seemingly healed and regenerated, and he helps out Solnel. Solnel and Panera are coming up with more tag team ways to beat Frost as they currently are, while Frost is looking at them with nothing but hate in his eyes, mad that he can't beat him by himself, and also mad that his tactic of dividing them up isn't really working out. See how they get back together faster than he can dispatch one. Frost yells out, "I am tired of this. This ends now," as he starts to power up. Solnel and Panera, knowing what happens in the Tournament of Power and has seen one of Frost's race looks like when they power up even further than this form, and 100% thinks that Frost is about to go into his golden transformation. However, as Frost powers up, he doesn't change in color, but he's definitely a lot different. He is armored up and he's radiating immense power. Two Namekians, not wanting to waste any time, charges at Frost to continue their amazing teamwork that was actually working a little bit before. However, as Solnel comes in with a Keyblade, descends it upon Frost's body, Keyblade actually stops and breaks against Frost's armor, causing no damage against Frost, as Frost is just standing there, enjoying the fact that they seemingly can't do anything to him. Both pause, noticing that their attacks have done nothing so far, and tries to disengage. However, Frost is not having this, as Frost blitz right in front of Solnel and punches him a couple of times, while also injecting Solnel with various degrees of poison needles. Panera, seeing this, tries to intervene, but it all happened way too fast, and by the time he reaches Frost, Solnel's already been launched away with numerous needles in his body. And Panera is also attacked in the same manner. Sees both of the Namekians on the ground, close to each other, riddled with poison needles, barely able to move, let alone stand up. Solnel and Panera are cursing their bad luck, insidious poison rampaging their body, while Frost is taking amusement in their suffering, asking them,
"How does it feel? Does it sting?"
That is when Solnel and Panera look at each other. They both just nod their head at each other, knowing that the time is now to unleash their true power. As energy radiates from their bodies, they are both able to slowly rise up and stand up, as Frost takes a step back, feeling the overwhelming energy coming from both of them.
"What is this?"
As they get stronger, they start to be rejuvenated, almost completely healed, and their vitality shoots up to a whole nother level, as the poison that's coursing through their veins is no longer seemingly taking any effect, as they fully stand up, looking not hurt at all. Not only that, the coloration of their skin goes from a darker shade of green to a kind of dark shade of orange. They don't even look like the standard Namekians anymore, as they're not even the same colors as Namekians from any universe. It seems that these Namekians had a transformation of their own. That Solnel says, "Well, you didn't want to have to do this. Leave us no choice. We're ending you here and now, Frost." Fight begins anew, with both parties now transformed to their final forms. Frost realized even with his improved strength, he's only as strong as one of them. And that wouldn't be a problem, as he will probably make up for it by having some type of underhand tactic, another cheat that he has up the sleeve. But it doesn't matter because there's two of them, covering for each other's weaknesses. They're even showing signs of some of the training that they went through, as Solnel has the multiform ability, making 3 more of himself to gang upon Frost, while Panera is erecting walls at very convenient times to stop Frost's paths of retreat, making it so that way he can't back up without being interrupted and being relentless attacked from multiple different directions from now 4 Solnels. And they don't take mercy upon Frost either, as 2 of the cones of Solnel holds down Frost, while Panera charges up a fully charged mouth cannon and unleashes it in one final all-consuming power upon the 3 of them, 2 Solnel clones and Frost, and erase those 3 entities from existence. Solnel and Panera both look around, making sure Frost is truly defeated, sensing for his energy anywhere it could be. And after a couple of minutes of finding nothing, decide to take it easy, take a deep breath, and power down, go back into their regular form, and take a nice breather. Still wondering to themselves, how did Frost get here? Back over to the time chamber, where Tien and Hit are fighting all over again. Hit seemingly renewed and back to 100%. No longer in his improved states though, as that has also been reset. But this fight is nonetheless extremely hard for Tien, as he is already on his last legs. He's already pushed his body to his limits, and he's running low on energy. And to make it even worse, his third eye is kind of hazy. He's not able to use the advantage of being able to see key in the trajectory of where he's going to time skip anymore, because it's no longer as reliable. So even though Hit is no longer improving, his time skip ability is just as effective, if not more effective now than it was at the beginning of their fight. However, to circumvent this just a little bit, Tien has deployed Kaioken times 20, so that way the time skip is now negligible in the grand scheme of things. Yes, this is more taxing on his body, but it's the only thing that he can think of in order to keep the advantage that he had going for him. Now he is slowly pushing Hit back with Kaioken times 20, but he knows that he has to end the fight sooner rather than later. Otherwise, Hit will improve again and quickly catch back up. Hit is not making this any easier, as he is deploying key clones and deploying punches from multiple different angles. Couple that with the fact that Hit is now using a very unorthodox style of fighting, making Tien having to adapt to this new style of fighting and not being able to read his movements as clearly as he did before. before. Time is only going on, and Tien is getting weaker and weaker. As he was not able to use his healing ability to fully heal one of his forearms, it's still cut off. He healed it enough so that way he doesn't bleed out and cause more damage. But the rest of his energy is really used to keeping his body from being torn apart from the extreme stress that Kaioken times 20 is giving himself. Eventually, the fight goes on, hit multiple ways of avoiding damage, stopping time, time skipping, and phasing in and out of reality. All of these ways are really stalling until he can improve himself even more, to the point where Tien will either have to go even further and beyond in Kaioken, or just outright lose. Both opponents aren't holding anything back. All cards are on the table. Hit improves more and more. Tien is getting more and more in the back foot. He is straining more. His energy reserves are decreasing at a rapid pace. And he's not sure how long he can keep this up. But even with all of that, a smile never leaves Tien's face. In fact, the more dire the situation gets, the more Tien is enjoying himself. Even Hit is seeing this, and he's wondering, has the Earthling lost his mind? Clearly, if this keeps up, Tien will lose. If not from Hit's own power, then from Tien's own exhaustion. However, Tien's not seeing that in the same way. In fact, Tien's thinking to himself, this is the first fight in a very, very long time where he's actually been able to compete. Not only that, been able to improve himself, strive himself to his utmost limit. In every other iteration, for years before this point, he has been up against opponents that was either completely above his level, not even allowing him to get to this point of exhaustion, just defeating him outright, or he wasn't even able to fight them at all, as they will often or not either instant kill him, or Goku and Vegeta will jump in and struggle and fight against the foe themselves. This fight right here, this is his first real fight in years. He missed the warrior spirit. He missed the intense fight. This is what he's been training for. And up until this moment, he hasn't really felt this alive. Sure, he has gotten back into the game thanks to Yamcha's great display of power, showing that it was still possible. There's still doubt in the back of his mind that he actually wouldn't be able to amount to much, that maybe Yamcha is the only one that can get to Goku and Vegeta's level. This fight right here, Hit himself, the person that gave Goku a hard time, the person that gave Jiren a hard time, Tien is fighting this equal turn. That is only making Tien's spirit rise. He's only making him to go even further beyond his limit. So he goes to Kaioken times 25, then 30, then 40. His body is screaming. He himself is now but a blur of red, as Hit is all but pushed back at this point, barely holding on. Even with his multiple techniques, he can't contend with Kaioken times 40. The difference in strength was too vast, too explosive, and it happened too fast for him to catch up. But Tien knows that now he's at Kaioken times 40. He's not going to be able to last. Once he hit Kaioken times 30, his healing technique has long ago fallen behind the now insane strain that his body is overtaken. In fact, Tien thinks that the only reason his body is still intact because of the training with the Triclops with Wreck. It's the only reason that Tien is still conscious. He knows that he has maybe seconds left. So with that in his mind, he's going for a final attack, the last attack that he has. But at the same time, he's going to make sure Hit doesn't die from this attack. That way Hit can actually answer some questions if Tien lives enough to hear him. So Tien pauses for 1 minute second. Hit looks up at what Tien is doing. Tien putting his hands together to form the tri-beam right at his third eye, and his 2 lower arms form the triangle symbol indicating of a tri-beam. But he releases those arms, pulls them down as energy curves along and follows the movements of his arm, making visible energy line trail down to an angular shape. And this image now represents him forming a giant triangle of energy. The energy is there, almost looking volatile thanks to the Kaioken, but he controls it, stills his mind. Now that the energy here, he lets the Kaioken go from his body. Feels extreme weakness for a second, but he concentrates. All happening in the span of 1 second. Triangle still there in front of him. He puts his hand close to it and pushes out towards the Hit. As Tien screams out, "Spirit Trigon Stream!" And he pushes his hand forward as a stream of unrelenting energy as it flows out and impacts on Hit. Hit is now being engulfed in this stream of red and blue energy as it overlaps over his entire being, attacking not only his body, but also his ki, his spirit. It seems to be stripping all of the energy and wheel away from Hit. Then the second pass, energy is gone. Both warriors are there. 1 small moment more, they both fall. Hit is again almost unrecognizable, except this time he has nothing left. In fact, he has no energy left in him. All his ki seemingly gone, almost unreadable. Tien is on the ground, barely conscious. Tien's energy is also completely spent, but this one is more natural. Tien has a giant smile on his face as he's about to fade to unconsciousness. But before that happens, the entire scene changes around as Tien and Hit both are now back in the Trigon Council room, and energy has been restored back into Tien and enough back into Hit so they can both be awake for what's about to happen. Trigon Council says, "See that you, Tien, should not have won." Hit merely looks up, tired and hurt all over. It's like, "What did you do?" Tien says that he has no idea. Just felt right. Felt something take over. Before he knew it, he acted upon it. He's still confused on what happened. Trigon Council speaks up, says, "You have unknowingly discovered the other secret of our technique. Worry not, assassin. Hit. Your energy might gradually come back before the foreseeable future." Tien speaks up and says, "Well, you're not doing any more assassinations. Consider this punishment. But you need to tell us, how did you know so much? I have a feeling that I'm gonna need to know these things too." It says that he will never give out information unless they expressly say he can. He might as well die here. He will uphold his creed to his very last breath. The Trigon Council says, "We know who sent him. We do. See, Trigon Council of Universe 7 was destroyed a long time ago. We have reason to believe not all of them perished, and that one survived. One that led the Triclops of your universe, Tien, to his downfall. His name is Sin." How's it going, guys? It's Pride here, back with part 7.5 of What If the Earthlings Were Strong. In the last episode, we had just finished Tien's side of the story, at least for now anyway. And I think this is the perfect time to go over the Triclops as a whole, seeing how at least in DBZ canon, we really don't have much about the Triclops besides a sentence or two that Akira Toriyama gave us. So this is going over about how I envision the Triclops and where I came from with all my ideas. So without further ado, let's hop right into it. Let's start with the Triclops' history, what their lives were like, what they accomplished, and the mystery behind why were they completely absent in the original series. At least in the original canon, we do know that the Triclops were godlike beings that also possess the power of true seeing. Now, that's not much to go off of, but it does ask a very interesting question. Why is Tien the only Triclops around? And he's not even a full Triclops at that. He is just a descendant of them. So what happened to him? What led to their evident demise to the point where these godlike beings are nowhere to be seen? For me, I envisioned that the Triclops were a warrior race, not unlike the Saiyans, at least the Saiyans of Universe 6, because unlike the Saiyans of Universe 7, where they were more bloodthirsty and just violent and they wanted to fight a lot, the Triclops I envision are more of the peaceful kind. They're warriors that will use their powers for good more often than evil and try to help out the universe as a whole. Their achievements was using their mystical third eye in order to see incoming dangers and help out inhabitants where they needed to be helped. Maybe at one point in time, the Triclops even helped out the Kais with the Majin Buu situation, at least gave them a fair warning of what was to come. So they were an honorable race that liked to help out the universe. If they could, they would. Now, what makes the Triclops very much different from almost any other race in Dragon Ball is the fact that the Triclops were aware of their counterparts in their respective universes. Universe 6 and Universe 7 Triclops both knew of each other, seeing how they were godlike beings and they had the power of true seeing. They also devised a way to be able to communicate with the Triclops in the other universe and even travel to them if need be. The Triclops from each universe knew each other so well that they formed a council. And this is where the pun that Akira Toriyama likes to do, I also decided to do one, comes into play, as they formed a Trigon Council. The word Trigon that I used was one based off the Triclops, also based off of trigonometry. I decided to give them pun based around shapes, seeing how a lot of Tien's moves kind of revolves around triangles and Tien being able to naturally give himself additional arms or separate his body into 4 different beings. What really set it off was the tri-beam, where he makes a triangle shape with his hands, but the beam ends up in a square. That's always been amazing to me. But that is where that comes from. Anyway, Trigon Council consists of 6 Triclops elders that represents the planet of the Triclops that they live on, which coincidentally, both planets in Universe 7 and Universe 6 are both just called Zoid, which comes from trapezoid. On each planet, there are 3 elders. In Universe 7, the 3 elders are Sin, Kos, and Ton. And in Universe 6, the 3 elders are Kosei, Seka, and Kota. Again, all based around puns. The Triclops were a flourishing race. They helped out where they needed to, and they mostly like to use hand-on-hand combat, but they were masters at also manipulating their energy, considering they also had the ability of true sight, so they can greatly see how their energy was formed, and with that ability was able to utilize it far better than people who just felt their energy. So they took energy manipulation to a whole new level. However, their downfall was the powers that only the elders had, and was actually almost a prerequisite to being an elder. Taking their true sight and their true seeing to a whole nother level, they were able to peer into the very future itself. And this led to Universe 7's downfall, as they saw a future where all of Triclops were annihilated. And because of this, the elders reasonably freaked out. They didn't really know what to do. They couldn't really tell who destroyed them. They just knew it was some powerful being. So, with that vision being as vague as it was, Sin, one of the elders of Universe 7, decided to lead his people into eliminating all the other races that could be a possible threat to the Triclops. And that's exactly what they did. They started eliminating one race after another, with Sin claiming it as their only path to survival. Obviously, this didn't sit well with the rest of the Universe 7, and at some point the Kais tried to intervene. However, Sin took this intervention from the gods as them being one step closer to succeeding in their mission, saying that the only race that can dare give the Triclops, a godlike race, any trouble is the actual gods themselves. And so they set out to destroy the core people. Now, for all of you that don't know, the core people are pretty much the race of gods that people like Supreme Kai come from. People like Gawatsu and Zamatsu, they are all core people. A lot of the times they are the ones that are picked to be gods. They're from the world core, and they stay at the world core until they have been picked to have a godly role. And with this information, the Triclops, at least from Universe 7, decides to attack the core people. Now, this is where the problem lies, and how their entire race has been erased, even in the DBZ canon. For attacking the core person is, and potentially the Kais themselves, is also attacking the gods of destruction, because they are linked. Or if you kill the Supreme Kai of that universe, you are also killing the god of destruction of that universe. And so this leads to Lord Beerus himself putting an end to the Triclops once they start to actually attack the core people. And that's how the downfall of the Triclops happened. Now, onto the Triclops power. The Triclops powers are, as I said, definitely revolves around key manipulation to a very high standard. I decided to use this, one, because Tien always seemed like he was very masterful when it came to ki, able to develop multiple techniques and seeing techniques on the fly and mastering them and being able to mimic them effortlessly, even though he only seen it once. So I took that, combined with their lore being able to have true seeing and godlike powers, and say that they're pretty much just masters at controlling their ki, just like the Yaldrats, except slightly different. You see, the Yaldrats have spirit control. What makes the Triclops different is that they have spirit control, but they also have ki materialization. This is something that gods usually use, or people like Gas from Dragon Ball Super. Ki materialization is when you use your ki to form actual solid objects, or even create objects out of nothing. Which is why the Triclops people really didn't rely on carrying weapons around, because they can just make whatever weapon that they need. Which is why they very much specialize in hand-to-hand combat, because one, they have more arms than everybody else, 4 arms, permanently, unlike what Tien can make, where he has to manifest his extra 2 arms. The Triclops automatically have that because they're the original race. And with ki materialization, they can also conjure weapons on the fly, make armor for themselves, or anything that they can put their mind to, like even use their ki to enhance themselves even further than what most people can naturally do, truly making them top tier warriors in any field. Now, ki materialization is a power that's actually used quite a bit. You see it when the Kais use it, you see it when Gas use it, and even Vegeta and a couple other people during the Tournament of Power were able to use ki materialization in order to form weapons on the fly. But the Triclops also had another ability, which is something that only really they can use. Just like how the Yardraks have a mirage of abilities thanks to their spirit control, the Triclops have an ability thanks to their true seeing called spirit domination, where if they focus hard enough and if they activate their third eye, they can take a hold of someone else's ki and basically dominate it. And depending on the ki control of the person that is being dominated, it can have various effects, such as just only slowing them down or just throwing off their aim, or completely shutting down any ki based attack or techniques that that opponent has. So it's a very useful skill, but a very hard one to master. And if you have done evil and unjust things, then you can't use this ability, which makes sense why Tien can't use it. And I have that stipulation in there because Tien has lost his mystical Triclops abilities once he started doing assassination work in Dragon Ball. He was able to unlock his third eye, but he also lost the amazing benefits of it because he was tainted by evil. And the last ability the Triclops have is future vision, or clairvoyance, being able to see into the future to a certain and limiting degree. Now, this power can come in various types of forms, being able to see into the future a couple of seconds, useful during combat, or being able to see into the far future and having a very vague vision. Again, this ability is very limiting, and not every Triclops can use this ability. In fact, most of them can't. Truthfully, only the elders were able to use this ability once a year. That's how very few times they can use this very powerful ability. So yeah, that's pretty much it for all the Triclops history, lore, and their power. I decided to give them a little extra flavors so that way Tien can have at least some way of catching up to Goku, Vegeta, and now Yamcha. Now, as a thank you for making it this far, here's a bit of a preview for what is expected from Tien down the road. As Tien sits there on planet Zoid, the Trigon Council looks down at him and explains to Tien the history with Sin and how he led Universe 7 to destruction, but how Sin apparently was also the only Triclop who has escaped the wrath of Lord Beerus. Seemingly has come back from his hiding in order to enact his revenge, not only against the gods, but against the Triclops that Sin believes betrayed him, the Triclops of Universe 6. Tien hears all this and wonders, well, what are we supposed to do about this? We can't just let him roam free, causing this much destruction. If I wasn't here, then the council will probably be no more. Hit would have assassinated you all. That's when one of the elders says, exactly, which is why it was very fortunate to have arrived when you did. But we also knew Sin has used an ability of Future See. He has taken his true sight to a level where none should, as his evil heart grew. He has sent Hit here to attack us. But the thing is, when multiple people are using this ability, future can become very vague and uncertainties can arrive. We knew that you would be here. Sin knew that you would be here. We knew that Hit would arrive. And Sin knew this too. But what he couldn't plan for is how strong you would be in order to defeat Hit. So let's say this, and we let you know as a warning that even if you could see the future, everything is not set in stone. So you're saying that we can still defeat him? Yes, we are saying that it is possible. However, we'll need a warrior to fight for us. As laws dictates, we can no longer interfere. And Sin, as far as we can tell, is going to move on to attack the god. However, you do not have our pack of non-interference. You are able to move freely and act freely. And we hope that you will use your powers for good and stop Sin. I can agree to that, especially if he's causing trouble in Universe 7. I can definitely help out. I have some friends that will help me out too. Good. Now, your training begin anew. For not only have you mastered spirit domination, but seeing the fight with you and Hit, we have discerned you have the ability, ever so slightly, to see to the future. So, we must teach you how to hone this ability against it. Last time we left off with Tien Shinhan winning his fight against Hit the Assassin. This resulted in not only Tien saving the Triclops of Universe 6, but also Tien gaining a couple of new abilities. Now Tien has finally ascended to great heights in strength and also gained a lot of versatility. However, his training does not end here, as he has found out that there is more enemies that is lying wait for him and also his friends back in Universe 7. So he will continue on training and hope that those back home will also be ready when the time comes. Speaking of those back home, let's see how they have been since Tien has left and how far they have progressed on their paths to becoming strong. At this point in time, it hasn't been long since Krillin has left the hyperbolic time chamber from training with Yamcha. Krillin has been amazed at how much stronger he has gotten, and it has lit a fire in him that he thought has diminished long ago. But with this fire comes questions like, how can he progress from here? Tien has already left, Piccolo has left, and Yamcha seems to have left as well. All three seeking to become stronger in their own way. Right now, the only people left on Earth is Krillin, Gohan, Master Roshi, Chaozu, and Goten and Trunks, if you count them. Pondering on what he should do, he thinks back to the Tournament of Power and how even all the way back then, Master Roshi, even though he wasn't as strong as everybody else, seemed to be able to compete with everybody skill-wise and have some form of Ultra Instinct. With this in mind, Krillin thinks to himself that if Goku can achieve Ultra Instinct and Master Roshi has some variant of it, then why would Krillin, also a student of the Turtle School, not be able to tap into this power himself and find his own way forward with it? Even though he might not be as good as Goku, maybe he can be as good as Master Roshi and actually surpass him. So with this in mind, Krillin seeks out Master Roshi. Krillin lands on Master Roshi's island and asks Master Roshi to teach him again, to help refine his skills. And obviously, Master Roshi has more to teach, as Master Roshi has continued to grow over the past years, unbeknownst to everybody. Master Roshi agrees with Krillin's request and actually hopes that Krillin can surpass even him in these endeavors. As he says, "Now Krillin, it is always important to try to strive for greatness. I expect no less from one of my students. I'm glad you have gotten back into the fighting spirit, and you are wise enough to know that you're never too old to learn something new. Now, with that in mind, I shall tell you what you are lacking, for you have already achieved the first step of this so-called Ultra Instinct, as they say. You are already innately in tune with your own self, reaching a point of Zen. But however, knowing yourself is only a part of what is needed. You must also have clarity. And thus, Master Roshi begins to train Krillin on what he means by clarity, as they spend the next few months training with each other and setting a baseline for what Krillin is truly lacking. During this time, Krillin realizes that even though Krillin is stronger than Master Roshi in every way, Master Roshi always seems to have the upper hand, at least for the majority of the fight. Now, in a lot of the cases when they're fighting, Krillin lowers himself to Master Roshi's level, so that way it is nothing but pure skill. And during this, Krillin realizes that he is still severely lacking, as Master Roshi is always seemingly one step ahead. At some point, Krillin does make some headway, as he has gotten a better understanding of Master Roshi's fighting style, true fighting style, and how Master Roshi is countering him, learning more from Master Roshi with every exchange. And that is when Krillin realizes that not only does he have to know himself and truly understand himself, but he also has to understand his opponent in order to combat them effectively. Krillin realizes that a lot of Master Roshi's semi-Ultra Instinct is truly Master Roshi knowing his opponent far better than his opponent knows themselves. In this regard, Krillin actually is reminded of Jiren more so than Goku, as Master Roshi doesn't come into a fight completely unthinking. Sure, he is without doubt, but he also plans on how to win. He also takes advantages of his opponent's weaknesses when the weaknesses are there, and before the weaknesses truly show themselves. Krillin truly understands the meaning behind clarity, as he has to be aware of everything around him while he is fighting. He has to be completely sound of mind while he's in battle, but also focused on his enemy, focused on what's around him, focused on what can make the battle change for the better or for the worse. At the end of the third month, once Krillin has seemingly become equal with Master Roshi during this training period, Master Roshi decides to have one last spark, but this time under different circumstances. This time Master Roshi is going to use everything he has. As Master Roshi says, Krillin, this will be our final fight, and after this you have to progress on your own. I can tell I have taught you everything I can, but the final stages are up to you, for clarity was only your second lesson. Third lesson you have to find by yourself and make it truly your own. Now fight. As the two stand in front of each other, and Krillin powers up just a little bit, becoming a little stronger than Master Roshi's power level, but still not having too much of a disparity. It is at this point that Master Roshi powers up also, and actually unleashes his full power as he gets bigger and his muscles expands as he grows several inches, as Master Roshi is now completely ready. And then they engage each other, and as the fight starts and they cross the distance to get towards each other. Right before the clash, Master Roshi debuffed himself to throw off Krillin's aim, but Krillin expected this. He has trained a lot in the clarity stage, and he anticipated that Master Roshi would do something like this, so he reacted instantly to correct himself. However, Master Roshi was a step even further ahead, as Master Roshi activated, just for a small moment, Kaioken. See, during this time, Krillin wasn't only just training with Master Roshi and only learning from Master Roshi. Krillin was also imparting his knowledge that he gained from the hyperbolic time chamber onto Master Roshi little by little. Even though Master Roshi really didn't want to know everything and wanted to go his own way, he couldn't completely overlook the benefits from spirit control and even Kaioken. As Krillin often tells him, "Come on, old man, you're the one that told me that you're not too old to learn new things. This is just something new. You can't be stubborn about everything." And so, during this final clash, Master Roshi activated Kaioken momentarily that Krillin absolutely was not expecting, thinking that the old man was still too stubborn to use any other techniques than the ones that he taught himself, thus leading Krillin to take a hit full on and almost being knocked out. Once this fight was over, Krillin looks up and says, "Well, I guess I still have a lot more to learn." Master Roshi says, "Indeed you do. You have learned all you can here. In truth, Krillin, you just need a more powerful adversary. You youngsters are leaving me behind. You might want to train with Gohan. I can tell he's doing some impressive training on his own." And Krillin says, "I think I'll do just that. Thank you for everything you have taught me. And I'll be back to show you the results of my training and how far I have come." Thus, Krillin leaves to go train with Gohan. Now, for Gohan's side, during the past 3 months while Krillin was training with Master Roshi, Gohan has also been training. But Gohan has not been training by himself, for he has decided to train Goten and Trunks in order for them to be better for when the day arrives where even Gohan might not be here, and it might just be only up to them. Gohan realized that Goku is not going to always be here, nor Vegeta and nor Yamcha, and he might not always be there either. So he knows that it's very important to train the next generation. So far during the 3 months, Gohan has been training Trunks and Goten. He has taken more of a Piccolo approach while giving them very harsh training methods, but also relaxing a little bit towards the end, letting them know that the training is only so that way when the time is right that they have to be serious. Every time that they goof off during training, Gohan's not afraid to let them have it just a little bit and express the seriousness behind every battle and how you cannot take your opponent lightly. As a result, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan strengths have all surged. All being half Saiyans, their potential for growth is astounding. Gohan has mainly been teaching Goten and Trunks spirit control, as he hasn't really taught them Kaioken, because he doesn't really think that they're mature enough to use it wisely, and he doesn't want to stress their bodies out too much. Truthfully, they're pretty much strong without it, especially with their fusion technique, which is really what he wants the spirit control to be utilized for. Gohan has a very good theory that if they can maximize their ki control, then not only could fusion be their ultimate trump card, it might be able to give them a fusion that has never been seen before, or a fusion that could be even wildly more powerful than it should be. Because Gohan is a very busy man, he has a family, has a job, and he's also training on top of it, he does have to cheat just a little bit. He uses spirit control to make a clone to train Goten and Trunks, which leads to some very interesting development, as Goten and Trunks kind of know how to clone themselves, but really only Goten knows how to do that. But as they're learning, they're actually getting a handle on their fusing persona moves. Needless to say, the training regimen that Gohan has made for Goten and Trunks has paid off immensely. And towards the end of 3 months, Krillin shows up to join in on the training and finds himself a little bit outclassed, but not terribly so, as he's still actually stronger than Trunks and Goten. Skill set completely honed, and his mastery over Kaioken and spirit control, eclipsing Goten and Trunks. He is never too far behind, and actually he spends a lot of his time training with Gohan. After noticing how Gohan keeps a clone around, Krillin has also used the cloning method to help with his police work, as Krillin was before kind of on a vacation to purely focus on his training and his family. But now he can do all three without really losing anything. Telling Gohan, wow, this is a great method. Gohan says, well, yeah, I was always pretty much swamped for work, but after training with Yamcha, it's like the perfect solution. Now I don't have to neglect my own training. I'm pretty sure when we see Dad and Piccolo, they'll be surprised that I haven't actually just stopped training again. And with that, certain events unfold as they should, as Dr. Hedo has been doing some criminal-like activity, and Krillin has been on his case. And eventually, Krillin's clone has apprehended him during the same day as Trunks and Goten's prom. Now, Trunks and Goten still convince Krillin to tag along on the case, but Krillin really only excels because he knows how mature they have gotten and how serious this actually is. So they actually don't play around and apprehend Dr. Hedo without any problems whatsoever. So they are a little bit surprised at how strong he has already made his not really successful invention, but nevertheless, nothing to worry about, as Dr. Hedo still goes to jail. After that, months goes by again, and the training continues for all four of them, with Goten and Trunks successfully being able to enter Super Saiyan 3 while still not fused together. In fact, they tried not to fuse that often, only fusing to see the results of what will happen when they completely master spirit control, and the results are always amazing. But focusing on them, they have reached a level where they should really never have to use fusion dance unless it was a super dire emergency, as Super Saiyan 3 combined with spirit control allows them to stay in Super Saiyan 3 far longer than even Goku can, almost mastering Super Saiyan 3 in their own ways, with Trunks opting to use it to maximize the damage output that Super Saiyan 3 can provide, and Goten trying to optimize the energy consumption. Both of them succeed, and both of them actually exchange tips, so that way Super Saiyan 3 is always still a viable option. However, they decide to stay unique in their own course, so that way they're not always doing the same exact thing. And also so that way when they do fuse, hopefully the fusion can have the best of both worlds, maybe even have a different transformation once they fuse. Now with Gohan and Krillin, they have been fighting each other more and more, and Krillin actually asked Gohan to never hold back, and Even though Krillin loses a lot of the fights, he's actually steadily getting closer and closer thanks to his own version of Ultra Instinct that he is slowly building. He is smashing Gohan blow for blow, avoiding all the series attacks and counterattack when there is truly no way for Gohan to block. And he also go pretty hard on Spirit Control, with Gohan using Spirit Control to instant transmission, back and forth, change his attacks and make himself as unpredictable as he can, and Krillin using Spirit Control to avoid all these attacks by cloning himself in order for his real body to dodge a blow, or by, instead of turning himself into a giant, he does the opposite and he minimizes himself, as he figures that if you can get bigger with Spirit Control, why can't you shrink with Spirit Control? Needless to say, they have done some amazing things with harnessing their powers and also pushing their Kaioken further and further to the limit. Krillin having to rely on Kaioken far more than Gohan, but still not too much, and Gohan usually breaking his Kaioken barriers by having to fight all three of them at the same time, because Gohan is actually just getting a lot stronger at this point. However, their improvements are slowing down bit by bit, as there's only so much that they can actually do while not actually in mortal danger and fighting someone that is vastly different than them and just more powerful than them. One day, Krillin is contemplating what he should do next, as this bottleneck seemed to be affecting him the most, as he can't really advance as fast as the Saiyans. And as he is thinking this while out on patrol, a burst of energy shoots towards him and he has to focus up and instant transmission out of the way in order to not get hit by it. It's a rather large blast, something that would have probably put him out of commission if he didn't react fast enough because his guard was down. But as he is thinking this, the person looks up and says, "Ha ha ha ha, well, villain, you seem to have dodged that one. Seeing how you're the grunt of the villainous order, getting rid of you won't be too hard at all." Krillin's like, "Villain? Wait a minute, grunt?" Krillin is looking at this stranger and is wondering what is going on. He's been attacked out of nowhere and is also being accused of being a villain. But the most offensive thing so far is that he has been deemed to be only a grunt, insinuating that whatever criminal order that this person expects Krillin to be a part of, that he's not even an important part of this criminal order. He's just affiliated with them. And this kind of ticks Krillin off, but he doesn't let it get to him as he focuses up and realizes that there is a true danger here. That blast was pretty powerful. He hasn't really seen anything like it. So he takes a closer look at his opponent and can immediately spot the red ribbon army insignia on Gamma 2's arm, and immediately able to piece all the information that he got from being with the police force. Krillin asks, "So, you're part of the Red Ribbon Army, huh? And I'm going to assume that Dr. Hato made you, seeing how he seems to really like making androids." Gamma 2 is put off by this. He didn't think that anyone could catch on so fast. This does make Gamma 2 become a lot more serious, as he responds with, "How did you even figure that out? That's it. You have to be taken care of. This was supposed to be a test run, but now I can't let you leave. You have too much information." And now Gamma 2 rushes forth and the fight begins. Krillin is defending himself to the best of his abilities. He even has to unleash Kaioken, at least on the first level, as Gamma 2 is actually taking this quite seriously and is not really holding back. Obviously not going all out though, which as the fight progresses causes both the fighters to be a little confused. One, for Krillin is confused on how strong Dr. Hato has made his latest invention, seeing how the last ones that he's fought weren't nearly as strong as this, already giving Krillin a hard time, making Krillin already transition into his second stage, the clarity stage of his new technique. And Gamma's also confused because all the data that reports about how strong Krillin should be is completely wrong. So far, Krillin should have already been dealt with in the first couple of clashes, but they have been going on for a minute now. And even though Gamma 2 is not having too much of a problem, he's still irked that he can't finish the weaker of his opponents off quickly, making him worry a little bit at how strong the actual villains are. As the fight goes on, Krillin is learning more and more about how Gamma 2 fights. And being a master of martial arts, he is leading Gamma 2 on, thus making Gamma 2 fall for simple tricks that most masters wouldn't fall for, like an opening that seems too obvious and yet Gamma 2 still goes for it, which allows Krillin to counterattack and land the first real clean hit of this entire fight, which shocks Gamma 2 even more, with Krillin saying, "I guess you're still new to this. Any real master would have known that was a fake." Gamma 2 responding, "Huh, lesson learned. That won't happen again." As Gamma 2 rushes back at Krillin, and the fight is now going a lot differently as Krillin is realizing that his moves are being read more and more. And even though Krillin is not being pushed back too hard, he does notice that all of his attacks are being nullified as he's making them, even down to his key attacks where he does Kamehamehas and Destructo Disc. Gamma 2 always has a solution for that, either taking out a Kamehameha with his gun or straight up using an energy shield to nullify the destructible disc. Krillin even tries to use the solar flare, but apparently that doesn't work on Gamma 2 either. So he uses technology to shield his eyes. Krillin notices this and goes for his stronger version of solar flare, which should bypass all shielding and affect the ki as well. But that's also not very effective, as Gamma 2 doesn't even use ki to sense people. It's a lot of technology that he has allows him to see regardless. It's almost like Gamma 2 was made purposely to fight the Z Warriors and all of their known battle tactics. Krillin is starting to get pushed more and more, especially in hand-to-hand combat, and he's actually having to use Kaioken ×5 as Gamma 2 has gotten a lot more serious. Krillin is still using his clarity stage, but he's also realizing there is somehow a limit to this, as Gamma 2 has completely downloaded Krillin's fighting style, and with basically having a supercomputer for a brain, is able to map out multiple simulations for how Krillin will respond, and is able to effectively counter Krillin completely. Krillin doesn't know what's going on. It seems like Dr. Hato has made a machine that is able to beat martial arts and experience, though he doesn't know how exactly this was possible. And if Dr. Hato has done this with this machine, how many more does he have? Krillin is now thinking of a different strategy, as if he goes all out and maximizes on his Kaioken, he thinks he has a good chance of winning. But as things stand, even if he does win, it wouldn't really give him more answers, as he has no way to permanently subdue Gamma 2, and Gamma 2 definitely wouldn't give Krillin any information. So Krillin is now trying to hatch up a plan in order to find out more about the whereabouts of Dr. Hato. With this in mind, and the fact that he's being countered quite effectively, he decides to give into it a little bit and is allowing more and more attacks to hit him. Though he is making it look like he is trying his best, he's using his fighting experience to minimize the damage that he has taken, that he's allowing to hit him. Gamma 2, sensing that this fight is about to be over, knocks Krillin away and then unleashes his strongest charge, Gamma Blaster, that he has done so far, turning the blaster into a Gamma Beam as it shoots forth and hits Krillin before he has a chance to properly defend himself. After it hits, a large explosion and smoke gathers around Krillin, making it very hard to see, and Gamma 2 is scanning the entire area until the smoke disperses and he doesn't see anything. And he's thinking, gotta report back on this. That took a lot more than I expected to get rid of just a grunt. It's a good thing Dr. Hato is working on more. We might need it for the big gun. Me and Gamma 1 might not be enough, especially for the Demon King Piccolo. And with that, Gamma 2 flies away back to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. But unbeknownst to Gamma 2, Krillin is flying along, as he has minimized himself using spirit control and instant transmission behind Gamma 2 to get right under Gamma 2's cloak, in a pretty perfect hiding spot that no one will be able to see him in as long as Gamma 2 is wearing his cloak. And Krillin has successfully completed the first step of his plan. He is now going to be able to find out where Dr. Hato is at in their secret lair, and also find out more of what's going to happen, while also using telepathy to let Gohan know just in case Krillin needs backup, with Gohan staying in constant contact with Krillin and looking at Trunks and Goten, telling them that they might have to show off what they have learned so far in their training very soon, which obviously gets the boys hyped. Back to Krillin. Krillin has some free time now, which also gives him a lot to think about. First, he meditates over a solution to someone countering him in his own stage of clarity, and his opponents being better at reading him than he is at them, regardless of their means. As Krillin is meditating on this, he realized that the reason that Gamma 2 was able to counter him so effectively is because he broke down the core of Krillin's fighting style, which is the Turtle School fighting style, meaning that he was able to pick up on all of the techniques and variants of those techniques that Krillin specifically likes to use, and was able to counter Krillin far faster than Krillin can counter his opponent, especially seeing how their opponent completely changed their fighting style to be the polar opposite of Krillin. Even though Gamma 2 was cheating in a way, Krillin knows that when it comes to a fight, the end results doesn't matter, meaning that he should just learn from this experience instead of dwelling on the fact that the Turtle School fighting style is now obsolete. True master of martial arts always finds a way, regardless of what's presented in front of them. So Krillin is thinking back to his lessons that he has learned from Master Roshi, and even his recent fight from Gamma 2. And he's coming to a realization that if one form doesn't work, then he should try another. With all his years of experience, Krillin knows that he has seen so many different fighting styles that are unique to their own and has their own effectiveness. With this in mind, he's able to figure out that the first stage of selflessness and the second stage of clarity, he might be reaching the third stage, which hopefully in his next coming battle with Gamma 2 can put it to practice. And on the rest of the flight, in order to perfect and have stage 3 ready, he is thinking of all the fights that he's ever been in, of all the opponents he has ever faced, of all the allies that he has seen. He is memorizing, and he is ingraining it into himself as he's getting prepared for his second round with Gamma 2, which won't be much longer as they have now arrived at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. And that is where we're going to end it, with Krillin having fought off against Gamma 2 and Krillin learned a very valuable lesson that there is more ways than one to understand and fight your opponent. But there are also, as he has come to realize, more ways than one to trick your opponent and have them unprepared for what you're about to do next. Now at the Red Ribbon Army, Krillin's about to find out exactly what Dr. Hedo and whoever he's aligned with are going to do and are planning against the other Z warriors that are on the planet, and even those that are not on the planet. And Gohan is waiting for the call, having already prepped Goten and Trunks. Both sides don't know exactly who's going to be in this final fight, but both sides do know that time is of the essence, for their respective opponents are stronger than they realize. And this final fight might be the hardest that anyone has ever experienced on Earth. Gamma 2 has finally arrived at the Red Ribbon's Army's headquarters. He is taking his time walking through the base before he meets up and debriefs on his latest mission with his creator and Gamma 1. As Gamma 2 is walking through the base, he is chatting it up with a lot of the officers and soldiers and workers that he walks past, sometimes even referring to them on a first name basis, making jokes and often asking how their lives are going for them so far since the last time he has spoken to them. Unbeknownst to him, Krillin is listening in very intently. He's taking all the information he can about the base while under Gamma 2's cloak. So far, the infiltration mission has been a rousing success. Not only does Krillin know where the Red Ribbon's Army's headquarters are, but he's also getting to know Gamma 2 even better. He's actually come to the conclusion that Gamma 2 is actually not that bad of a guy. In fact, he's pretty great, and it makes Krillin hopeful that Gamma 2's perception on the world in terms of the Red Ribbon Army being the good guys is hopefully not programmed into him, and is maybe just him being misguided. If it was programmed into him, it'd be a lot harder to convince Gamma 2 to see the light, especially if Dr. Hedo doesn't want to reprogram Gamma 2 at all. But Krillin can only hope for the best. Gamma 2 has finally reached the main meeting room where he's going to meet up with Dr. Hedo, and upon entering, Krillin can see that there is another android there, resembling Gamma 2, and he can only assume this is Gamma 1, and immediately Krillin sees the differences between the two, as Gamma 2 is more naive, playful, and even laid back, while Gamma 1 automatically has a demeanor of someone that is taking his job very seriously. Even in the most secure part of the building, he is still on guard. Gamma 1 looks at Gamma 2 and says, "Finally, you have made it. You had us waiting a while." Gamma 2 replies, "Oh, come on, bro. Don't be like that. Look, the important thing is I got the job done. Though I do have to say he was harder to deal with than I expected. Maybe our data is a little off about these guys. If our data is off, then can you even be sure that you defeated him?" "What? Of course I can be. There was nothing left of him by the time I was done. Show me the footage." And then Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 proceeds to watch the fight that Gamma 2 had, and lets Krillin see how Gamma 2 was able to analyze and deconstruct Krillin's own movements and techniques in record time. Dr. Hedo truly went all out when it comes to these creations. Speaking of Dr. Hedo is also there watching, but he's being quiet as someone else is constantly yelling at him, saying how he wasted his time on Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. This person is Magenta. Magenta is going on and on about how Gamma 2 could have lost that fight, and these trash androids can't even really keep up with the grunt. He needs the real project finished today, and is mad at Dr. Hedo for delaying the project in order to make these androids, which Dr. Hedo responds matter of fact like that he is amazing at multitasking, and in fact the project still will be getting worked on right now even if he didn't work on the android. He even goes on to say that it's because of these androids that they know their data is a little off, and he's actually glad that he took more time working on their project. As Krillin is worried and wondering what this project is, Dr. Hedo pulls up a screen showcasing Cell Max in an incubation chamber, seemingly unconscious or asleep, or maybe not even really alive yet. Krillin is horrified to see this, and he wants to blow up the building right now, but he doesn't actually know where this is, as this is only a projection of Cell Max. This isn't actually Cell Max in front of him. Krillin is sensing out with his key to try to find this creature, but sadly, either because it's not alive or is going off the same energy as the androids or protected by the equipment, Krillin can't pinpoint this energy anywhere in the building. It's almost as if Cell Max doesn't exist yet. Dr. Hedo resumes his explanations, telling Magenta that project is nearly complete. The mine was the most important part of this entire project, otherwise you'll just have a mindless monster wreaking havoc on the entire world, and an uncontrollable one at that. But because he took extra care of planning and thought that his data might be wrong in advance, Cell Max actually should be finished by the end of the day. Hearing these words calms down Magenta, as he is weirdly excited for Cell Max to be completed. Krillin has relayed all of this information to Gohan, and even Gohan is worried, is telling the boys to be prepared, the fight might start at any moment. Cell Max cannot be released. Gohan and Krillin are talking amongst themselves to see what their best plan of action is. The best thing they can come up with is to apprehend Dr. Hato and maybe even use him as a hostage in order to get the androids to talk about where Cell Max is at. Back with Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, Gamma 1 has been looking at the screen very intently. Gamma 1 drops his guard a little bit as he is too focused on trying to figure out what is exactly wrong in this video. At that moment, Krillin uses this opportunity of distraction and instant transmission to Dr. Hato, is right behind him, uses one hand to grab onto Dr. Hato and with the other one pulls out a pair of handcuffs as Krillin is about to perform an arrest. However, at that moment, Dr. Hato says, you seem to think that I'm defenseless, as he presses one of his fingers into the center of his palm, activating one of his implanted defense mechanisms, which sends a shock through his entire body, zapping all those who is in contact with him. This doesn't actually hurt Krillin, but it does get him to let go of Dr. Hato in surprise, and Gamma 1 stops what he's doing, sprints, and charges Krillin at full speed, almost surpassing the speed of even instant transmission, giving Krillin almost no time to react as Gamma 1 punches Krillin, sends him flying through the air, pulls out his pistol, and unleashes a barrage of shots at Krillin, destroying the ceiling and sending Krillin out of the building at the same time. Krillin's in the air, thinking to himself that, well, I guess it wasn't that easy. Letting Gohan know they now have to fight their way to get to Cell Max. Gohan raises himself and he tells the boys, Goten and Trunks, to get ready, and he goes over what he wants them to do. Meanwhile, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are charging after Krillin, getting ready to tag team him, as they both come to the conclusion that he needs to be getting rid of immediately, wasting no time at all. Gamma 2 comes in with an uppercut blow. Krillin blocks it, but he still gets sent up into the air by the fact that Gamma 2 is no longer holding back any of his punches whatsoever, and Gamma 1 is descending from the top with an axe kick, trying to cave in Krillin's head. However, Trunks comes in Super Saiyan 2 and intercepts the kick, with Goten teleporting behind Gamma 1, grabbing onto his cloak, and then to further halt the momentum, and once Gamma 1 stops completely, confused by what just happened, Goten wastes no time to swing Gamma 1 around by the cloak and launch him in a far off direction. Trunks looks at Krillin and says, we'll take care of him. You can fight the other guy, with Krillin saying, be careful. And thus the Z Warriors split off, Krillin going against Gamma 2 and Trunks and Goten going against Gamma 1. Gohan is not participating in the battle, as he has a different plan. Gohan's going to try his hand at infiltration and try to disguise himself as a guard in order to search the entire building more effectively to find Cell Max that's hidden away somewhere on this base. With everybody following their own objectives and the fight finally beginning, we will now start with Krillin to see how well he is doing and how far his preparations have come along. Krillin is now face to face with Gamma 2, and Krillin has already entered stage 1 and stage 2 of his technique. Stage 1 being selflessness, where an aura surrounds and suffuses him, calming his body and making sure he can react instantaneously. Stage 2 is clarity, where he is hyper focused on his opponent, where he is looking for any weaknesses and is devoid of all distractions. Krillin beckons for Gamma 2 to start the fight and moves into the Turtle School's fighting stance, with Gamma 2 looking at Krillin like he has gone insane, as he yells, I've already seen through all your moves and tricks. This time, you won't make a fool out of me. And Gamma 2 charges, and he begins fighting Krillin off the bat at full power, which Krillin has to already go to Kaioken times 10 just to handle, and is slowly ramping it up as the fight goes along. As Gamma 2 is engaging in combat with Krillin, Gamma 2 is realizing that Krillin is a little different than he should be usually, as he thought he had Krillin all figured out and was able to deconstruct his fighting style. However, even though this is the Turtle School's fighting style, Krillin is fighting differently than what he did before. In fact, going off of how Krillin is fighting, this data shows that he's fighting more like Goku right now. There is short confusion, but Gamma 2 works through it and quickly deconstructs that fighting style also, and is about to land his first real hit on Krillin. But that is when Krillin changes up yet again, as Krillin changes forms and goes into Yamcha's fighting style, the Wolf Fang Fist. This change actually throws Gamma 2 off so much that he misses his attack, and Krillin is able to unleash his own. Krillin is now at Kaioken times 15, as their fight is getting more and more heated, and Gamma 2 is trying to adjust to everything that Krillin is doing. So far, Krillin's plan is working, as every time that Gamma 2 fights and figures out his fighting style and begins to break through his barriers, Krillin just changes his style completely. He is a master of martial arts, and he has been around so many legendary fights and has seen so many ways of people fighting at their peak performance. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Krillin almost has a library of fighting styles in his head just from experience alone. One of the good things about being a bystander to all these crazy fights. Now that Krillin is defending and fighting equally against an opponent, he is now able to show off all of the things that he has learned throughout the years and to show off his own method of being stronger. This leads to his stage 3 of his technique, which will be called Formless, as he switches from one form to another seamlessly as this fight continues to go on and on. Krillin is sometimes using Yamcha's fighting style, then switching it up to use Goten's fighting style, switching it up to use Vegeta's fighting style. It is a constant switch up of form. Krillin's hyper focus, he's able to see just when the fighting style has become obsolete in a way, and Krillin diverts into another fighting style. Now obviously this can only go on for so long before Krillin runs out of fighting style. It is where Gamma 2 comes back into play and picks it up, where he's finally not getting surprised and has finally gotten all analyzed, and they're fighting more at a standstill now than ever, with Krillin swapping forms and Gamma 2 automatically adjusting to that and using the best method that his supercomputer brain can come up with to combat that fighting style in the most effective way possible. While that is going on, Goten and Trunks are fighting Gamma 1. Gamma 1 is unamused with Goten and Trunks' antics. This actually reminds him a lot of Gamma 2 and is actually making him pretty angry as they're displaying themselves as heroes, almost making fun of what Gamma 2 and Gamma 1 were built for, to be heroes. This is because Goten and Trunks sometimes strike poses before they attack. Right now they are both in Super Saiyan 2 and Gamma 1 doesn't seem too disturbed by this power that they're displaying. Even when it's 2 against 1, he seems to be handling Super Saiyan 2 with relative ease. Eventually with Trunks saying, alright, this is getting us nowhere. Are they going to kick it up or not, Goten? Goten's like, alright, I'll let you go first then. As Goten breaks away and Trunks goes into Super Saiyan 3. Hair turns golden, but then even brighter than that, as Trunks is using his max power form in Super Saiyan 3 as he goes off against Gamma 1. And Gamma 1 is completely thrown off by this attack, as Trunks is leagues stronger than what he was just a moment ago. Gamma 1's records indicate what Super Saiyan 3 is. However, as he's doing the quick calculations in his head, he knows Trunks shouldn't be this powerful. Gamma 1 has to be completely serious here, as he actually can't afford to hold back against Trunks. Their true fight begins, and Trunks is unleashing a barrage of heavy hits, using instant transmission here and there to sneak up on Gamma 1 and going past his guards to unleash devastating blows. However, Gamma 1 is no slouch, as he delivers the pain back blow for blow. And with Gamma 1's supercomputer brain, he quickly understands the way that Trunks fights and is using that to his advantage, making sure that every move that Trunks does can never really work on Gamma 1 again. So really, Gamma 1 only has to survive one hit at a time in order to limit Trunks' arsenal. In the heat of the battle, they clash with Gamma 1 unleashing a Gamma Buster and Trunks releasing a burning attack, and they're both doing this at point blank range. Two balls of energy clash and explode on impact as they are equally matched. Then Gamma 1 and Trunks in opposite directions of each other, but Gamma 1 came out for the better because Gamma 1 anticipated this and was part of his plan, as he already had an energy shield deployed around him to negate all of that damage. Trunks is starting to tire and his power is weakening by the minute, as he's been going full throttle for way too long. With Gamma 1 looking slightly hurt, that is when Goten appears and steps in for Trunks and says, alright, I got this, as Goten goes into Super Saiyan 3 max stamina, as Goten's hair is also golden but very pale and dull, as all the energy is conserved. Still the full power of a regular Super Saiyan 3, but can fight for far longer. Goten begins his fight against Gamma 1. Gamma 1 automatically notices that Trunks is way stronger than Goten. However, this doesn't mean he can go easy. Goten is displaying how he's able to use all the various ways of him using insane amounts of power and a lot of techniques without losing really any energy. He's almost like an android of himself. As Goten is using instant transmission, clones, all of them shooting Kamehamehas, Goten is basically making up the difference of quality with quantity, as it's just an endless barrage and cyclones of energy back and forth, and this is actually almost giving Gamma 1 even more problems than what Trunks did. Back over to Gamma 2 and Krillin's fight. Gamma 2 is slowly pulling ahead in the fight and is forcing Krillin to take more and more hits as it goes on, as Krillin is shifting between forms in order to mitigate all the damage. This is pushing Krillin to the brink, but funnily enough, this is exactly what Krillin needed in order to perfect his technique, as Krillin's focus is completely on how to win this fight and how to best utilize everything that he knows in conjunction with each other. And it really hits his apex when Gamma 2 yells out in frustration, saying, I can't believe I have to really use everything I got. You're supposed to be a grunt. And the battle actually kicks up a whole nother notch, as Krillin's Kaioken times 20 is suddenly not enough, as Gamma 2 decides to dig deeper to focus all of his energy on speed and power, not really giving Krillin the chance to really mount up a proper defense. Krillin's back is against the wall here. He's doing a lot of things at the same time, constantly keeping focus of what Gamma 2 is doing, using Kaioken at times 30 now, which is reaching pretty much close to his max and is already causing a huge strain on his body. And then he's healing on top of that in order to not destroy his body too much. And then using his massive library of forms to figure out what is the best technique / move to do at that moment. Krillin's brain is on fire as there's just so much to manage. He truly can't remember the last time he has ever had a fight like this, and he's putting it all on the line. His mind is working in hyperdrive, his body is struggling to keep up, but throughout it all he does keep his insane focus. He thinks about all of the things that he has learned throughout the years, the teachings from Master Roshi, and suddenly clicks. All three of his forms seem to work together seamlessly. At first he was kind of using them and managed them all in different ways, but now throughout the heat of this battle, the forms have finally melded together as he has gotten used to them and is being forced to perform higher and higher in order to just survive. Krillin says, I guess it's do or die. And then all of a sudden, Gamma 2's punch misses entirely as Krillin broke through Gamma 2 defenses and punched him straight in the gut. Gamma 2 is momentarily shocked and then he goes in for another attack, but Krillin has already switched forms seamlessly. Krillin has already switched forms seamlessly. Already predicted what Gamma 2 is going to do and is attacking Gamma 2 in various different ways, even using instant transmission here and there to truly get Gamma 2 off guard, as Krillin is going from form to form to form in an endless flow. Krillin is like a raging wave where he's everywhere at once. You feel the mounting pressure, but yet you can't fight back, as all three forms have melded together to one true technique, something similar to UI, but not on that godly level status. This is the peak of mortal martial arts, a heightened state of awareness where you use everything at the same time, devoid of all motion, and truly focus on the moment, not wasting anything there. Very similar to UI. Some martial arts will call this the flow state. Some would even have dreamed or thought they have reached it themselves, but none like this. No, this is truly what the flow state would look like as a mortal utilizes everything they have, perfect harmony and without pause. And with this technique finally clicking together for Krillin, this fight has been completely turned on its head, as Gamma 2 suddenly can't even get a punch off, as every move he throws is completely interrupted, with Krillin is flowing in and out of all of Gamma 2's attacks, coming in at just the right moment and backing out before Gamma 2 can even think to retaliate. A lot of counters are thrown Gamma 2's way. Gamma 2 is just getting an insane beating. That is when Gamma 2 hears it. Creator Dr. Hedo has sent out a distress beacon that rings out in Gamma 2 and Gamma 1's head. This is only used when he's in great trouble. And Gamma 2 looks around, pauses for a second and looks around, can't find his creator anywhere, but does look back at the headquarters. Just as Gamma 2 looks over at the building, an explosion happens from within the building, where Magenta is in some type of powered up suit going off against one of the soldiers, who then takes off his helmet and reveals that it is Gohan, and who has blown up this part of the building. Dr. Hedo has been knocked off down to the side somewhere, seemingly hurt from an explosion, but not terribly so, as he has his own protections going on. Can also be made seen, but very slightly, is in the back of that room that Magenta is trying to protect is the face of Cell Max. It seems that Gohan the Intruder has found the room and maybe has caused an explosion, but none of that really matters, as Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 sees Dr. Hedo on the ground in danger, and they go into a flying rage. This is their creator, the person they cherish the most in the entire world, on the ground looking like he's about to be destroyed. Supervillain is down there in the depths of their hideout, looking to potentially destroy Cell Max before he's even released. Gamma 2 and Gamma 1 takes a second to look at each other. Even though they're very far from each other, they can still see each other with perfect accuracy, with perfect sight, still see each other clearly, and they both know what they're thinking. This is the worst case scenario. They're struggling, and Gohan and Piccolo and Goku are supposed to be the top tier, and yet they're losing on these guys. Dr. Hedo is in great danger. There's only one thing left to do, is to give it everything they have in order to force Gohan out of the way and to win. Cell Max has to come out in order to defeat these villains. And with that in mind, they both nod, knowing what they have to do, turn back to their opponent and go into overdrive, as since blue energy radiates from Gamma 2 and red energy radiates from Gamma 1, as their cores are being overloaded and their power has surged. Their eyes are filled with energy as they yell out, and then they charge their opponent. Then they both charge their opponent. Unnatural, unseen before speed. Gamma 2 punches Krillin, and even though Krillin executed the perfect dodge, Gamma 2 shifted even faster and still connected, and then Krillin still executed the perfect block, but his arm still broke because there's too much difference in power at this exact moment. The same happens for Goten, as Goten gets knocked flying, nowhere near strong enough to handle this overbearing power. Everyone wastes no time and dives straight towards Trunks, and Trunks, even with max power, only held off Gamma 2 for like a split second before Gamma 2 goes past Trunks' defense and buries him into the ground. Krillin, Goten, and Trunks both seemingly out of the way for a split moment. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 both rushes towards Gohan's direction, making Gohan look up and getting ready to prepare to fight both of them at the same time. So Krillin teleports in front of Gamma 2, going Kaioken times 55 hits maximum, really past his maximum, yelling at Gohan to continue forward and do not worry about them. Same with Goten and Trunks. They're both together, using their spirit control to teleport in and to make an army of clones, as they both say tirelessly, "We got this, Gohan, we'll take this guy down." And it looks like the real Goten and Trunks are about to get into position to use the fusion dance. Everything is on the line. Gohan is worried about his family and friends, but he turns back over, putting trust into them, and looks back at Cell Mac and charges up a Kamehameha. Gohan says, "I will not be holding back this time." The fight has reached a chaotic state, everyone trying to give Gohan enough time to do what he has to do. Everybody here, villain or hero, is focused on their own goals and is putting everything they have into the final moments of this fight. Who will come out on top? Whose will to do what they believe is right will become the truth. This is the point of no return, as both sides will fight with everything that they have to determine whose version of justice shall prevail. Starting off with Krillin, he's gotten in the way of Gamma 2 and using Gamma 2's own momentum while Krillin is in his flow state and to the highest level of Kaioken that he can go while maintaining his concentration. He's able to grab onto Gamma 2 and launch him in the other direction. Then, using continuous instant transmission, Krillin then proceeds to knock him back further and further, to the point where Gamma 2 realistically can't get back to Gohan and thus cannot get to Dr. Hato. This enrages Gamma 2 even further. He's had a very bad day and everything that he was built for is crumbling down around him. Not only can he not get rid of the villains, but he can't even protect his own creator. With this in mind, he is flown into a rage and proceeds to come at Krillin with killing intent. As they fight, Krillin is having to use a lot of techniques in order to keep up with Gamma 2. Now that Gamma 2 is in overdrive mode, his power is at a whole nother level. This is Gamma 2's last resort after all, so of course he would be very powerful. But Krillin wasn't expecting him to be this much more powerful. Even in a flow state and even utilizing Kaioken in conjunction with that, Krillin is more of a punching bag at this point, as even when he's diverting and dodging attacks, just being grazed and being in contact with any of Gamma 2's blows, injuring Krillin more and more, to the point where mid-fight Krillin has to fix a couple of broken bones. But this only pushes Krillin to try harder and to not give up and to focus purely on skill, knowing that he cannot beat Gamma 2 in a contest of power, even slightly. Krillin starts to decrease his Kaioken. He's getting slower, he's getting weaker, but Krillin's focus is becoming even more heightened. He's able to make even better plays and more optimal moves with every exchange. It gets to the point where he is bloody and he looks beaten beyond all belief. He doesn't even have Kaioken going anymore, as he is focusing all of his power onto healing and fighting Gamma 2. Gamma 2 noticing that Krillin has slowed down and has gotten severely weaker, but yet Krillin is somehow still in the fight and is somehow still dodging all of the critical blows that should one-shot Krillin. Every punch and kick that Gamma 2 is unleashing upon Krillin, instead of instantly killing him, Krillin moves in such a way where it only injures him severely, but he's still able to fight, and that gives him enough time to heal the wound to a point where he can keep on going for even longer, which only enrages Gamma 2 even more and makes him even more predictable, which helps Krillin at the end of the day, as Krillin is using his flow state to understand the right moment to dodge and to counterattack. Even though Krillin's punches aren't doing the most damage, it still becomes significant, and Gamma 2 can't heal his injury. Gamma 2 is starting to realize that he's in a very bad predicament, as not only is he slowly getting injured and it's accumulating, and he can't heal these injuries like Krillin is during every exchange, but Gamma 2's core is slowly beginning to crack, as he's been in overdrive mode too long, to the point where there is almost no return. Truly a 50-50 chance, even if he stops now, that he'll survive. It's at this point that Gamma 2 charges towards Krillin, and Krillin is getting ready to counterattack, time it perfectly to go right under Gamma 2, but just before they connect, Gamma 2 summons up a barrier and supercharges it, as basically a ball of unstable energy collides with Krillin, with him having no recourse to attack Gamma 2. This sends Krillin flying to the ground, but Krillin instinctively and instantly activated Kaioken times 50, which helped him brunt off most of the damage, though in the process he broke both his arms trying to push away this ball of energy that Gamma 2 has become. Krillin is now on the ground and his arms are completely useless. and Gamma 2 looks like he's about to charge once again, seeing that Krillin has not been finished with that one devastating attack. Krillin is looking up, knowing that he does not have enough time to heal his arm. Krillin's situation appears to be dire. Going over to the boys, Gamma 1 has been fighting off clones upon clone of Goten and Trunks in Super Saiyan 3, and all of them in the max power variation. Though Goten is not as good as Trunks, he can still access that form, which is helping out greatly in keeping Gamma 1 away. Gamma 1 does seem to be stronger than Gamma 2, and Gamma 1 being in overdrive is almost easily still destroying all of these clones. But the clones are just a distraction, as Goten and Trunks are utilizing the fusion dance. Gamma 1 does see this, and he does have information about the fusion dance. His data indicates that with that dance, they'll become a completely different being, that powers could be unrivaled. So Gamma 1 attempts to stop this dance, but the boys have perfected this dance completely, and because their spirit control is on an insane higher level, they're able to instant transmission and zap between the clones that they are creating at the same time during every step of the dance, making Gamma 1 miss them time and time again. He is not able to stop the fusion dance. Gotenks arrives, and his aura seems to be on fire, as he is in Super Saiyan 3, but he seems different than when Goten and Trunks were in Super Saiyan 3. His aura is immense and seems to be radiating heat. Gotenks looks at Gamma 1 and says, "Oh yeah, now we got a show. It's time to show the world what it's like when we're serious." And in the next moment, Gotenks is right in front of Gamma 1, with wind surging around his fist and lightning gathering around it as he hits Gamma 2 with a Cyclone Thunder Punch, knocking Gamma 1 leagues away. Gamma 1 is injured, but not terribly so, as Gamma 1 focuses in on his opponent. Gotenks tries to teleport behind Gamma 1 and hit him with a surprise attack to the head, but Gamma 1 dodges that and counterattack, bringing out his pistol and point blank shooting it, knocking Gotenks away and actually injuring Gotenks severely. Gotenks is like, "Okay, stronger than I thought. Wow, what is that stuff made out of?" Gamma 1 has no time for banter as he goes in on the offensive, and Gotenks retaliates. The fight between the two is fierce. Gotenks does seem to be roughly stronger, but while Gamma 2 is overcharged like this, his energy is only growing more and more, and in his unlimited states, he's able to pull off even more high-powered attack. However, Gotenks has nothing but surprises for him. Everything that Gamma 1 knows about Trunks and Goten is almost rendered useless to this new being, and this is shown throughout the battle, as at one point, while they're exchanging blows, it seems that Gamma 1 had the upper hand and tries to unleash a finishing move on Gotenks. However, when Gotenks gets shot in the head, he actually smiles as he explodes, and Gamma 1 barely has enough time to put up a barrier to stop the explosion. That was so devastating that it broke the barrier immediately. As the barrier breaks, Gamma 1 realizes that he is now open for an attack and immediately gets into a defensive position, not knowing where the attack might come from. However, after a moment, he realized that there is no attack coming his way, as Gotenks is laughing off in the distance. "Well, that was just a small piece of what we can do. Don't worry, I'm not going to rush this. After all, it's not every day I get to come out and have some fun." Gamma 1 clearly enraged by this, but at the same time he knows that he's on a timer. He doesn't have the luxury that Gotenks has at the moment, as his core is also beginning to crack. At the same time, back at the Red Ribbon's headquarters, Gohan is right in front of the gigantic tank that is holding Cell Max. But in front of that tank, and in the way of Gohan, is Magenta and Dr. Hato. Dr. Hato is rather nonchalant about the situation that he found himself in, being used as a hostage, but Gohan doesn't really have time to worry about this, as his main priority is getting rid of Cell Max immediately before Cell Max can become an issue. He doesn't want to repeat history and let things get out of hand before he can quickly resolve it. So Gohan raises his hand towards Cell Max and begins charging his ki, but Magenta is yelling at Gohan, telling him to stop or else he'll shoot. Again, Dr. Hato doesn't seem to be concerned about that threat. Gohan lowers his hand towards Magenta and tells a matter-of-fact like that he doesn't have time. And in the next moment, Gohan teleports behind Magenta, one hand still facing forward, but the other hand reaching back to grab Magenta and encasing Magenta in a makeshift barrier. That way it separates him from Dr. Hato. Once that is done, the beam that Gohan was charging in his hand shoots forward and hits the tank that is holding Cell Max. However, as the dust settles, nothing seems to have happened. It seems that whatever the tank is made out of is just as durable, if not more so, than the Gammas. Upon this realization, Gohan decides to stop playing games and use his full power, unleashing his potential, and he starts charging up a Kamehameha. Dr. Hato for the first time starts to speak, but instead of begging Gohan to stop, instead of yelling for his androids that are a little too far away, instead what comes out of Dr. Hato's mouth is a countdown, as he says 3, 2, one. Cell Max's red eye starts to glow, almost as if he is just awoken. Then the rest of his body starts to move as he is slowly gaining consciousness. Gohan senses this immediately. In fact, now that Cell Max is actually awake, Gohan can sense his energy, and it is immense. More than anything that Gohan has sensed ever. Then suddenly, Cell Max easily breaks through the glass and swings his massive arm at Gohan while he's still charging up his fist. Gohan, shocked by this, turns back to look at the two behind him, thinking that they're in danger, but he only sees Magenta there. Somehow, Dr. Hato has left, while Magenta is sporting a happy smile, only for that happiness to turn to fright as he realizes the fist is also coming towards him. Gohan thinks fast. The fist is large and powerful, but it is slow. As Gohan teleports him and Magenta out of range, drops Magenta off at the edge of the base. Once they have landed there, Gohan tells Magenta to stay put. Gohan fears that he might not be able to contain Cell Max. Magenta exclaims that Gohan, Goku, and all the other Z Warriors will soon face their end to Cell Max. However, Gohan looks back towards the scene of Cell Max breaking through his containment, being free and rising up to his full height, and is shocked that Cell Max isn't really going on to a rampage, more like he is searching and scanning the area, not really like a mindless beast would. But Gohan has a bad feeling as he says to Magenta, "You better hope we win for all of our sakes." And he teleports in front of Cell Max. They lock eyes, and then a hint of recognition hits Cell Max's eyes as he says, "Gohan." Back over to Krillin. Krillin is facing what could be impending doom, as Gamma 2 seems to be diving in, basically making himself a bomb. The obvious intention of impacting and crushing Krillin under all the insane power that Gamma 2 has been able to produce. Krillin is looking up at the scene. His arms are broken. He can barely even stand, and there are a multitude of emotions flying through his head at this very moment. Pridefulness that he was able to get this far against such a powerful opponent. Sadness that this might just be his end. Regret that Gamma 2 is the one to do it to him. And how Krillin actually didn't hate Gamma 2. In fact, Gamma 2 seems like a pretty swell guy. He reminds him of a lot of Android 16, someone that was just programmed wrong, but is actually kind at heart. But on the thought of Android 16, he thinks to his own wife, Android 18, then to his own daughter, and he realized to himself that he cannot go out like this. Even if he could be wished back by the Dragon Balls, he doesn't want to miss even a single day away from his family. And this thought alone fills Krillin with determination, the will to keep going, even though he has pretty much nothing left. He's exhausted beyond all belief, yet he cannot back down. He cannot give up. He has to at least keep fighting. So with the last bit of energy that he has, he starts to heal his right arm, making it so that way he can actually clench his fist as he concentrates on Gamma's 2 rapid descent towards him, being faced with someone that has overbeaten his technique with pure devastating power. Power that Krillin wished he had. Power that he knows that Kaioken simply can't give him at this moment, as he's already exhausted that. Krillin digs deep as power suffuses his arm, putting his faith, everything behind it. If the flow state was the peak of what a mortal could be able to do, then he will have to go beyond that. He'll have to go past mortal. He'll have to transcend and enter the leagues of the gods if he has to. He'll do whatever it takes in order to see his family again and have another happy day with them. Blue aura suffuses him and flows throughout his body, centering around his fist. He concentrates. His mind reaches Zen as he removes all doubt, not afraid of Gamma 2 coming faster and faster toward him. The next moment, Gamma 2 will be upon him. Krillin won't wait for that moment as he pushes off the ground and goes towards Gamma 2 himself, getting ready to meet Gamma 2 head on. Krillin doesn't know what's about to happen, doesn't care about the consequences or the outcomes. He knows he just got to beat Gamma 2. The only thing that matters right now is victory. In a moment and a half before they impact each other, out of nowhere, Chaozu teleports right in front of Gamma 2, somehow bypassing his barrier. That's not the only bizarre thing. Chaozu also looks slightly different. He has a talisman on his face and a talisman in his hand. Chaozu yells out, "Don't forget about me!" He lifts the talisman in his hand, screams out Kaioken times 10. Instead of Chaozu glowing red, it's the talisman itself, as all the energy is diverted and focused on the talisman instead of Chaozu's own body. Seems like this method is Chaozu's way of bypassing his limitation when it comes to Kaioken. Instead of forcing it on himself, he focuses the energy on different objects. Chaozu quickly places the talisman on Gamma 2's head as Chaozu screams out, "Sleep!" This, of course, doesn't make Gamma 2 fall asleep instantly. The power difference is still too large. However, Gamma 2's barrier does fluctuate and he does lose a lot of energy, as it seems like his energy has been zapped away from him. He's no longer in the critical form of hyperdrive, and then Chaozu teleports away, giving Krillin the opening that he needs. Krillin was going in for a punch, no idea if this punch was going to work or not, or if it was just a fool's errand, but not missing this opportunity as he goes with the flow. Instead of punching, he opens his hand and unleashes a Destructo Disc, and then quickly splits that Destructo Disc into 4 different pieces as he sends it forth, as the same blue energy that Krillin called forth suffuses those Destructo Discs and hits Gamma 2's barrier. And thanks to what Chaozu did, it is just enough to bypass Gamma 2's barrier, cuts off all 4 of Gamma 2's limbs, with the shock of his barrier being surpassed and his limbs therefore being cut. And finally, Chaozu's talisman still radiating energy on Gamma 2's head. Everything is just too much for him as he actually falls unconscious. Krillin catch Gamma 2's body and is thinking to himself that he's just a misguided kid that truly doesn't know any better. Hopefully they can give him a second chance. But he also looks over at Chaozu, and his face makes it very apparent at how shocked he is to see Chaozu and to see how far Chaozu has come in his progress. Chaozu being pretty smug, he says this isn't even half of what he can do. But then it is at that moment that they sense the powerful energy of Cell Max. Krillin knows that he's out of the fight, and Chaozu also knows that even with the boast that he just said, he really can't put a dent into that monstrous energy. They both look over in the direction of Cell Max and hope that Gohan can pull it through. Back over with Gotenks and Gamma 1, where it seems like they're pretty much equals. It's almost a back and forth in their abilities to outdo each other. Gamma 1's always breaking down Gotenks' techniques and moves and never really being surprised more than once, even with the ridiculous moves that Gotenks sometimes pull forth, like the Kamikaze clones or Galactic Donut. However, in the same vein, Gotenks seems to have an endless assortment of abilities. In every move that he does, it seems that he's just trying something else new, not truly to win, but just to test it out in actual combat. If Gamma 1 didn't know any better, it seemed that Gotenks wasn't taking this fight that seriously as he proclaimed that he would be. However, Gamma 1 has to put this to an end. His core is cracking too much. Dr. Hado is still nowhere in sight. Now that times have gotten this dire, Gamma 1 runs some calculations in his head, see if defeating Gotenks right here, right now, will give him just enough time to help out Dr. Hado, and hopefully have Cell Max reign free and uninterrupted if he can also take out Gohan. Once the calculations are done, the only way it's possible for Gamma 1 to pull this off is if he uses his secret move, something that even Gamma 2 doesn't know about, or even has access to, and that is his super hyper overdrive mode. Something that Dr. Hado made up just for Gamma 1 as a last ditch effort, as a hero always should have. The ability to let him summon up monstrous power in order to vanquish any enemy, but becomes with dire consequences, one of which being the loss of Gamma 1. This in mind, and this being the only option, he doesn't think twice about it as he activates this move, making every second count, as he immediately skyrockets into power yet again, shocking even Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks as they clash again. But this time, Gotenks is not only on the back foot, but he is losing severely. Before Gotenks can say anything witty or back away or create a diversion or even make a spirit clone to substitute himself with, Gamma 1 punches a hole through Gotenks' body. Then there's a moment of stillness. Gotenks says, some hero. And he de-transforms, going back into base form as Gotenks. But yet he doesn't defuse, which is weird, as Gamma 1, even in his rage and his overdrive mode, is caught off guard by this small detail. He already calculated his next move and triangulated where the fusions will split off and he will get both of them too. But yet that doesn't happen. Only thing that happens is Gotenks grips the arm that is running through his body, just chuckles, says, well, I guess there's still time like the present to really dig deep. I was actually hoping to show this for Cell Max and let Gohan watch from the back line. What a party pooper. Then Gotenks unleashes a primal yell as energy suffuses him and shakes the entire planet. The energy is so much that even in Gamma 1's super hyper overdrive mode, he is pushed back and away from Gotenks' body. He's confused for a moment, but instead of letting this transformation go on, he decides to try to rush in and pushes past this tremendous amount of energy. But that is when a second pulse comes out, even larger than before, as the hole in Gotenks' chest heals, seemingly as if it was never there. Gotenks' hair changes rapidly, and instead of growing out and long into a golden form like Super Saiyan 3, it actually just grows out a little bit more wild, but maintains their natural hair color, and also fur begins to grow along their upper body, and the tail sprouts out from behind them. With the transformation done, Gotenks looks at Gamma 1 and is like, what round is it again? I guess it doesn't matter. It's your last one. And before Gamma 1 can even react, he feels a punch hit him right in the stomach, and the air behind Gamma 1 shudders and actually begins to crack a little bit with just the amount of force behind that punch. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not trying to kill you. After all, you have some sweet moves. How about this? Once you wake up, you still want to take over the world? Well, then I guess that's it. but hopefully this now will have you change your mind. Before Gamma 1 can even muster the strength to lift his arm, he is hit by a barrage of blows, but he can't see any of them. All he sees is the smug grin on Gotenks and his new unheard of transformation. It even looks like Gotenks is just standing there. Gamma 1 is being suffused in a rain of unending pain. And then one last hit, this one that Gamma 1 can actually see as he hears Gotenks say, and 1000. As Gamma 1 gets hit one last time, this one finally bringing an end to the pain as darkness welcomes him. Gotenks catches him, then he's like, I wanted to help Gohan out. Looks like we gotta train this form a little bit more to stay in it longer. As Gotenks defuses into Goten and Trunks, each one on either side of Gamma 1 propping him up as they begin to float down to the ground, looking over where Cell Max has begun to rise. Back over with Gohan, Cell Max seems to have recognized Gohan and has actually spoken word. This doesn't even worry Gohan. He looks straight ahead at Cell Max, determination on his face. As Gohan says, last time, Cell, I got cocky and I ended up causing a lot of people a lot of pain. This time, I won't make the same mistake. Oh, and don't think your new look frightens me. All I want to do is end this. Here I am, at full power. As Gohan goes Kaioken times 200, a sea of red suffuses the air, immediately thwarting Cell Max's power. And in the first few moments of Cell Max's life, there's been confusion and then fear. This new level of speed, on top of being in his ultimate form, moves faster than what anyone else can even hope to see. Even Cell Max only caught glimpses of his final moments being alive. As Gohan uses his spirit control to turn gigantic, chucks Cell Max into the air, then unleashes a fully charged Kamehameha towards Cell Max. This Kamehameha, in gigantic form, seems to take up the entire sky in the form of red and blue. Gohan was true to his word this day, as he did not hold back. Not even for a minuscule of a second did he go easy. He didn't even give Cell Max the time it took to put up a proper guard against this devastating attack, where there was no traces left, as even the world itself seemed to have gone quiet for a solid minute or two after this attack. Then Gohan turns off Kaioken, looking only a little tired, de-transforms and looks around. And it's like, well, I think Dad would be pretty proud. In fact, I don't even think he can beat me now. And after thinking whether or not he can beat Goku, he thinks about Piccolo and just genuinely wonders if he's doing alright. Piccolo has teleported to New Namek. The planet is still in disarray, and a lot of the villages are still being repaired, and wounded Namekians are still being looked after. Even though Piccolo has spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, in the real world's time, it's only been a few days since the Namekians were revived after Moro has invaded the land. So there is still much for them to do. Seeing this, Piccolo doesn't actually start off by going to the Grand Elder to talk about training regimens, but instead Piccolo uses this time and immediately gets to work with helping out the Namekians that he can see close by. Some of the Namekians that are around are clearly shocked to see another Namekian appear out of nowhere, but a lot of them do still remember who Piccolo was. Even though it has been a great number of years since they have last seen him on planet Earth, their memory is great and they cannot forget a person like Piccolo. After Piccolo makes his willingness to help known, they all get to work getting the land and the villages how it used to be, with some of the village elders contacting the Grand Elder Muri that Piccolo has arrived to help. The Grand Elder doesn't go to see Piccolo immediately because, just like Piccolo, he is prioritizing the people, leaving all the introductions for later once everything has been stabilized. And that doesn't take long, as the Namekians don't really need to sleep very often, if not at all, and all of them have amazing energy reserves, making it so they can work non-stop. So not even a week goes by before everything is basically back to normal. And that's when the Grand Elder and Piccolo finally have their meeting. The Grand Elder, upon seeing Piccolo, expresses his thanks for Piccolo in helping out the village and gives him a warm welcome as the lost nameless Namekian finally returning home. Piccolo saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your hospitality and your kindness. I felt that it was about time that I checked up on the Namekians. And to be fair, I feel I have done you all a disservice. I have been focusing on my own strength too much, and I haven't thought about the Namekians as a whole. Truthfully, the Piccolo that first witnessed the destruction of our home planet was not as kind as I am now. I was stubborn and I was not yet whole. But after reuniting with my other self in years of meditation, I've come to realize that it was an error in not helping the Namekians sooner. Especially seeing how Moro has proven that as long as the Dragonball exists, there is always a possibility that you all might be invaded. And I want you all to be ready for when that day comes." Grand Elder Moro, he says, "Piccolo, I know what you mean well, but do not feel sorry for not teaching us earlier. You do not owe us anything. We did not ask for your help, and this might come as a surprise to you, but even though old Namek was our home, it is not where we as a race originated. In fact, we're not even originally from Universe 7, but we can talk about that later on. Now that you are here and you have expressed your willingness to help us, I will be a fool to deny your request. I only want to remind you that you do not owe us anything. Nevertheless, now that you are here, I will ask, please lend us your guidance. And with that, Piccolo and the Grand Elder reach an agreement, and they get to know each other very well over the next 9 months as Piccolo begins a training regimen for all of the Namekians on New Namek. And there's a lot of interesting developments when it comes to the training that Piccolo designs for them. First off, Piccolo doesn't teach all the Namekians Kaioken. He feels that it's slightly disrespectful to start sharing a technique given from a god that he himself has not outright earned, especially without asking said god. But he does feel like Kaioken is too big of an asset to not have some of them be trained on it. So on the first day, Piccolo does reach out to King Kai and ask permission to at least train the elites on Kaioken. King Kai agrees, but only if Piccolo can manage to make him laugh. Piccolo knows what it takes. He has heard some relatively odd jokes on Earth. He does start spitting them out left and right to see if any of them gives a good chuckle to King Kai. Eventually, King Kai does laugh at a very terrible pun and gives his permission to Piccolo that he can teach the elites. So for the rest of the Namekians, the Dragon Clan and the Warrior Clan, they all do get the base fundamentals of spirit control. And along with this, Piccolo teaches them strategy and how to work as a unit, as he wants them to be able to work better together so that way they don't have to use fusion. But in case they do have to use it, one of the first things that he teaches the Warrior Namekians is the spirit control ability Fission, which allows you to separate ki from a person's body that wasn't originally theirs, and it does translate to defusing somebody. Piccolo does this for a number of reasons, one of which he doesn't want the already low population of the Warrior Clan to get even smaller because they're sacrificing themselves to get a power boost. He's hoping that the elites can get the Kaioken, and with that, that should be enough, and only use fusion as a last resort, almost like a forbidden technique that can only be used in dire straits. When it comes to the Dragon Clan members, Piccolo emphasizes on the healing abilities and even the cloning abilities. If they can split themselves up and can heal and support from a distance, the warriors will be almost permanently buffed and healed constantly, even when there's not that many Dragon Clansmen around. Truthfully, you just need one that can split themselves to the 10 and you have 10 good healers. The Dragon Clansmen and the Warrior Clan get very good at controlling their ki. Piccolo takes them through the steps of how to beat a more powerful adversary. Using himself as a base, he makes them often gang up on him and show them ways where they could win if they work smarter, not harder. But even though Dragon Clan members are mostly a support role, he does give them offensive capability and make sure that they can handle themselves so that way they're not easily dispatched, just in case the enemy or enemies break past the warrior's guard and attack the back line. One of the abilities is the special beam cannon that Piccolo teaches them. This is usually an equalizer that can usually beat those that are rightfully way stronger than the user of the technique. By the time that the months are over, both clans have the basics of spirit control down packed. And around halfway through the 9 months, there are a few Namekians that stand out, that he can classify them as elites and those that can further develop and lead the Namekians even when he's gone. Where he does miss Earth, and even from this distance can tell that there is some very intense training that the Z-Warriors are doing on Earth. He can sense their ki rise every once in a while, especially Gohan, but he doesn't have too much time to think about this as he is still focusing on training the rest of the Namekians, especially the 3 Namekians that has caught his eye. 2 of them are Dragon Clansmen, and one of them is a Warrior Clansman. One of the Dragon Clansmen especially stands out because Piccolo actually personally knows this one, as his name is Cargo, who is the younger brother of Dende. Cargo is very adept at healing magic and using his ki to heal those from very long distances. In fact, almost as well as a sensu being, with how fast he can heal someone up to full. And thanks to spirit control, he has a very high reserves of energy. And it seems like Cargo has a lot of other support type of abilities that has been awakened in him and that he's been improving his ki. One of the abilities being that he is able to decrease his own ki and increase someone else's, but it's not truly a one-to-one. It seems to be that he doesn't have to use all of his ki to even almost double someone else's ki output, which is great boon for the warriors that he might be supporting. The other Dragon Clan Namekian that is also unique is Tanta, who seems to be an offensive support Namekian, as he seems to be able to hold his own in most fights. With his vast ki control, he's able to utilize multiple ki attacks to offset the fact that he is just naturally weaker than the warrior clans, and has even won most fights against other warrior clans, and though he's not as good at healing as Cargo is, he's not a slouch in that field either. But though he can't buff as well as Cargo, he does have an interesting ability to control gravity around him, making it harder for people to get closer to him and fight at full power. Basically, his debuff abilities pertains to slowing down his opponents via gravity, while he bombards them with multiple key attacks and using Spirit Clone with maximum efficiency. Now, the warrior clansman, Mima, is also very interesting, as he seems to have an ability to really buff himself. He's carried a very good liking to the gigentification technique. As it turns out, while Spirit Control can turn you giant, Piccolo finds out that the Namekians really don't naturally turn giant like he did previously in his earlier life. It seems to have been the demon part of his biology that allowed him to get that big and enter a giant form, which enhanced his strength. Upon hearing this, Mima used Spirit Control to substitute that ability to get big, but also was replicating the fact that Piccolo apparently did get stronger physically, and Mima has found a way to boost his physical aspects to a higher degree. Not his ki, however, like Kaioken or Super Saiyan, but only boost his physical power, which is still a great boon. Also, Mima has a surprising large amount of ki, more so than most other dragon clansmen, who on average usually are the ones that have a lot of ki. But in this short amount of months, he has improved, being able to fight Tanta to a standstill most of the time, and even one occasion winning against Tanta. So with this 3 elite now selected, Piccolo decides to teach all of them Kaioken, even though 2 of them are dragon clansmen. The reason he does this is because Kaioken does increase all abilities by equal proportion. Cargo has a hard time using Kaioken. His body's just not physically able to maintain it, but with the tutelage of Piccolo, they have been able to get Cargo up to about Kaioken times 5, with Tanta going all the way to Kaioken times 20, and Mima getting all the way to Kaioken times 40. Mima is truly a physical specimen, as not only is his ability to get stronger is absurd, but his endurance and defense abilities physically is also astonishing. And during all these months, Piccolo has also learned a thing or two about Spirit Control and Kaioken, which has made him even better at both the techniques, the same way Yamcha was able to get better simply by teaching others and working his way through the flaws. So Piccolo has gotten better in both fields by a huge margin, which is great because he plans on doing one last thing before he leaves New Namek, something he knows that might erase a good amount of progress that he has gained. The time draws near where Piccolo feels like he has taught everybody enough and gave them the tools to improve on their own, while also learning a lot about his Namekian heritage, about how apparently his father Katus has helped against an internal war with the Namekian people and even saved Piccolo by sending him to Earth, even towards the fact about how the original Dragon Balls were created, and the Namekians aren't from either Universe 6 or 7. They just migrated there. In fact, they're from a whole different universe. Though with the information they have gotten, it seems that the universe they originally came from might not exist anymore, which is a troubling fact for Piccolo to have learned. He learns a couple more things about the Namekians that he had no clue about. Not truly important information, but nice information to know nonetheless. But the day has finally arrived for Piccolo to leave. And on this day, the Grand Elder says that he has a gift for Piccolo for helping them out this far. But before the Grand Elder can give Piccolo his gift, Piccolo says, "Actually, I have a gift of my own," as Piccolo decides to use the Spirit Control fission on himself and defuses Nail from his body. Nail comes out whole, but he has all the information that Piccolo had while they were fused, meaning that Nail knows how to use Kaioken, Spirit Control, and all the other techniques that Piccolo has ever learned. Because Nail was the warrior clansman, his strength has instantly been increased by a substantial amount. However, this was still a sacrifice for Piccolo, as his energy has dropped and his physical capabilities has also dropped, but not to the degree that he thought it would have. It seemed like his fusion with Kami and making him the nameless Namekian whole again has helped out greatly. And thanks to all the training that he has done and everything that he has learned from the Namekians that he has trained, Piccolo isn't too worse for wear. So in a straight up fight, Piccolo is substantially weaker than what he was a moment ago. Maybe even losing in a fight of pure bronze against Mima. But good things come with the bad, as Piccolo's spirit and control has also risen to new heights. It's almost as if now that he is no longer a warrior clansman, his Dragon Clan ability has started to bloom anew. The abilities that he has shunted most of his life until recently is surfacing, and he has an instinctual awareness of some of the things that he can now do that he wasn't really able to do before. While everybody is astonished and surprised to see Nail back, Grand Elder looks over at Piccolo and starts thanking Piccolo and knowing the sacrifice and how hard that must have been for Piccolo to do. But Piccolo truly has no regrets about what he has just done, which makes the Grand Elder's decision even more worthwhile doing, as the Grand Elder places his hand on Piccolo and proceeds to unlock Piccolo's true potential. Thanks to the spirit control, his abilities have unlocked even further, and he has gained the ability to unlock other people's potential. He's kept this on the wraps because he wanted Piccolo to be the first person to receive this gift before he starts giving it out to the elites and those that are worthy of this powering. It is truly a joyous day for the Namekians, even on the day that Piccolo must depart. He is getting very homesick as he does consider Earth to be his true home, where he has lived there all his life. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Grand Elder Moro has another surprise in store for him as he has the Dragon Balls in his home ready to be used to give Piccolo a free wish. Maybe even ask the dragon to recognize Piccolo as the savior of the people. He has not told Piccolo about the Dragon Ball's secret ability, but unbeknownst to them all, there is someone watching this joyous occasion but not sharing in the spirit. There is someone watching from the shadows with green skin just like them, but an aura far darker. Next to that person is Tanta, also looking on at the crowd in a sneering tone, their keys concealed and no one knows that they're there. The person looks over at Tanta and says, while they're distracted, this would be a good time to distract. Tanta says, these fools don't know what they're doing, siding with that traitor Piccolo. Well, if they don't see reason, then I don't see why they should stay alive. Then another figure arrives from the shadows as a portal opens up as he steps forward as the figure says, Gamelin, Tanta, ready yourselves, for it is time we make our appearance. After our talk, if these fools don't see reason, then we will do what we must to take them to our side. But that being called Piccolo, he dies today. I can sense it from here. His very essence means that he cannot be on our side, for we are the ones that kill gods. So that means he has to die. Piccolo has just used Spirit Fission on himself in order to have Nell be a part of New Namek once again. Piccolo does immediately feel a lot weaker, and he knows that a lot of his prowess has diminished, but his spirit soars as there's a new balance immediately within him. Now that he is a full Dragon Clansman again, his dormant abilities have been completely unlocked, and with that comes new senses. Piccolo is able to pick up on things a lot clearer now and on a far wider reach than ever before. And while everyone is ecstatic to have Nell back and celebrating the gift that the Grand Elder has given Piccolo of unlocking his potential, Piccolo's having a very serious look on his face as he senses something malicious in the area. And this is when the Grand Elder speaks up and says, well, I actually have one more surprise for you, Piccolo. And Piccolo stops him there and says, we're going to have to hold it off right now. There are some uninvited guests in the area. And that is when a dark portal opens up not too far away from the rest of the villagers, and two figures step out of it. Everyone is immediately on guard, but then their guards lower as they realize that the figures look a lot like them, and they even recognize one of them being Tanta, and the other one looks like a Namekian, but slightly different, a little more cruel, and for Piccolo radiates a sinister energy. The unknown Namekian says, so you knew that we were here. Very interesting. Hello, fellow brothers, long lost family members. My name is Gamelin. I don't mean to ruin the celebrations, but time is of the essence, and I'd rather you not sit in ignorance anymore. The Grand Elder steps forward and wonders what is going on and who is this person that Tanta has brought into their village, an unknown Namekian who doesn't seem quite right. Tanta explains that this person's name is Gamelin, and he is here to help all the Namekian people reunify them across all the universes, because the time is nigh for revenge. Grand Elder and the rest of the villagers obviously don't know what's going on. Revenge? That doesn't make any sense. Against who? Moro's gone, and Piccolo has just taught them ways to protect themselves from any other invader. So who would they be getting revenge on? Some of them think that Frieza might be an option, but the majority of them don't feel like waging a war. With the Grand Elder speaking up for the rest of them and said, we don't seek out revenge. It is not to end the Namekian way. We never forget, but we do not hold grudges. We try to seek out a peaceful life. This is where Gamelin steps back into the conversation and he says, well, I'm sorry to tell you. Maybe that is how you guys were taught after your last Grand Elder Guru raised you to be so passive. But that is not the Namekian way. Grand Elder Guru has instilled those lessons into you because he wants you weak. He doesn't want to risk anything and wants to be a bystander, thinking that there's no way to fight back against his enemies. Do you know the catalysm that led to only his survival, and as Gamelin looks at Piccolo, his too, about how we were brought to the brink as a race and most of us fled to different universes? I'll tell you what was the true cause of it. It was the gods, the very beings that say they will protect your universe, nearly brought us to extinction. There were more survivors on that fateful day than just Guru and this so-called Piccolo. Another member of our clan survived. His name was Narak, and he never forgot. While Grand Elder Guru wants you to forget and not amass too much power, he kept you weak. But our real enemies are the gods. Have you ever wondered why we're split into different universes? Just think that's a natural occurrence. You ever wondered what happened to the creator of the Super Dragon Balls? The very being that gave us Namekians all life to begin with. The gods happened. They chained him up just to keep the Dragon Balls around. He's too powerful to kill, but not impossible to imprison. And when one of our clan members decided to free him, it was an all-out war between us and the lesser deities. Did you truly think our race was so weak that someone of the likes of Frieza could just easily dispose of us? No, we became that. His guru didn't want you to be strong enough to rebel again. He was afraid of being completely wiped out. Reasonable, but pathetic all the same. And while Gamelin is telling this story, Piccolo is being a silent listener. But that's not all he's doing. He's looking amongst the crowd to see the crowd's reaction, and also picking up their energies and mood based off of that. As he's getting a pretty decent reading on the crowd, a plan starts forming in his head. So he can already tell that this might go south. Gamelin goes back to the original point of him being here as a unification front to finally get the Namekians to all band together, for it is finally close enough to time for them to fight back and free the dragon god Zalama for the betterment of the people and to finally have everlasting peace. One of the Namekians from the warrior clan speaks up and asks, where were you to begin with then? If you wanted the betterment of all of us, then where were you when we were being attacked by Moro? Where were you when we were being attacked by Frieza? Lives were lost, and yet you're here now, well after the fact. Doesn't seem like you cared about our survival before. Tenta speaks up and says, Sam, we couldn't help out because of a couple of reasons. First, we have no idea who could be trusted. Some people don't want to fight. Some people want only peaceful lives. Another reason is because it wasn't the right time. If we were to show our hands before the time was right, they would have descended upon us and got rid of the entire faction, maybe even the entire race. I know time doesn't seem perfect at the time, but I promise you, we wanted to help out more than you'll ever know. Some of the villagers are not bought by this, but other villagers can see some sense. Truly starting to become a divide. And more so, what Gamelin and Tenta are saying speaks to the hatred that is in some of their hearts for being stepped upon for so many years by people that just invade them for the Dragon Balls or just for no reason, it seems like. But before a true divide can happen amongst the people, Piccolo speaks up for the first time and says, I'm assuming that's not all. There has to be some catch for you deciding to pick now of all times. That's when Gamelin says, well, truthfully, we don't really demand much, at least at the moment. There is one thing that does have to happen before I leave here. You have to die. Everyone in the village is shocked, especially Grand Elder Muri says, what? Piccolo has helped us the most. Piccolo has done nothing but right by us. He trained us. He fought for us. How can we repay him like that? How can you even suggest such a thing? Especially since he is a Namekian like us. Gamelin says, wrong. I know you all can't sense it. You have no idea the facade that he puts on. But he has the divine energy himself. He was once a deity himself and retained some of that power. And in fact, it seems to have grown even more so recently. He cannot be left alive. He will side with the gods every step of the way. In fact, we have done our research on him as we've been watching from the sidelines, of course. It seems that Piccolo here is buddy-buddy with a lot of gods. So not only is he one, it's clear that his allegiance is to them, the traitor of our race, and so he has to die. Grand Elder says, I believe it's time for you to go. We will not have this here. Piccolo shall not perish today. And I believe I speak for all of us when I say Piccolo is our most honorable Namekian. He's the savior. Gamelin looks at everybody and can clearly see that each of them have made the choice in order to back Piccolo, and all of them see Piccolo as the savior. Gamelin looks at Tenta and says, it seems like they made their choice. Well, it's a shame that I have to kill more Namekians today. That's when Gamelin unleashes a wave of energy, making everyone embrace themselves, while Piccolo yells out, get ready, as another and wider portal opens up, and Gamelin seems to have summoned a lot of minions. But these minions don't look like Namekians per se. They share a little bit of the same green skin, but more draconic looking in nature, as a lot of these minions are excessively buff and they look ferocious. And there are some of the minions that even look like dark vassals that Demon King Piccolo used to summon and create back in the day. Gamelin tells his minions to charge, while Piccolo does the same, telling them to defend themselves and push back this enemy and push them off this planet. True fight has begun. Mima rushes forth and tries to engage with Gamelin himself, but Tenta gets in his way as a gravity field descends on the two, slowing Mima's advance. As Mima yells out, how could you side with him? A maniacal laughter comes from Tien. Fool will be on the right side of history. As Tien's body changes severely and his power skyrockets. Tien now, instead of a staff in one hand, the staff turns into a giant glove that wraps around his entire arm. It seems to give Tien a massive boost in power. I had to pretend to be so weak against you. Now we get to have a true sparring session. Hope you can keep up. For Piccolo sees that Mima is no longer able to get to Gamelin. He can also see that Tien was definitely holding back a lot of power. Sadly, he cannot help out as Gamelin does have to be dealt with. And he immediately goes to Kaioken times 25. This isn't him using Kaioken at his full power, as he did recently get it to Kaioken times 100, but no longer being fused with Nail, his progress did basically get reset back down to 50. So he's not using his full power off the bat, but he's trying to test the waters as it stands right now. On Nail's end, Nail is leading the entire group of warriors against onslaught of dark vessels and abomination that are attacking them. And Cargo is in charge of the support squad, supporting everybody, and is actually going to support Mima personally, as it seems that Mima is in quite a predicament with Tien. Even with Mima using Kaioken to the maximum, Tien is having no difficulties dealing with Mima at all. So Cargo is going to give him a boost in energy, as they're both going to team up against Tien and hopefully even the playing field. Chaos is everywhere, but the Namekians seem to be holding strong against these dark Namekians that are attacking them. Even Piccolo is doing pretty well against Gamelin, though Gamelin doesn't seem to be using his full power either. But this doesn't last long, as Gamelin says, I think it's time to tilt the scales just a little bit. After all, I sensed it earlier. There's rage in a lot of you Namekians' heart. Let's bring it forth. As he brings up his hand and dark energy swirls around it, and he pointing his hand towards the crowd of Namekians. Piccolo gets in the way to try to block the attack, but a post comes out and it goes right through Piccolo, but it's a nauseating feeling. Then it hits the army below. The dark vassals and the abomination are slightly empowered by this aura that just washed over them, but that's only the beginning of their problems, as some of the regular Namekians that were fighting scream out in pain, holding their head, and a quarter of them start fighting against their own people. For some reason, they seem to be enraged and have gone insane out of nowhere. As Gamelin says, let the rage through hell within come forth, join me. Gamelin seems to have some type of ability that can corrupt people based on evil or rage in their heart. These Namekians that have been affected have turned colors and are now resembling Gamelin and Tien to some degree, as they are being slowly turned into dark Namekian. Piccolo says, I'm in this right now. Puts two fingers to his head, instant transmissions, and then immediately after that, a special beam cannon comes from a completely different direction, aimed towards Gamelin's back. Gamelin barely moves out the way, but he does suffer a severe injury as his arm is lost. Regardless of this, he just chuckles as he says, good. If killing the god was any easier, I'll be disappointed, even if you are half-baked. Piccolo sneers and uses Kaioken to his maximum as he goes Kaioken times 50. It then splits into 4 different other clones. While Gamelin's still all laughing, it's like, oh, the clone ability. You wonder why Tien was so good at it. I taught him myself, as Gamelin also splits into clones. There's now 7 Gamelins, 6 of them are clones, while he looks oddly ethereal after splitting himself up like this. Piccolo noticing that, taking that as a sign of a weakness, have all his clones instant transmission back and forth, creating dozens of after images while engaging Gamelin's clones. Piccolo's goal is to have them all distracted so he can get a real good shot at Gamelin himself. He was just standing there with a smug look on his face. Piccolo sees an opening, fires, but Gamelin doesn't even dodge as it hits him directly. It does no damage. Even with the special beam cannon, it should be able to pierce almost anything. Gamelin is completely unaffected. He laughs and says that his clone technique is far superior to anything that the Yardrax might have invented. He proceeds to further prove this point as his clones beats and destroys Piccolo's clones one by one, leaving Piccolo alone facing 6 other Gamelin that have now surrounded him. Mima and Cargo are still having a very hard time, as Cargo is now trying to help out the rest of the army. Even some of the support group also have turned into dark Namekian. So Cargo is now split between helping Mima and the rest of their forces. While Mima is getting pushed to the edge, even with all the help that he is receiving, it still seems he's weaker than Tien. It's at that moment that Tien hits Mima in the gut with his giant gauntlet fist and sends Mima flying, colliding into a far off mountain. The dark Namekians are slowly but surely pushing the Namekians back, weakening them bit by bit. It is truly a disastrous time on all fronts, as the dark Namekians is getting closer and closer to a sure victory. Even for Nail, he's fighting multiple dark vassals and even some of the warrior and dragon clans members that have turned rogue, fighting multiple people at the same time, slowly being overtaken. Even when he deploys his clones, he hasn't been around long enough to get back into the groove of things or to truly train himself, so he's fighting with just the raw power that he has and the knowledge that he had while within Piccolo, which is truly the only saving grace that he has going on for him at the moment, and is allowing him to survive this long. Back over with Piccolo, seems to have a worried look on his face, as this seems like this is the worst case scenario for all of them. But inwardly, Piccolo thinks to himself, alright, it seems like they're fully committed now. Time to go to the next step. As the worried look on Piccolo's face disappears, and he gives a smug grin to all the Gamblers surrounding him, powers up and unleashes his potential for the first time in the fight, as he gives a mental command to the rest of the Namekians, telling them to proceed to the next stage of the plan, that they can now utilize their trump card. Piccolo has just unleashed his true potential, and with that, he also gives a mental command to everyone that the plan can now commence. And this will have a rippling effect across the entire battlefield, for this is what they have been waiting for the entire time, to strike when the enemy least expects it. So starting with Nail is fighting Dark Namekians and Abominations while also being severely outnumbered, and his Namekian warriors and healers were also having a tough time. Piccolo has just now given them the go-ahead to truly go all out, and with that in mind, Nail unleashes an explosive wave to get rid of all of his adversaries that is in front of him, gaining some space and some time to reconvene with the rest of his people. He immediately shoots towards a squad of Namekians and opens up his arms in front of them as if he is about to embrace them. What follows next is all of them dash forward to embrace Nail as many as they can at the same time and start the Namekian fusion, as they are all being absorbed into Nail. Once they are all absorbed, Nail says out loud, "Don't worry, this is only temporary," and he shoots off to another unit, repeating the process over and over again until Nail's entire force is gone and Nail is the only one left standing. Of course, there were some Dark Namekians and some Abominations that tried to get in his way, but as he got more powerful, they stopped being a hindrance and he was able to deal with them quite handily. And by the time Nail is done, he is ready to face all of the Abominations and Dark Namekians by himself. But he's not truly by himself, for he's about to show them the difference between quantity and quality. He may stand alone, and it may seem like he is even more outnumbered than he ever been before, but everyone is with him now. He has unity, something that these Dark Namekians clearly lack, as they only pretend to work together while there is nothing but hate and deceit in all of their heart. None of them are truly working as a cohesive unit. They're only doing things because they have to, not because they want to and want to have their fellow Namekians survive the fight. No, they are all selfish and greedy in their own ways, and won't hesitate to backstab or even deal collateral damage to each other just to hurt the enemy. Nail has noticed this and knows that this is a weakness that potentially could have been exploited even before the mass fusion. However, that could have still dealt in casualties of their own, which is what Nail's and Piccolo's main goal is trying to avoid. But not only that, doing a mass fusion is more efficient, as these Dark Namekians are about to find out. As Nail fused with more than 100 Namekians, staring down at a massive army coming his way, he activates Kaioken. Over to Mima and Cargo's battle, fighting against Tenta, Cargo sees that he no longer has to help the Namekian army, as Nail has begun the mass fusion process, meaning he can focus all of his attention on Mima, who is struggling very much right now. Even with Kaioken and Mima's own power boosting ability, still really not enough to match up with Tenta and his gravity magic, along with some other dark powers that seems to be boosting his strength as well. But this no longer matters, as they have to go ahead from Piccolo to enact their own plan, which Mima immediately instant transmissions away from Tenta, while also using Spirit Clone to leave a duplicate of himself. He's gonna need to buy a little bit of time so that way Tenta doesn't interrupt whatever they're about to do. Tenta sees that Mima has left a clone to face him and starts laughing, as he also produces a couple of clones of his own to try to catch up to the real Mima and track him down. Seeing that Tenta is going to try to disregard the Mima clone, the clone goes past his limits to Kaioken in order to hold back his adversaries, so the real Mima can have time to complete his plan. He only needs a couple more seconds, so holding Tenta off and sacrificing this clone body is well worth it, as it is going far beyond in Kaioken, attacking Tenta and his clone, keeping them occupied. Tenta does try to circumnavigate this Mima, but is using every trick in the book to not let Tenta get too close to where the original Mima is at, while Mima is trying to hide his power loads, that way he cannot be easily sought for. Now the question begs, what is Mima doing at this exact moment? Well, he is with Cargo, and they have enacted the fusion dance. A dance that Piccolo has taught these two in secret for an occasion just like this. They only needed to buy a few seconds, and thanks to Mima's clone, they have it. By the time Mima's clone is destroyed, the dance has already been completed, bringing a whole new being into existence, who shall be named Margot. Tenta rushes over to where Margot is at and looks on in confusion. What is this? As Margot responds, "This is your demise. Master Piccolo has taught us much, knowing that there is something odd about you, even from the very beginning. And now it's time to end you." As Margot says this, Tenta releases a huge gravity field, trying to weigh down his opponent, as Tenta can sense immense power coming from this new entity. And this is the strongest gravity field that Tenta has ever released thus far. However, Margot seems unaffected, and it has no effect on Margot, as Margot looks up at Tenta, rolls his shoulders, cracks his neck, and takes a step, and then he's gone. And from behind Tenta, he hears, "Yeah, your little tricks ain't gonna work anymore." Tenta flinches and turns around to see Margot 20 feet away from him, almost completely ignoring Tenta, however, as Margot raises his hand towards all the Namekians that couldn't be absorbed because they were being slowly corrupted thanks to gambling. Margot's hand glows a soft golden color as an energy wave washes over the corrupted Namekians, and they start to regain their senses. One of them looks up, finally being clear of corruption that was plaguing his mind just a moment ago, looks up at Margot, and just before he can express his gratitude, he sees Tenta rushing with its fully charged fist that looks like it can easily destroy a planet all by itself, and is about to scream, "Watch out." Margot doesn't even avert his eyes from the now cleansed Namekians as he raises a hand and easily catches the punch, dispelling all the energy. And he goes on to say, "I got this guy." As Tenta, with a strained, shocked look on his face, says to Mima, What is this?" As Margot says, "Unity." Now back all the way over to Piccolo. All of this has unfolded, and even Gamelin is shocked to see what is going on across the entire battlefield. Tenta is about to be pushed back, and this easily looks like he's going to be defeated. A wave of red energy shoots forth into the sky over where the army of the Dark Namekians are at, and he can sense that his forces are dwindling at a rapid rate. And finally, looking back at Piccolo, seeing how much he has already changed and how much more powerful he is right now than he was a second ago, Gamelin says, "What have you done? What is this?" And Piccolo says, "It's a well thought out plan. That's what this is." "What, did you think you was the only one that can deceive people and use those as tactics towards victory? I've been playing this for a while now." And then that's where we go back in time just a little bit to where the beginnings of this plan started to form. Back when Piccolo was training Mima, Tenta, and Cargo, as his power started to grow and he became more and more attuned with his soul, things were becoming a lot clearer when he was reading energies on a deeper and deeper level. And something always struck him as off when it came to some of the Namekians. Sometimes he can feel it from Tenta when other people surpasses him in some way or even wins against him. He can even feel it with some other Namekians in the same vein. Let him know that these Namekians are resentful in some way for petty reasons, leading Piccolo to question these Namekians more and more as he was training them. But it's a good thing, because if he didn't sense these emotions in the mood from these Namekians, he wouldn't have questioned them at all, and he wouldn't have even been able to see some red flags here and there. One of which is Tenta being so strong of a warrior, but being a dragon type Namekian who are notoriously weak in the clan, and yet Tenta never seemed to have a problem matching up to the strongest Namekian in this clan, which is Mima, besides Piccolo of course. And Mima seems to be an extra special case of strength, and yet Tenta hasn't really fallen off when it came to that scaling. And his prowess in combat seemed to be a little too gifted. This reminded Piccolo back when he was younger and he knew that he wasn't all too strong, but yet he had a certain type of magic to help compete with that. As Piccolo was also a dragon type Namekian and wasn't truly born to fight, but yet he had special powers to help circumvent this, and that was his lineage and tie towards his demon side, because Piccolo was a demon type along with being a dragon type, using his demonic powers and demonic prowess to help further his power. And once seeing the connection to this and realizing that the only way that Tenta can be this good is if he has some type of demonic powers within him and can only vaguely be sensed at times when he's really angry or really upset, Piccolo started making plans. He started training the Namekians that he can truly trust, the ones that felt sincere completely and were pure. He started training them in secret, away from prying eyes, away from Tenta. And as a just in case measure, he taught them the fusion dance, knowing that this special dance will offer an even greater power than simply absorbing a Namekian into themselves. So Piccolo has taught his two elites how to do the fusion dance, while making sure the trustworthy Namekians also get a little extra special training so they can be a little stronger. And so these were the preparations that Piccolo has set forth for a day that he felt would eventually arrive, just from his suspicion from Tenta alone. And as we arrive back into the present, and now with Piccolo's potential unleashed, he delves into the fight. Gamelin still has all of his clones around him and still in his incorporeal form, so he doesn't think that Piccolo can actually defeat him as he is now. But that is where Gamelin is wrong, as Piccolo dives in and attacks the incorporeal form. Gamelin thinks Piccolo has gone deranged with power. Maybe his ego was too big and he's severely overestimating himself, as Gamelin makes his clones to wait for the perfect opening to strike down Piccolo. But that opening never arrives, as Piccolo actually does connect with the real Gamelin. Gamelin is confused as he sees his body becoming corporeal again, looking down at where Piccolo has struck right in the abdomen, as golden energy is coursing through Gamelin. And he says, What is this? How are you? Piccolo says, I think it's finally time that I step up. Gamelin can sense it now, the energy coursing through him. This isn't just regular ki, this is God ki. He looks up at Piccolo for a split second. It's almost as if he sees someone else that's not Piccolo, but looks a lot like him. And the person that he is seeing is the nameless Namekian. The Namekian that divided himself up into Demon King Piccolo and Kami, the guardian god of Earth. The moment passes as the energy only intensifies inside of Gamelin, and the golden light surrounds and suffuses Piccolo more and more. The energy within him growing as the energy inside of Gamelin is depleting, as Piccolo is not only attacking Gamelin, but he's attacking the spirits that are inside Gamelin. The spirits that he used his dark arts on to slowly gain power within the demon faction, all the way up until he became a general. These souls were always crying out and raging out, but have been silent for so long, submissive to the will of Gamelin. However, Piccolo, golden light, godly aura, is welcoming them, telling them that they can be redeemed, telling them that their pain can be over. With a little bit of spirit vision and God ki that he is finally allowing himself to use, finally allowing the fact that he was Kami and he is no longer a demon. The utter identity of himself that he's been hiding out of guilt and regret and what he thought was responsibility, he no longer is hiding anymore. He realized his new responsibility is to lead the Namekian people into the light, to get the ones that have lost their ways and have fallen into corruption back on the right path. And that is what he is doing to all of the souls that are within Gamelin. He is reaching out to them and showing them there is another way forward, that they don't have to suffer alone anymore. This process is excruciating to Gamelin as he can feel himself being purified, but yet knows that he doesn't want this, knows that he can't have this happen. He is a corrupted Namekian through and through. So this purification process is more painful than anything else. He tries to get Piccolo off of him. He tries to have the other Gamelins attack, but Piccolo doesn't budge, and the attacks that do hit him almost does nothing as they instantly heal over and over again. Piccolo is not leaving. As Piccolo says, you have gotten careless, and this is the price you pay for taking the quick and easy way to power, absorbing those against their will, torturing souls for years and years. This is your reward for taking this route. This is what you deserve. You should now feel their pain, their suffering, the pain and suffering that you have caused them. As Piccolo places another hand on Gamelin's forehead, as a crippling pain engulfs Gamelin's entire body, he is lost within the thousands of minds that are rampaging against him, telling him how much of a monster he was, telling him how much he has made those of his own kind, his own people, suffer as they are rebelling, they are fighting for freedom, and Piccolo is giving them a way to do it. Piccolo's aura only grows stronger. However, Gamelin is like a cornered animal. He is lashing out with everything that he got, and he's using every desperate maneuver he has. They're being countered left and right by Piccolo's mastery of ki control, locking down and shutting down Gamelin's every attempt to foil and disengage from Piccolo. Piccolo shines more bright with every passing moment. Energy is pulsing out from him and into Gamelin over and over again, so a final pulse shoots through Gamelin and his body starts to dissipate, almost similar to how the purple Hakai looks after touching an opponent, except this golden aura, instead of fading off into nothingness, bursts into the air and then slowly floats up, goes away purposely, and ascends towards the suns of planet Namek. And then Piccolo, with a gesture of his hand, sends them off, knowing that they are going to King Yamcha. That way the souls that were once damned can rest in the afterlife. Back over to Nell. Nell has decimated the Dark Namekians army. It's one warrior of untold power of more than 100 Namekians, also being coupled with Falcon that went up into the hundreds, as the Namekians' regenerative abilities and constitution allow for him to keep going and keep going. Nell makes short work of all these Dark Namekians, defeating every and each of one of them, but in such a manner that they are knocked out, rendered useless, and a conjunction of spirit control and just supreme ki mastery, he binds them all up and puts them away in a protective barrier. Nell wants to see if there's any way to save these people, as Moro was able to save their own Namekians from corruption. He wants to see if it's possible to save these ones that have been corrupted for so long. This could be a long journey for them. It could be also pointless, but he wants to try nonetheless. For even when they're twisted in this way, they are still his people. Over with Margot versus Tanta, fight is brutal for Tanta, as Tanta is getting destroyed left and right. He cannot even put up a fight against Margot anymore. With Cargo and Maima's abilities to boost both spirit and body on an insane level, and then adding Kaioken on top of that if need be, Margot has proved to be
an unrivaled entity, easily stronger than Gamlin and even stronger than Piccolo is right now. They just have too much going for them, and Tenta knows that he cannot beat this. Gravity magic is completely useless. His own strengthened demonic powers are nothing in the wake of this. His giant gauntlet arm has already been crushed as he tried to clash against Margot's punch. Tenta is holding the side where his arm used to be, kneeling on the ground. He's breathing erratically, and Margot stands before him, says, "We could try to show you a better way. With the combined efforts of all of us, we could save you, as we will try to save your army. He was an elite like us, Tenta. Even if you say it's all a lie, I know that there's a part of you that enjoyed your time with us, away from whatever horde or from your demon clan. You could be safe, and we could be comrades again, and this time with neither of us having anything to hide from each other." As Margot reaches out his hand towards Tenta, Tenta stops for a second, looks up at Margot, and raises his arm inches away from shaking Margot's hand, and then he activates his last trump card. As the energy field warps around them, shocking Margot and temporarily holds him in place. This magic is more of a stasis than anything. It's not purely gravitational, but it does have elements of it in there. Margot wasn't expecting this, and he struggles to free himself of this, and by the time he frees himself from this entrapment, Tenta is gone. No trace of him left anywhere. Margot looks around with a disappointed look on his face. He wasn't actually hurt by whatever that effect was. All it did was make it so that way he couldn't react or do anything. Margot looks around the rest of the battlefield and realizes that everything has been done, relaxes, and defuses back into Mima and Cargo. Cargo goes over to the entrapped Namekians that are all unconscious as he looks at them and wonders if he can heal them. Piccolo comes down, says, "Just in case, I'll stay for a little longer. If they can't be healed to be who they once were, or to be their true selves even, then I can send them off. And during this time, you now all know there are enemies afoot. Now I don't know if this will be the last time we see them, so it's back to training for the rest of you. And after this, I'm going to go back to planet Earth, because I have a feeling that this could be a universal threat, not just a threat against our people." And so they all begin the healing process. Spend another month trying to get the Namekians purified. Some they can, and some they regrettably can't. But either way, at the end, those Dark Namekians and Abomination are no longer suffering. And Piccolo makes his way back to Earth, to see Gohan, to see Pan, and to relay the information that he has found out somewhere else in the multiverse, in the realm where only evil lies. A being with dark green skin and red eyes stands there in front of a damaged and battered Tenta as he says, "And so, you all failed. That only means we have to escalate things." Sin isn't gonna like to hear this, but that's fine. No one said revenge would ever be easy, and I like it when they fight back. Tenta says, "Narok, I need to be healed. With Gamlin gone, I guess there's a spot open for General. Once I'm healed, I'll deploy another faction, take them out. This time we won't lose." Narok says, No, not this time. I have a better use for you. You should become my fuel." As Tenta screams out, "What? No, I've done everything for you." Didn't get to finish the sentence as Narok absorbs the very essence of Tenta, soul and all, and immediately converts it into pure raw power. Not even a remnant of who Tenta was remained. Looks like I'm gonna be fighting this Piccolo a lot sooner than planned. And we leave there to go to a planet where there's constant fighting and the planet is constantly shaking, as three warriors going toe to toe against each other. Yamcha, Goku, Vegeta, all using their form to the highest level. Yamcha in a red aura that looks like Kaioken, but the aura itself is vastly different as his eyes glow yellow. Vegeta with purple suffusing all around him, also in a flame-like manner. And Goku in Mastered Ultra Instinct with white, stark hair, calmly looking at both of them, waiting for the moment where they all attack, waiting for the right moment. Yamcha, Goku, and Vegeta have all arrived on Beerus' planet, and one of the first things that Beerus does is a one-on-one fight with each of them, just to see how far they have gone. He's been intrigued ever since they entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Just getting a general sense of their ki has already showed some improvements, but he wants to see how it is in actual combat. And he's also a little hopeful that he will enjoy the fight. Starting off with Goku, the fight is relatively tame. Goku is showing off a lot of his combat prowess and his understanding of how the body works, and going into his transformations as Beerus pushes him harder and harder, all the way up until Goku ends up in Ultra Instinct, where Goku in Ultra Instinct is almost like night and day in comparison to what Goku was in Master Ultra Instinct in the Tournament of Power. However, Beerus does tell him that though this is an improvement, this is still not enough, as he says, "Out there in the vastness of the multiverse, you are not the only one with Ultra Instinct, and you're not even close to being the best." As Beerus uses
his version of Ultra Instinct, showing Goku that not only is he at the same level, but Beerus is actually better at Ultra Instinct than Goku is himself, which isn't too surprising as Beerus has been training under Whis for far longer and is one of the gods of destructions who has actually almost perfected it during these years of his training. But Beerus doesn't end the fight with Ultra Instinct, as he says, even though he can use it, he just doesn't like it as much, and shows that at the end of the day, power is what matters, as he powers up to a level that is one step above Goku and completely decimates him, ending that fight with them, giving Goku an overall a good assessment. Moving on to Vegeta, the fight goes roughly along the same lines in the beginning, where Beerus pushes Vegeta to go harder and harder as Vegeta goes through his transformation, all the way up until he reaches his new transformation he will call Ultra Ego. And Beerus is actually quite intrigued by this, seeing Vegeta rise up in power, becoming stronger and stronger, and to the point where in terms of raw strength, Goku can't equal this level of power that Vegeta is displaying. However, Vegeta has taken quite a beating to get here, and that is one of the things that Beerus lets Vegeta be aware of, as he says, not bad, but not good enough. You gotta be more than a glorified punching bag. Even the best warriors know when to dodge, as Beerus ends the fight with a very overwhelming punch that almost knocks Vegeta completely unconscious and de-transforms him right then and there. Even the last fight for Yamcha, as the fight goes slightly different, as Yamcha doesn't actually have any real transformations, but Yamcha is a more tricky case as he has a variety of techniques. Not only that, he heals almost any damage that Beerus does to him thanks to all the spirit control techniques that he has learned. This fight of the three is the longer one so far, and once it gets to the point where Yamcha gets to his new max of Kaioken, 150, Beerus decides to keep pushing him, as this can't be enough to have made those other two Saiyans get to the level that they're at. So Beerus decides to stop making this a game, as he says, enough with your petty tricks, show me what you really got, or die, mortal. As Beerus starts shooting off miniature balls of Hakkais at Yamcha, making him try more and more in order to dodge and deflect these attacks, though it is taking considerable effort on Yamcha's part. He is reaching his limits quite fast, to the point where his instincts start to take over, as he can feel his life be threatened. His eyes start to glow a bright shade of yellow, as his aura takes on a yellow crimson flame. A bestial grunt escapes his lips as he bares his fangs at Beerus and starts attacking savagely, going for nothing but lethal attacks while also avoiding nothing but lethal hits, not caring of any of the other stuff. So he's not dodging like Ultra Instinct, as he is taking punches here and there. However, he's not being hit as hard as Vegeta allowed himself to be hit in Ultra Ego. Yamcha seems to be towing the line when he's fighting Beerus, bringing a genuine smile to the god of destruction. And then promptly after that, Beerus decides to end the fight by completely knocking out Yamcha, catches him as Yamcha falls towards the ground, then chucks him towards Goku and Vegeta, as he mutters, not bad at all. He goes over and tells Whis to train them up properly, but he actually wants to train with Vegeta, as he seems that of the three, he more aligns with Vegeta, just that Vegeta is a little bit rough around the edge, and thus that is the first day of them being back. And from then on out, for the next 6 months, their training begins in earnest, with them finding out a lot of things about each other. One of the more noticeable things is Whis telling Goku and Yamcha that Yamcha seems to have reached a new level of Kaioken, more like perfected Kaioken or ascended Kaioken, where the form gives off a lot more power than anyone else so far has been able to display. For example, when Goku activates Kaioken, it does as expected, but when Yamcha activates it, it seems to be giving off a more than 5 times multiplier, meaning that Yamcha at base Kaioken is equal to the multiplier that Goku will receive if he activated Kaioken times 5, which Whis does say that this is a very interesting development and really shows the dedication that Yamcha has shown. However, Goku takes note of this and decides to work on his Kaioken too, seeing how he was pretty good at it, and being this far behind makes him feel like he's been slacking and not fully utilizing what's in his toolkit. But Goku primarily is still going to be working on Ultra Instinct, as Beerus has shown him that it can reach a higher level and that everyone's Ultra Instinct isn't exactly 1-to-1, as even when Beerus was using Ultra Instinct, Goku still felt like Beerus had the urge to destroy. It's just a calmer, more subtle type of thing than anything else. So during this time, Goku is trying to replicate that and transform his Ultra Instinct into something that he doesn't have to temper his feelings, but actually can enjoy the fight and enjoy the benefits of Ultra Instinct. And while that's happening, Yamcha is finding out what his new transformation is. He says that it was similar to Ultra Instinct and a little similar to Ultra Ego, but where it falls off differently is it seems to be derived more on the primal instincts that inhibits Yamcha more than anyone else. It seems that Yamcha has a very deep connection to his primal self. Yamcha does figure out how to enter his new primal instinct just as easily as Goku and Vegeta enters their Ultra form. However, just like their forms, it does come with some downside, where too much damage can end up ruining Vegeta's body with Ultra Ego, and Ultra Instinct takes too much stamina away from Goku if not used properly. Primal Instinct takes away Yamcha's sense of self as he becomes almost mindless in a way. Upon this realization, Goku brings up the fact that there is another person that kind of has a similar thing to Yamcha. Goku retells Yamcha of their battle with Broly, and towards the end, Gogeta decided to not kill Broly and simply knock him out and take him back to his home planet where they're at right now, suggesting that they can probably get some training with him and potentially they both can figure out a way to fight while retaining some of their rationality. Over to Vegeta's side of training, Beerus has been a surprisingly good teacher, even though Vegeta has never really seen him teach anyone anything, and he always seems kinda lazy. During his training, Vegeta is caught second guessing himself as Beerus is dedicated to showing Vegeta the ways of the gods of destruction, teaching him how to use Hakai a lot easier, and that Vegeta's new transformation is great for destruction, but he needs to learn when and how to destroy. Effectively, Vegeta is basically becoming a god destruction apprentice, but because Vegeta refuses that title and Beerus doesn't think he's ready for it anyway, he doesn't get the real benefits of such title, but the training is still great for him nonetheless. And thus, 4 months of this training, they all start to try to shore up their weaknesses. And that is what their 4 months is like. Elsewhere, somewhere on a planet far away, a dragon rises into the sky as a man with green hair looks up at the dragon and makes a wish, wishing to be the strongest in the universe. The wish is granted, but the man is not excited or happy at all, as the price for becoming the strongest was too great. This man is Granola, and he's on a quest for vengeance. He has to move fast because his time is rapidly running out. Which leads us to the 5th month of training on Beerus' planet, where there has been a change in the daily routine as Whis gets a call from Bulma saying that people have come here looking for help, namely from Vegeta and Goku, as they were once part of the Galactic Patrol, and that their planet is under an invasion from people of the Frieza Force. Bulma goes on to say that there's no point in getting in contact with Jocko because Jocko will just try to find someone else to do it, and when asked why Gohan or someone else can't handle this, she says that doesn't want to get them involved as Gohan is going above and beyond already and is teaching the kids some discipline. Also saying something along the lines that those two combat knuckleheads need to do something productive anyway, and Frieza is actually their responsibility in the first place. Whis takes that with a nod and ends the call, then going over towards the 3, telling them that he thinks it's a good time to see how they fare against other people, as there's a crisis that needs to be averted. They happily oblige and set forth to this new planet called Cereal. They arrive and they look around and really see anything of note. So far, doesn't seem that a crazy invasion is happening, doesn't seem that people are in distress. In fact, they see some villagers off in the distance and they seem to be living pretty joyful and happy lives. But as they're searching the rest of the planet, Vegeta notices some things out of place as he sees that there has been some destruction here and there left unattended to, and some things are looking a little familiar to him as he is taking close inspection of everything, while Goku and Yamcha are completely oblivious to why a situation like this could have happened, as it does seem like this has happened years and years ago. Not something that has been recently done as a couple of weeks or days ago, as they were led to believe. The person walks forth confidently in front of all of them as he says, "You guys must be the Saiyans. At least one of you is wearing your Saiyan armor." They look at this stranger in confusion as Vegeta is even shocked to know that this man knows what a Saiyan is, then how they're extinct. Now Vegeta is re-looking at the scene of destruction around him and things are starting to click for him. The man, Granola, doesn't seem to care at all as he starts to power up, getting ready to engage the 3. With Yamcha saying, you guys want to go first? He seems to not be a fan of you guys. With Goku saying, I don't know what's going on, but we can ask after the fight, I guess. He does seem pretty strong. Goku steps forth, showing that he's the one that wants to fight, and Granola has a disdain look on his face as he says, no, I want to fight all of you right here and now, and get it over with, but you're not the only guys on my hit list. Goku says, sorry, we kinda don't like sharing. You seem strong. I'm still pretty confident, you know. That's when they both stare at each other. Yamcha and Vegeta cleared away as Granola and Goku both stare at each other, getting ready to ensue in a fight. Off somewhere else though, the Heater family is surveilling the fight. As one member is doing that, a couple of the other ones are gathering the Cerulean's Dragonballs to make a wish of their own. But there's another person with them, someone resemblant to that of Frieza themselves, but noticeably taller, as Cooler looks over to them and says, "So, these are the Dragon Balls that allowed that weakling to be this strong. Well, I suppose it's about time I get a wish of my own." Elect, the leader of the Healer's family, says, "Is there anything else you want us to do, Lord Cooler? Do you want us to show you how to summon the dragon?" As Cooler says, "No, I believe I have it from here. Your services are no longer required." And in a quick motion, an I-beam sweeps across and kills the entire Heater family in less than a second. Gas was the only person strong enough and fast enough to react to this, but even then, he was a tad too slow. He also has met his end. Cooler drags a severely injured Namekian and tells him to start the ritual, all while having a smile. Cooler is there and he's about to make his wish, a wish that will most likely give him unimaginable powers. So, without further ado, let's see how well Z Warrior's training has paid off against the opposition that they will soon face. Granola and Goku face off against each other. Yamcha has taken a step back to just watch how this all plays out, just in case he has to step in or if Goku just wants to tag out. While Vegeta is surveying the ruins of this place, looking at the destruction that the Saiyans have caused, and he seems to be lost in deep thought. Goku and Granola begins their fight, and Goku doesn't transform at first as he wants to warm up and get a good feel for his opponent. Granola is the same, but he is in more of a rush than everyone else, so tries to ramp it up after every exchange, trying to find a weak point in Goku's defenses. However, as Goku noticed that Granola was serious about ending his life, he too takes this fight seriously, and after every other clash, Goku transforms in order to keep up with the rapid pace that Granola is setting during this fight. Granola notices that Goku can seemingly dodge and erase all of his weak points to his vitals. At one moment, there is a weak point in plain view for Granola to attack, but Goku shifts immediately right before Granola hits, causing the attack to miss. First, Granola thinks that this is luck, but as this fight continues, realizes that Goku must have some strange ability to erase his vitals or his weak point, just as Granola finds it. He also noticed that Goku's power and speed also rapidly improves every time he transforms and changes his hair color, forcing Granola to show more of his hand as he tries to quickly eliminate Goku. But then he realized that rushing in was all for naught, as Goku has transformed and his hair has turned red, and suddenly they have been at a stalemate for the past few clashes. He got to the point where Granola pauses for a second and addresses Goku, asking what type of weird ability is this to just dodge everything and not have any weak point, with Goku explaining that he's been practicing a pretty powerful technique and he's gotten pretty good at using it in all of his forms. Granola then says, "So I'm assuming that every time you transform, not only do you get stronger, but this technique improves. At least that's what it looks like from my perspective," with Goku confirming, "Yep, and I also have more forms. Also, do we have to fight to the death? Because it's pretty fun fighting with you. You would be a great sparring partner." Granola responds, "As long as there's Saiyans around, then I must exterminate them all, including you. This punishment for the vile acts that your race has committed to my people. And it's finally time that I stop playing around. This isn't even half of everything that I have." However, after he gets done saying that, next words that come out of Goku's mouth sends a chill down his spine. As Goku says, "Yeah, I know, you're just a clone." Granola is shocked at how Goku could even possibly know that. This clone was perfect in every way. Goku then points towards Yamcha and says, "He's pretty good at making clones too. A lot better than you, actually." Truthfully, Yamcha's not paying attention to the fight as he's looking off in the distance, with a bit of a concerned look on his face. It is also at this moment that the sky begins to darken, and everyone here knows what that means, as the dragon is about to be summoned. We now pan over to where Granola's real body is at, as he opens up his spaceship that he was concealed in, about to refuse with himself upon realizing that if they know that his clone was out there fighting, that he probably also knew where his real body was at. And his fears has been confirmed just before he's about to leave. Walking out of the wood is a spiritual, majestic like wolf with glowing yellow eyes staring him down. For a moment, they just stare at each other, complete silence. Till the wolf says, "Are you sure you want to keep fighting? Seems like there's someone else on this planet that's gonna be causing trouble for us pretty soon. Plus, those guys had nothing to do with what happened to your race." Sorry to hear, by the way. We now pan over to where the wish being granted, as the great dragon Torombo rises into the sky and waits for a wish to be asked. Cooler, standing in front of it, says, "I wish for the same mutation that my brother Frieza has. The very same mutation that allows my brother to rise in strength with very little effort. That is my wish." Torombo's eyes shine brightly, and
and a moment later dims as he says,
Wish has been granted.
and shoots off into the sky, and 2 Dragon Balls spreads out across the planet. Cooler is immediately racked with pain as his body adapts and changes with the mutation that is now within him. After a moment, he settles, stands up, clenches his fist. He can feel just how much stronger he was than a moment ago without even trying. Whatever it is that allows Frieza to have unbelievable power, Cooler now has it for himself. But unlike Frieza, Cooler has been training all of his life. Now, power that he has earned and the power that he is granted successfully combined, it already tells that he can break plenty of barriers, and with enough time, even surpass his own brother. Over to where Goku and Granola were fighting, we're now looking at Vegeta's point of view, and Vegeta looks up at the sky as he just saw the clouds darken, knowing that someone is having a wish granted, seeing this many times before. Then a moment later, clouds burst and even see one of the very small Dragon Balls pass him by. He wonders who on earth could have done that, and how is there even Dragon Balls on this planet? Where's the Namekian even at? When he hears Yamcha speaks in his head and says, so we might have a problem here, as Yamcha relays everything that he has learned. With Yamcha's advanced key senses, he knows exactly where Cooler is at. And he's also been able to sense the massive power increase within Cooler, regardless of the fact that Cooler has done a good job of containing and masking his aura. With this information, Yamcha decided to ask Vegeta if he wanted to go and fight this person that looks a lot like Frieza. Vegeta looks once more around his surroundings and then flies up, focuses in on the direction where he thinks Cooler might be at. Vegeta looks up over at Goku and yells at him as he says, I'm about to go fight a real opponent, not some brat that can't even recognize that he had nothing to do with his people's destruction. Frankly, I no longer care about the history of our people. Holding grudges and reflecting on past sins gets old. Time to look towards the future, kid. If he still wants to fight, Kakarot, be my guest. And with that, Vegeta flies off. A moment later, the real Granola fuses back with his clone, arriving at full power, as a lot is going through his head right now with the conversation that he's had with that wolf Yamcha and what Vegeta just said to his clone a moment ago, but truthfully doesn't have the time to think about it or figure it out. The clock is ticking and he can feel that every passing moment is the moment closer to his natural death, and then he won't be able to enact any revenge. Granola shakes his head at these thoughts and focuses in on Goku. Goku smiles and immediately goes into Super Saiyan Blue, says, well, ready for round 2? Back over to Cooler. Cooler is about to fly over to where he last saw Granola, about to test his newfound might against the vermin on this planet, and then planned on going into seclusion after that for more needed training. But as he is making his way over there, he's intercepted by Yamcha and Vegeta. As he says, oh great, you have come to me. I'm gonna spend a little less effort in killing you now. Come, I don't mind fighting both of you at once. Vegeta shakes his head, steps forward. Hair immediately turns red as he enters Super Saiyan God. Says, oh no, it's me you're fighting. I got a bone to pick with your brother, but I guess the knockoff can do right now. Cooler immediately scowls as they both power up. They are about to fight, and Yamcha's in the background watching from a safe distance, but he can't help but feel this fight's not going to be easy for Vegeta. In fact, looking more at Cooler, something's telling him that Yamcha's going to have to step in one way or another. After Yamcha and Vegeta leave, Goku and Granola face off against each other. Goku asks Granola if he still intends to fight to the death. Granola responds by shooting 2 high-powered and incredibly fast finger beams aimed directly at Goku's head and heart. Since this is the real Granola, Goku must instantly transform into Super Saiyan Blue, just so he can dodge this attack. Granola makes a side remark about Saiyans and their absurd transformations, and then the fight really begins. Goku tries to close the distance between them with instant transmission, only to be shocked when Granola uses the same technique to stay at range and unleash a barrage of scatter shots at Goku, who in turn dodges most of these attacks, and the ones he can't dodge he counters with ki blasts of his own. Understanding that Granola is clearly better at range, Goku is determined to fight on even grounds, as in hand-to-hand combat. So, with a grin on his face, Goku uses instant transmission yet again, which leads to a game of cat and mouse as the two continuously try to outmaneuver one another. Eventually, thanks to years of experience and expertise in this skill, Goku gets the upper hand, and just as Granola comes out of instant transmission, Goku is already there with a spin kick
aimed at his head. However, Granola was one step ahead. He already realized that Goku was better at teleporting, so he waited for this exact moment. As he ducks under Goku's leg, steps in and shoots a point-blank finger blast at Goku's now exposed side, hoping to end the fight right then and there. But in a flash of red, Goku narrowly avoids the beam, and he did this by reverting into Super Saiyan God to reduce his overall mass, and then focusing completely on Ultra Instinct so he can execute a perfect dodge, and then finally using Kaioken times 50 to maintain the same speed as Super Saiyan Blue. Because of this, Goku's able to complete the spin and throws a punch, and just before it connects, he powers back up into Super Saiyan Blue. Granola does manage to block this attack. However, he couldn't reduce the damage by much thanks to Goku's sudden increase in power. After hearing his arms begin to crack under the intense pressure, Granola unleashes an explosive wave to create some distance. Once Goku is sent flying, Granola instant transmissions even further back. However, Goku does not chase. Both of the warriors pause and takes this moment to examine one another. One fighter is smiling with a look of excitement, even though he has a noticeable burn scar across his chest. The other fighter is scowling with a look of grim determination as his arms develop a shade of purplish blue. As they prepare for the next round, both fighters have a similar thought, as they both realize that they're going to have to give everything they have if they want to win this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, we see Vegeta in the middle of the air facing Cooler. They are floating above a ruined city that was destroyed by the Saiyans long ago. Cooler looks at the abandoned city for a few moments, and just as he begins to speak, Vegeta cuts him off, saying, "I only need to know one thing. What do you plan to do now that you've gotten your power up?" Cooler's response is, "Oh, I suppose you would think of it as a simple power-up. Nevertheless, I shall answer, since I see this as you and your people's final request. First, I will clean up my brother's mess. You monkeys have been an eyesore in this universe for far too long. After that, I will train until I can correct the family hierarchy. After all, as the eldest, I am the rightful heir to the throne." Vegeta says, "I knew you were scum, just like the rest of the freakso that you call a family. Enough talk, I'm sending you to hell." And with that, their fight begins. Vegeta engages with Cooler in his Super Saiyan God transformation. The first exchanges are relatively equal between the two, surprisingly so, with neither of them actually being able to get an upper hand against each other. That is, until Cooler decides to switch it up just a little bit, as he all of a sudden vanishes from Vegeta's sight, as he instantly appears right behind Vegeta and tries to hit Vegeta from his blind spot. Vegeta is shocked because he wasn't expecting anyone else to actually use instant transmission. However, Vegeta is still able to block this attack, which actually does surprise Cooler because he actually didn't think Vegeta would be able to keep up with. Vegeta yells out that simple tricks like those won't work on him, as he manages to block Cooler and launch a counterattack of his own, actually being the first to land a solid hit in their exchange. Cooler is more amused than hurt. He decides to kick it up a notch as he shoots Vegeta with an I-beam. Not expecting to kill Vegeta right here and then, but at least hoping to disfigure him as the beam is aimed at his head. However, Vegeta narrowly dodges this sudden attack, only receiving a slight cut across the cheek, and scowls as he yells out enough tricks, as he decides to go all out while remaining in Super Saiyan God. Cooler is pushed back from the flurry of blows that Vegeta is sending his way, and now he is coming to terms with the fact that Vegeta might be slightly stronger than him as things stand now. However, Cooler isn't all too worried, and hasn't even shown any signs of the fact that he might be in danger. He takes a second to step back and even tells Vegeta that he might want to get into that blue-haired state that he heard so many rumors about across the universe. For this next transformation might be the last one that Vegeta will ever see. And then he reveals to Vegeta that he has one more transformation than even Frieza has ever shown. A transformation that only he has been able to achieve due to all his years of hard work. Cooler grows larger, develops even more armor across his body, and now he stands over Vegeta, almost twice Vegeta's size. Cooler is barely recognizable, and his power is vastly stronger than it was before. As Cooler says,
"Now go ahead. Transform. I want you to exhaust all options. That way you can finally lose hope as I crush your spirit and bones."
Yamcha's looking from a distance as he realized that Cooler's appearance isn't the only thing that this transformation has changed drastically. As Yamcha's thinking that even Vegeta might want to stop playing around at this point and get a little serious. Vegeta looks at Cooler and says, "Me? Transform? Why? Because you've gotten uglier? Come on already. Stop wasting my time." With that said, Cooler moves, and in the next moment, Cooler is in front of Vegeta, and before Vegeta can even recognize the movement, Cooler has already kneed Vegeta in the abdomen. making Vegeta cough up a little bit of blood. And Cooler doesn't stop there, as he decides to full on decimate Vegeta. Vegeta can't even put up any real guards and block up any of these attacks. Cooler is truly in a completely different league at this moment, as Vegeta is being knocked around left and right and being injured over and over. It truly seems that Vegeta has no way of winning as it stands now, but yet he doesn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue or Ultra Ego. After a while, Cooler is a little confused by this, as his research and everything that he's learned from Frieza about the Saiyan, he knows that Vegeta should have something else up his sleeve, and it's not just Goku that has went toe to toe with Jiren a few times. And yet Vegeta refuses to transform and is just getting beaten left and right. And though Cooler is confused, he's not giving Vegeta another chance to do anything about this, as Vegeta has already turned down that opportunity and is already setting his sights on to the bystander that also hasn't moved or has intervened yet, as weird as that is. Just as Cooler is about to put a little bit more power into his next punch to try to end Vegeta right then and there, a smirk appears on Vegeta's face, and just as the blow is about to connect, Vegeta lifts up his hand and completely stops the punch. Cooler is stunned by this, as this punch should have been more powerful than all the others that he's delivered to Vegeta, and yet Vegeta full stopped it. And then Vegeta begins to laugh as he says, Kakarot's not the only one that has learned to use his Ultra State in other forms. Vegeta's hair is still red, but there's a slight purplish hue around his entire aura, and as his veins seems to be popping out a little bit more than they were previously. And thus begins his retaliation, as for every blow that Cooler has delivered upon Vegeta, Vegeta is delivering it right back, almost in the exact same style that Cooler did. Knee to the stomach, a punch to the face, elbow to the chest, swinging Cooler around, and truly almost going into some form of savagery. Vegeta's speed that was once too slow to even keep up with Cooler is now almost outpacing Cooler, and the blows that would have actually have done nothing previously is now injuring him more than Cooler thought they should, at least in this state. Cooler is completely confused, as he thought that a Saiyan's power increases relied on them transforming or changing their hair colors, but yet even though Vegeta looks bloody, he's punching as if he has renewed energy. Cooler is completely at a loss as to what is going on, and this is actually making him angry. Yamcha, who has been surveilling all of this, actually has a smile on his face as he realized that Vegeta's hard work is finally paying off. Ever since Whis has told Goku that Goku should be able to use Ultra Instinct in all of his forms and not just transform into that state, all three of them have been practicing to use their Ultra, or in Yamcha's case, Primal powers, though for all of them it's mostly been a mixed success. Goku's Ultra Instinct was by far the easiest to do, while Yamcha's Primal Instinct was the hardest to do. However, for Vegeta, having an opponent that is insanely stronger than him knock him around for quite a while has actually awoken the Saiyan blood in him. And with his mastery over Ultra Ego now, he has used that to allow himself to get stronger without transforming, as long as he can endure the pain. Back to the fight, Cooler is now beyond angry, and he decides to unleash the full prowess of his transformation. Even with Vegeta becoming a lot stronger, it was only strong enough to contend with Cooler while he was playing around, as Cooler effortlessly blocks a punch. Cooler unleashes a counterattack aiming to end Vegeta's life. However, Vegeta managed to dodge this attack, surprising Cooler even more as Vegeta's speed skyrockets. He then pivots around Cooler, hitting him in the back, with a force that is actually painful to Cooler. This isn't just a one-time thing, as it happens a couple more times. Every time Cooler effortlessly blocks an attack or thinks he has a good read on Vegeta, Vegeta all of a sudden just skyrockets in power, throwing off Cooler's aim while managing to get past his defenses and delivering a mighty blow that Cooler otherwise should be able to tank. And for a while, Cooler doesn't understand what is happening. He thinks that Vegeta is powered up yet again without transforming. But in closer inspection, now that he's actually thinking and not just being fueled by rage, that just before the moment of attack, there's a spark of blue that surrounds Vegeta, and then after the attack, Vegeta goes back to red. Cooler thinks that he understands what's happening now, and he now knows what he has to do. For the next exchange, when Vegeta comes in and for just an instant turns into Super Saiyan Blue to deliver an attack, Cooler actually manages to block this outright, as also in that same moment, Cooler's body turns golden, as Cooler says,
Nice trick, but I figured you out now.
And now, Cooler in his golden state turns around and at the same time swats Vegeta with his tail. Vegeta manages to go into Super Saiyan Blue to block this attack. However, the power is still devastating and still manages to knock Vegeta all the way down to the ruins below. Cooler then raises his hand and charges up a supernova to have it descend down on Vegeta's head, forcing Vegeta to end these games and finally go
all out once and for all. However, before Cooler can actually launch this attack, Yamcha teleports right in front of him with an intense blood red aura rolling off of him. Then lays a hand on Cooler and they both instantly teleport off the planet and into space. As Yamcha says, "Alright dude, it's my turn." Cooler laughs for a moment as he says,
Try not to have casualties, huh? Well, don't you think you're forgetting something?
as the supernova did not travel with them, and it starts to actually descend onto the ruins, which would then destroy the rest of the planet if it lands. Knowing this, Cooler is laughing and is already thinking of how funny it would be to kill this nameless warrior and the planet he tried so hard to protect at the same time. However, Yamcha says, "Nah, I remember, but don't worry, the boys can handle it." As back on planet Cereal, the supernova is descending. Vegeta is looking up at it and is getting ready to launch a big bang attack at it to counteract, and that is when multiple spirit-like wolves descend on the supernova and, using the technique Wolf Fang Assault, completely destroy it, as these packs of wolves are running across it and attacking it from all angles. By sacrificing their bodies, they're able to bite away at the sun until it is reduced into nothing but a ki blast that Vegeta can easily swat away as he scoffs. Back over to Goku and Granola. A lot has happened since their true first exchange, and now both of them are beaten and terribly injured. There's still a lot of fight in them, as Granola has dig deep and reached a new pinnacle of power, having both of his eyes red and his accuracy far more deadly, along with an insane power boost. But Goku, with a couple of hole marks and actual holes throughout his body, is looking far more serious, as his hair is now stark white. He's in Ultra Instinct. They can both tell that their fight is reaching its final stage. The battle before this has been tense. Granola seems to have a plethora of skills that were very hard for Goku to offset, ranging from things like spirit cloning to instant transmission, and surprisingly enough, a Cod. And though every new iteration of a skill caught Goku off guard, he was never caught off guard twice by the same thing. And thanks to Goku's decades of experience and actually being able to confront everything that Granola has put in front of him, at least at one point in his life, Goku was handling this fight very well, all things considered. However, while Goku was in Super Saiyan Blue, and even with Kaioken, Granola was just simply stronger, and his ability to unerringly hit Goku's vitals was becoming too much of a problem. This was even more of a headache than when Goku went up against Hit, or at least with Hit, it was more of skill and his ability to stop time. However, Granola being able to hit these vitals is less about skill and just his special signature ability, which made it really hard to dodge, even with using a subdued version of Ultra Instinct. And as the fight went on, Goku was slowly accumulating more damage than Granola was, which led to Goku forcibly having to use Mastered Ultra Instinct. As his hair turned white, the tempo of the battlefield changed, as the near misses was being evaded entirely. It was almost as if Goku was on a whole nother level, and Granola was beginning to actually panic. And one thing that he relied on, his 100% accuracy, was failing him again and again. It was almost as if Goku was the worst matchup in history for someone like Granola. Truthfully, probably would have had an easier time fighting against Vegeta. And as that thought crosses his mind, he comes to another realization that he won't be able to fight and end the other Saiyans as things stand now. If he can't beat Goku resoundingly and be strong enough to continue fighting afterwards, then there will be no point in becoming this strong and sacrificing so much to reach this level of power and literally wasting his life away. With this realization, Granola finds a breakthrough as he develops another red eye. His vision becomes crystal clear, and tracking the ever elusive Goku has now almost become child's play. In the next attack, Granola points his finger, and as Goku is diving in, Granola lazily lifts his hand up and points at Goku and shoots a finger beam at him. And Goku, letting his body naturally attempt to dodge this, is actually shocked, as for the first time since entering this state, he has been hit as the beam burns straight through his arm. Goku for a moment almost loses concentration, but he has practiced in Ultra Instinct for long enough to not be easily taken out of the form like that, and continues to press on. As the clash begins anew, the fight is no longer in Goku's favor, and it's actually a lot more even than it's ever been, with Goku managing to dodge some, but not all, of Granola's attacks. As things are ramping up, as ki blasts and finger beams are being shot and the earth begins to rumble and the planet begins to shake from their fierce clash, Granola takes a moment to scream out, "Why won't you die?"
Clearly, Granola is starting to lose his composure. Goku isn't sitting easy either, but he isn't as stressed about this fight as Granola clearly seems to be. Granola uses telekinesis to send tons of debris flying at Goku's direction. Just as they get within range of Goku, Granola uses Hakai to set them all off, activating a chain of devastating explosions. Granola takes aim as he looks at the area that has been blanketed by dust, hoping to get a clean shot on Goku before he has time to recover. However, before the dust can actually settle, Granola all of a sudden says, "I know you're behind me." Goku managed to use instant transmission to get out of the area and get behind Granola, as he looks at Granola and says, "Man, I know we're fighting to the death and all. However, you seem to be rushing this fight a little too much. You're getting a little careless. I mean, look at the place. Isn't this your home? You're just kind of blowing everything up." That's when Granola, with a shocked look on his face, actually takes a moment and look at his surroundings. He was so focused on eradicating Goku that he hasn't really been paying attention to what he was exactly doing. As he looks around at the destruction that he has caused, thankfully this is the ruined city. However, they are getting a little too close for comfort to actual inhabited civilization. Even now, he can make out people that he has seen all his life, friends that he's gotten to know, and he's looking at them as they seem to be following procedures for earthquakes, as he's just now noticing that it's because of him that they're frightful and worried for their lives. But then he looks back at Goku, and some of the anger returns as he yells at Goku that this is your fault. You weren't supposed to be this hard to kill. I made a wish to become the strongest in the universe. I sacrificed my life for this, and yet here you are, a Saiyan, alive, and calm enough to have a talk with me? No, this isn't fair. And this isn't right. I don't know if Torombo lied to me or what, but this is not what I wished for. With Goku just replying that, well, I don't know when you made your wish, but I guess it just seems like we just got stronger than the time you made it. I mean, you're still crazy strong, don't get me wrong, but is this really what you want to do? I mean, it seems like Vegeta and Yamcha are actually fighting your real enemies there. In fact, Yamcha has been helping out more than you realize. And it is just at that moment where Granola noticed that there is someone coming towards them from a distance, and this person is riding on what seems to be a translucent wolf, and on that wolf is the Namekian Monito. Granola is shocked and asks, what is he doing here? As the Namekian just replies, "Stop, he is not your enemy. I've seen this face before, and if I am not wrong, he is related, maybe even the son of the Saiyan I once knew, the Saiyan Bardock, who once saved our lives." Back over to where Cooler and Yamcha are fighting deep in space. Yamcha is not taking Cooler lightly. Cooler has already shown that he is stronger than Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue, and Yamcha gets the feeling that Cooler is still holding something back. So Yamcha is actually going to start this fight within his upper limits of power, starting off at Kaioken times 130 and opening up with a Wolf Fang Assault, trying to get as much damage on Cooler as he possibly can. This attack is very effective. Even with Cooler blocking, the attack still cut into him, making him bleed in various places. Angered at having his blood spilt, especially by an attack that is not overly powerful, Cooler decides to show Yamcha the full power of his golden form, launching an eye beam, and then while Yamcha is in the middle of dodging, instant transmissions behind him to deliver a heavy blow. But as Cooler's hands descend down on Yamcha's head, the momentum is suddenly stopped as his hand is caught in the jaws of a wolf. Now checking out his surroundings, he now realizes that he is surrounded by a multitude of these wolves, realizing that he has been caught in an ambush. As the wolves start to gang up on Cooler, Yamcha then unleashes a Kamehameha, which lands squarely against Cooler's chest, angering him even more. Cooler is now determined to show Yamcha the error of his ways, as he ducks out of the Kamehameha and zip past all of the wolves, destroying them in the process, and then arrives right in front of Yamcha with unparalleled speed. He then punches Yamcha in the face, sending him flying, and then chases after him, and instead of going behind him as he did last time, Cooler knees him in the stomach. Then, using his tail to wrap around Yamcha's neck, slings him into a nearby asteroid belt. As Yamcha stops himself before he crashes into an asteroid, Cooler crashes into Yamcha, using his foot to cover Yamcha's entire chest, and slams him into the asteroid, breaking it completely and then continuing on until he hits another one. Yamcha is now tired of being pushed around. It's finally time to show his opponent how powerful he truly is. As Yamcha enters Kaioken times 150, all Cooler can see is red, and then he noticed that his foot is getting pushed back further and further until a moment where he is pushed cleanly off of Yamcha and is sent flying through space. Cooler looks to Yamcha's direction to see what new form or transformation Yamcha has acquired, but as he looks where Yamcha was, he
he's no longer there. Then all of a sudden, Cooler hears a howl, and then looking in the direction where he thinks he heard it, he receives a wolf fang fist from the opposite direction. Stunned and shocked to see that the force of that attack is stronger than anything he has felt thus far, he is still slow to react, as Yamcha decides to unleash a barrage from all sides. Cooler, now realizing that he is actually a little slower than Yamcha, decides to wait for the right moment and grab onto Yamcha and use his bigger frame to hold him still and use a point-blank death beam at Yamcha's face. However, Cooler doesn't even get to the point where he can laser Yamcha's face, as Yamcha breaks free of the hold by using spirit control to assume a giant form. Now it is Cooler looking up at Yamcha, as Yamcha says, "It's not so fun being the small guy now, is it?" As Yamcha uses his giant hands to grab onto Cooler. After that, Yamcha then uses the cloning technique. So now there are two of them, one holding on to Cooler and the other one charging up a spirit ball. And then the clone hurls the spirit ball at Cooler while the original makes sure that Cooler can't go anywhere. The ball travels at unpredictable angles until it finally lands on the crystal-like object that seems to be embedded in Cooler's head. And it explodes just as Yamcha teleports out of there. As the smoke clears, Yamcha's clone disappears as Yamcha reverts back into his original form, still at Kaioken times 150, as he can tell that Cooler is not yet dead. As the smoke clears, Cooler is huffing and breathing erratically, and he seems horribly injured, as he says,
"The humiliation. This cannot be. This has gone on far enough. I was hoping to leave this as a surprise for my brother, but at the moment, your death is more important than anything else."
As Cooler begins to transform once again, going from all gold is now starting to change in various areas. Most of his main body is now stark white. However, on one side, his forearm, shoulder, and leg begin to turn red. And on the opposite side, same body parts turn blue. And the tip of his tail becomes a lot more pointed and seems more of a weapon than anything else, and is the only part that maintains a little bit of that golden hue. As the transformation finished, Cooler's power is at an all new high. However, he doesn't seem too ecstatic about it, as he says,
What is this? This doesn't feel right."
as Yamcha says, "You're multicolored now, huh? That's cool, I guess." Yamcha is keeping a calm demeanor. However, that is just so Cooler doesn't attack him immediately, as he's trying to buy a little bit of time for reinforcements to arrive. Yamcha can clearly see that this version of Cooler is still far beyond what Yamcha can do now, at least safely. So he telepathically reached out to Vegeta to see if Vegeta wants to actually put away the Saiyan pride and actually fight as a team. Back on planet Cereal, even Vegeta can feel this power. And after hearing what Yamcha had to say, Vegeta hates to admit it, but Yamcha is right that this is actually just the better option, as they probably could fight Cooler by themselves. However, the energy that they're sensing now, they don't even know if this is Cooler's full power. So Vegeta heads that way. Over with Goku and Granola, Goku just heard the full story of his father and what he has done in saving Granola himself. Granola is shocked that there was at least a savior amongst the people, and that savior is the father of the man he was trying to kill just moments ago. Goku is having a lot of emotions going through him, but the main ones is being proud and being whole, finally knowing most of everything about his family, knowing that him and his dad are a lot more alike than he originally thought, given the context of when he first met Vegeta and Radix. And with hearing this story, something resonates within Goku. There's a small, subtle change within him, but he can't ponder this for long. It is at this moment where he sensed the overwhelming power that is Cooler deep within space. He wonders if he should go up there and help, but he senses Vegeta is already heading that way, and so he decides to just keep his eye on the situation for now. But after a few moments of doing that, keeping his senses out there, he sensed something else. Someone else has arrived to join the fight. Someone just as powerful as Cooler, maybe even more so, as he looks towards Granola and says, "We have to go." Back in space, Cooler is looking at his form in confusion. He doesn't know if this is because he hasn't actually practiced the next step past gold, or the wish that the dragon has granted him was flawed. He doesn't know what exactly went wrong, but he does know that this isn't complete. But he can't sit back and dwell on it too much, as he comes back to his senses and can feel his opponent staring him down and checking him for weaknesses, like a predator does to prey. Cooler begins to say something, but before he can even get his words out, Vegeta appears right next to Yamcha. But Vegeta chuckles and says, "Ha ha ha, well, look at the cloud. No wonder your family hid you away. They knew a colorblind fool like you would be a disgrace to their family, their all-powerful empire. But don't worry, like I said earlier, I knew you and your family were a bunch of freak shows." Vegeta's laugh at Cooler's appearance is suddenly interrupted by a death beam that pierces through his chest, narrowly avoiding his heart as he, at the last moment, realized the threat and tried to dodge. Yamcha catches him and Ori begins to heal Vegeta up a bit as he looks at where the death beam came from, and it did not come from Cooler. As Frieza arrives and says, "Oh my, now this is quite a surprise. So many things have been developing while I've been gone. Would have known that my brother would have achieved so much, though look so foolish." However, as Frieza's jovial expression becomes serious as he says, "The only one that gets to make fun of him is me, because you dared to mock us. I don't think I can be lenient with you. You know, Vegeta, I only planned to give you a taste of my power and walk away. But for that insult, I'm afraid I can't leave until you start begging for mercy." As Frieza is already in his golden form and decides to go even a step further than that already, as he enters another transformation as the form takes over and blackens all around him, as a sheen to it as if it is obsidian. And as shockingly as it is to say, this power easily excels past Cooler's. Now Frieza's transformation is complete, and just then Yamcha is mostly done healing Vegeta, though Vegeta stops Yamcha as he tells him that he wants to keep the rest of the pain as a reminder to not stop until Frieza has felt this same pain and even more, as Vegeta enters his ultra ego state just in time too, as Goku and Granola both instant transmission in, now fully seeing the danger of this situation. It is now 4 against 2. However, Vegeta looks at Goku and Granola and tells them that he and Yamcha are going to fight Frieza, while y'all two are going to fight Cooler. Granola begins to protest, but Yamcha steps in and says that Granola is not at the state yet where he can even fight Frieza. And then looking around, Granola can tell that he is pretty much the weakest one here, even though it's very close and he's actually not too far away from the rest of his allies. It's just that they just keep growing in power. And even from looking at it, Goku seems to be moving even further ahead in strength, probably because of him resonating with Bardock. And so the two groups split up, Yamcha and Vegeta versus Frieza, and Goku and Granola versus Cooler. Goku goes into Ultra Instinct, but then he thinks of what it means to be a Saiyan and what it means to truly only focus on the battle ahead of you as a Saiyan. And his mastered Ultra Instinct then becomes perfect. His hair remains black, there is an eagerness to him, and yet he seems to be at an entirely different level than when he was fighting Granola. Granola takes a step back and provides support, as he is pretty much the ultimate sniper, and this role benefits him a lot more than up close. Cooler is still stronger than Goku at this moment and is even faster than him also. However, with the support from Granola, Goku's insane ability to dodge and counterattack, Cooler is actually steadily being pushed back. But as he is fighting through, he is realizing more and more of his actual own power and realizing that there is actually a purpose for his multicolored transformation. The red side is all about power, while the blue side is all about defense, as he uses the blue side more often than not to block all of Granola's deadly attacks. Even when they do hit, they do next to no damage. Red side doing so much damage that once he actually does hit, Goku's arm that went for the perfect block actually goes completely limp, as it has been broken, and from the looks of it, he has no hope of using it anymore during this fight. Cooler is ecstatic. He can win this war of attrition. However, even with a broken arm, Goku seems to be enjoying this fight more and more. He's almost like a battle maniac at this point, as the silver aura is suffusing him completely, and he begins to start catching up to Cooler and even slightly pushing Cooler back himself, with Granola realizing that he's not contributing as much as he was, and Goku is doing almost all of the heavy lifting. Granola digs deep as he thinks that he did not sacrifice all of these years to be the strongest for nothing. This wish still means something. He should still be the strongest in the universe, and if he's not the strongest now, then as Goku says, he must get stronger as time goes on. So Granola digs deep and his eyes begin to bleed as he focuses in and looking for the exact weak points where Cooler can't block with his blue side, and even if he could, tries to find a weak point even in that, so he can get the finishing blow and not Goku. Because after all, Granola still wants revenge some way, somehow. Over at the Frieza fight, Vegeta has used the damage that he's accumulated from Cooler and now the Death Beam to push his ultra ego to new heights, as he and Yamcha are assaulting Frieza. However, Frieza is in a league of his own and his power is oppressive. He's easily contending with the both of them. Yamcha was being more of a supportive role just like Granola was at the beginning of this fight. However, as the damage is piling up and his energy reserves are getting lower and lower, Yamcha is getting into a desperate state as the fight is looking almost hopeless, while Vegeta is only getting stronger as they are losing. Vegeta can clearly see that Goku is stepped up to a whole nother league when it comes to his Ultra Instinct, and he refuses to stay behind, pushing his Ultra Ego more and fighting this fight not just for the Saiyan race, but for his own selfish goal, being in this moment and this moment only, wanting this life and death feeling as it resonates with him, and his Saiyan blood begins to boil, and his Ultra Ego state responds to this. Yamcha, on the other hand, is now in a fight or flight mode, and obviously he is choosing fight. No longer is he trying to be the person on the sideline. This whole journey, this whole time of him becoming stronger and learning Kaioken and learning all the things from Yaldrak, working hard enough to be able to train on Beerus' planet, he is thinking all of these things as he is fighting Frieza toe to toe with Vegeta. He begins to dig deep and reach deep within himself as his eyes begin to show a brightened shade of yellow. He was the furthest way from mastering his instinct form, but in fights like this, his form truly shines the brightest. Where his back is against the wall, he is now like a cornered animal, and that is when they become the most dangerous, the most savage, as he lets the primal instinct that is within him, within all being, surge through his body, as this instinct tells him to survive by any means necessary. And if you cannot find those means, then the only step after that to ensure survival is to evolve. Yamcha howls out louder than ever before as he breaks his 150 barrier on Kaioken and enters into the 200 range easily, but it's not enough. His blood yearns for more. His body, being in the aura of Frieza, demands him to go even further. He pushes into the Kaioken of 300. A part of him is screaming for him to relent, for him to back down, but his instincts tell him that he can't, not until this enemy is dealt with, not until he can ensure that he will be able to live past this day. As long as Frieza is around and even cooler, then he will keep pushing until all threats are erased. Goku is focused on his own fight, but even for a moment, he sensed the overwhelming energy of Kaioken that Yamcha has released, and goes back to remembering the time where Whis told him that Yamcha's Kaioken, base Kaioken, is equal to 5 times that of Goku's. And Goku is now worried because he knows that he couldn't even begin to handle Kaioken times 1500. But that worry disappears as he focuses back in on the fight at hand. Cooler sees that he is now losing this fight as Goku is engaging with Cooler while at the same time easily dodging all of Granola's beams in just a precise way, so that way it hits Cooler's weak point, and if not that, at least throws Cooler off, so that way Goku can hit Cooler's weak point. Cooler is now in a losing battle, and he recognizes that the edge that he thought he had in figuring out his new form is now completely gone. This 2-on-1 fight was more than what he can handle, and he needs to reduce the numbers quickly. So he tries to instant transmission past Goku to get to Granola, who seemed to be barely holding on as his eyes are just almost a fountain of blood. Cooler gets in front of Granola. Granola barely reacts, almost as if he is blind to Cooler at this moment. But before Cooler can strike down Granola, Cooler is grabbed by a giant hand and turn around, realize that is not Yamcha but an astral projection of Goku, now holding Cooler in place with undeniable power. Cooler doesn't know what this is. This seems to be like an energy construct completely different than what Yamcha did earlier. But not only that, but Cooler sees that Goku has complete white hair. The only thing that Cooler can think of while looking at Goku is divine. And Goku tells Granola, let's finish this. Granola, barely being able to even see the image of Cooler as everything is almost a blur, focuses all of his energy, everything he has, as Granola charges the strongest finger beam that he's ever done before in his entire life. For the first time in a long time, puts full trust into a Saiyan as he fires. Cooler wiggles around just enough for his blue side to take the brunt of the beam, but it's just too much, as after a bit of a struggle, it pierces through and the beam begins to enlarge it and begins to consume Cooler in a blinding light. The beam is so powerful, even Goku's astral projection starts to break down, still trying to hold on to Cooler so that way Cooler can't escape this devastating blow. As the beam starts to fade, Granola's arms drop to his sides, begins to just float in space. Goku picks him up and looks on at Vegeta and Yamcha's fight. Vegeta and Yamcha have pushed themselves to the utmost limits, with Yamcha now being the stronger of the two by a mile. However, Yamcha's body is being completely
completely destroyed by the second. He has about one attack, maybe two, if he is lucky. Vegeta realizes this, focuses everything he has, and thinks back to the training with Beerus as he enters close combat with Frieza. Even though Frieza is still stronger, Frieza can clearly sense that Yamcha is more of the threat, and so he is constantly on the lookout for whatever Yamcha is trying to do, and is now trying to dispatch Vegeta in the quickest way possible. Frieza sees an opening and strikes Vegeta, hoping to kill him right then and there, but Vegeta let himself be open. That was all part of his plan as he grabs hold of Frieza and, thinking back to all of the training that he had with Beerus, summons an orb of Hakai and shoves it straight into Frieza. Frieza then smacks Vegeta away, and he now has to contest and fight off the energy that is slowly trying to destroy him from existence. While Frieza is preoccupied with that and trying to not be utterly erased, Yamcha pounces using instant transmission and comes down with a descending Fang. The Fang attack connects with Frieza's obsidian skin. There's a moment of resistance, and from an outside perspective, it seems to be as if a wolf is trying to bite down on hard armor. That is when Yamcha comes in with his second attack, his double wolf Fang fist, as it now looks like there are two wolves attacking together, finding chinks in the armor, and eventually he pierces through and cuts clean through Frieza, leaving deep lacerations across Frieza's back, which makes Frieza cough up blood and lose concentration. The concentration that he was holding to keep the Hakai at bay is now broken as he is now consumed in the ball, and Yamcha teleports away, immediately de-transforming and putting all his remaining power, which is very little, into healing himself. And even with that, he can't move a muscle. Vegeta catches him and holds him up by his shirt and points him forward so that way they can both watch as Frieza becomes no more, as he is being truly erased from existence. Not long after, the whole crew is back on planet Cereal, and Minato is doing the best to heal them all up. Of all of them, Vegeta is surprisingly the less hurt, even though he took most of a beating, but he took a beating in a way where he wouldn't be disabilitated later on, almost as if he actually learned his lesson from fighting Beerus and took strategical hits throughout the fight. Goku is also relatively fine, as all he had was a broken arm, but the other two are beyond broken. Even with Minato's healing, they are barely able to even sit themselves upright. Granola and Yamcha are in the worst conditions that they probably have ever been in their entire lives, and the Yamcha is even worse than that. He has now finally realized that Primal Instinct probably doesn't have a limit, but that's also a dangerous thing, as it will keep pushing him to a point where potentially there could be no return, only thinking of the survival of the now than the survival of the future. Truly something that Yamcha will have to work on for later. While Granola's eyes are slowly being healed and slowly adjusting, there are probably not going to be any long-term effects. However, he isn't the most joyful at the moment, as he does explain to everyone that he has just about 3 months left to live, as the wish from the dragon sacrificed his own life force in order to give him the power needed to be the strongest. Which, looking around the room, he can see why it took almost all 150 years of his life to be as strong as he is now. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others think that maybe their Dragon Balls can help fix this, and if he does die, well, they can always just wish him back. As Granola comes to realize that there's more Dragon Balls out there, so there's more ways to figure something out. Plus, they're definitely going to need to use the Dragon Balls on Yamcha, seeing how, well, he kind of messed his body up. It is at that point where Whis comes by, tells them that they did a good job and it's time for them to finally go home. They can reunite with friends and hear about some unsettling news from their other companions that have traveled across the universe and or multiverse, as things might not be calming down yet. And so the Z Warriors end up going back with Whis to their home. Goku asks if these two can come along also, saying how Piccolo would love to see another Namekian, and they got some wishes to see if it can help out Granola's situation. And Goku also throws in that Granola will be a cool sparring partner for Beerus, as he is quote unquote supposed to be the strongest in the universe. So with that, and they all end up going back to Earth to get some much needed rest, to reconnect with friends, and to train even more so that they can continue their own path that will lead them to their strongest selves. And that is where we're going to end it. It's been a long road coming, but that is the end of the series as a whole. Maybe one day we'll come back to this to tell the story of how the demons can
challenge all of the Z Warriors even more and even challenge the gods themselves. And if not that, then I'm pretty sure there could be a whole nother world tournament to see just how well all these guys who are now developed their own ways to power compete against each other. I feel like that would be pretty cool to do. But till then, there's more what ifs to do and more content to make. Also, that way you guys can watch it and enjoy it. Just like I hope you guys enjoyed this story of what if the Earthlings was strong. This was fun. I'll see you guys later, and I hope you guys have a good day. Stay tuned for more. Peace.